Chapter 1921. Reunion of Master and Disciple. Chapter 1921. Reunion of Master and Disciple. Everyone started bidding for the Chaos Gem. Very quickly, the price of the Chaos Gem was raised to 500,000 superior-grade raw stones. However, at this price the number of people bidding decreased. After all, this Chaos Gem no longer had any Chaos Chi and could only be considered a smithing material. Although it could be used to forge monarch weapons, there was still a chance of success. If it failed, the material would be wasted. As such, unless it was a complete sovereign weapon, the materials would not be as expensive as they were. Soon the price reached around 800,000 raw gemstones, and almost no one else raised the bid. 800,000 raw stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The old man in charge asked, his voice reverberating throughout the auction house. 1 million. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his mouth and called out a high price of 1 million. Previously, he had not made a bid because he wanted to wait for the auction to start so that he could win it in one fell swoop. The host's eyes lit up. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "This young master has bid 1 million superior-grade raw stones. Are there any higher bids?" After that, the old man asked 3 times, but no one made a bid. 1 million superior-grade raw stones was already on the high side for a chaotic stone without any chaotic chi. Naturally, no one made a bid. In the end, Lu Ming bought the raw gemstone at the price of 1 million. A young and beautiful lady came to Lu Ming with the stone of chaos. "Young master, this is a rock of chaos," the young woman said, meaning that they would hand over the money and the goods at the same time. "May first ask if I can use my monarch weapon to pay?" Lu Ming said. "Of course you can." The young woman smiled. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. A pair of tiny wings appeared in his palm. Then the wings slowly grew larger and exuded a strong emperor aura. Lu Ming had obtained this pair of wings from the Golden Crow Crown Prince when he killed him. A monarch weapon. Many people's eyes lit up. I didn't expect this young man to have a monarch weapon. Some people's eyes flashed with greed. He's so young and he already has a monarch weapon. He must be a heaven's chosen from the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy. Someone else said. These words caused the hearts of those who had previously been greedy to tremble, and they dispelled their greed. Almost all of the geniuses of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy came from powerful forces. If one wanted to lay their hands on these people, they might not even be able to survive. Of course, you can use your monarch weapon to offset the price. You can auction your monarch weapon directly and the extra raw gemstones will be given to you on the spot. The young woman said with a smile. "Then let's do this." Lu Ming nodded and handed the monarch weapon to the young lady. The young lady then passed the storage ring with the chaos gems to Lu Ming. Right after that, the auction started with Lu Ming's sovereign weapon. In the end, the sovereign weapon was sold for 5 million high-grade raw stones. After deducting the 1 million stones of chaos and the handling fee, Lu Ming was left with nearly 4 million high-grade raw stones. The bidding continued. The further it went, the more precious the treasures were. Even true emperors and martial emperors had joined the bidding for the last few treasures. The prices had reached a jaw-dropping level, which was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. Compared to those martial sovereigns and even true sovereigns, his wealth was simply a drop in the ocean. Finally, with the success of the last treasure, the auction came to an end. After the auction ended, Lu Ming left the auction house in advance and waited outside. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. From the auction house, many figures flew out and flew in all directions of Heavenly Emperor City. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw an old man flying out of the auction house with a young girl. Fragrance. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Although the young lady had grown up and was much taller, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that she was his disciple, Xianxia. Lu Ming hurriedly chased after him. Fortunately, Yan did not go too fast. He seemed to have the intention of bringing Xianxia Bella around to tour the Heavenly Emperor City. Therefore Lu Ming could still keep up. After following them for a while, they flew for a long distance. In front of them, He Xiao and Lu Xianxiang suddenly stopped. "Little fellow, you followed me all the way here from the auction house. What is it for?" He Qian spoke coldly and a powerful aura burst forth. This aura was earth-shattering and heaven-shaking, causing Lu Ming's body to shake violently. He retreated 1,000 meters at an extreme speed and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was also because the other party had shown mercy. Otherwise he would have died with just one breath. "Senior, you've misunderstood. I'm here to look for Xianxia. Lu Ming quickly spoke using his original voice. Hearing Lu Ming's voice, Xianxia Bella's delicate body trembled. She revealed an extremely surprised look and shouted, "Master, are you my master?" "What?" He Qian was slightly stunned. A cold killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash and was not revealed. "Xianxia, it's me. However, it's not convenient for me to reveal my true body now." Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xianxia Bella. He was not familiar with He Qian, so he naturally kept his guard up. "Master, it's really you." With a swoosh, she pounced on Lu Ming and plunged into his arms. "Master, where did you go? Xianxia misses you so much." Xianxia Wan swallowed, tears welling up in her eyes. "Silly girl, aren't we reunited now?" "That's right, Valley Master, where's senior brother Tianxue?" Lu Ming asked. "They're at the He family?" Xianxia Bella said. "The He family." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There was a He family in the Heavenly Emperor City that was as famous as the Heng family. Lu Ming had naturally heard of them. Could it be this He family? "Ha, Xianxia, this little brother is the master you've always mentioned?" At this moment He Xiao smiled and walked over. "And that's right. He's my master. Master, this is Senior He Qian, the true emperor expert of the He clan." Xianxia Bella introduced them to Lu Ming. "Greetings, Senior." Lu Ming greeted He Qian. "Young heroes indeed come from young people. Little brother Xianxia has missed you a lot during this period of time. How about this? It's rare for us to meet, so let's go to the He family first. How about it?" He Qian said with a smile, showing his goodwill. "And Master, let's go together. Grandpa Valley Master and Uncle Tianxue will definitely be very happy to see you." Lu Xiangxiang pulled on Lu Ming's arm, a bright smile on her face. Lu Ming nodded. Together with Xianxia Bella, they followed He Qian and headed to the He family. When they arrived at the He family, Tianxue and Ice Dragon Valley Master were stunned when they saw Lu Ming. However, they were overjoyed when they heard Lu Ming's voice. The few of them gathered together and chatted for a while. Lu Ming learned that when Ice Dragon Valley Master Tianxue and Xianxia Bella were separated from Xuanxin, they happened to meet He Qian and were brought back to the He family by He Qian. When Tianxue and Ice Dragon Valley Master knew that Xuanxin was fine, they were naturally overjoyed. "Lu Ming, I have something to discuss with you." At this time He Xiao opened his mouth and said. Chapter 1922. Killing with a Borrowed Knife, Divine Clothes for Tribulation. Chapter 1922. Killing with a Borrowed Knife, Divine Clothes for Tribulation. He Qian spoke and said that he had something to discuss with Lu Ming. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He Qian was a true emperor expert. What matter did he have to discuss with him? And NBSP, when Ice Dragon Valley Master heard this, his expression suddenly changed and deep worry flashed through his eyes. Lu Ming and He Qian left their residence and came to a quiet place. "It's better for you to return to your original appearance. There's no effect in changing your appearance in front of this old man." He Qian was the first to speak. He looked at Lu Ming with his bright eyes. Lu Ming's expression did not change. He had long known that He Qian would definitely be able to tell. He Qian was a true emperor expert. At such a close distance, even the divine breath technique couldn't hide from him. Moreover, when he saw Tianxue and Ice Dragon Valley's master earlier, the two of them were initially stunned, but they were soon overjoyed. From this point alone, it was not difficult to guess that Lu Ming had disguised himself. With a single thought, Lu Ming returned to his original appearance and cupped his fists. Senior Junior had his own reasons for doing so and didn't mean to hide it. "What's your name?" "You don't need to hide it from me. It's not difficult for this old man to find out your background." He Qian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "Junior's name is Lu Ming." Lu Ming muttered his real name after a moment of silence. Just as He Qian had said, since he had revealed his true appearance with the other party's ability, it would be easy to find out who he was. Moreover, the He family and the Heng family had a grudge. They wouldn't tell the Heng family, right? After hearing Lu Ming reveal his real name, He Qian's expression changed. "You're Lu Ming, the son of chaos from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The Lu Ming who pulled out the celestial arch sword and led the kings to fight against the eternal Star River? If Senior says so, then it's Junior." Lu Ming touched his nose and said. More than a year ago, Lu Ming had caused a huge commotion. Even now, the Heng family had emperor-level experts guarding outside the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. That incident had even triggered a battle between emperor-level experts. Lu Ming's name had long spread throughout the heavenly emperor city. Anyone with some cultivation had heard of his name. Haha, I've long heard of your great name. Now that I've seen you, you're truly a peerless heaven's favorite, a true dragon among men. He Gao chuckled. Senior is too kind. I wonder why Senior has called me here? Lu Ming cupped his fists and asked. Yi Qian didn't specifically look for him just to ask about his true identity, right? I heard that you are Xianxia's master? Yi Qian spoke. That's right, Xianxia Bella is my true disciple. Lu Ming was stunned. Lu Ming, I won't hide it from you. Xianxia Bella's physique is very suitable to inherit my legacy. Therefore I also want to take her as my last disciple. However, Xianxia Bella said that it's up to you. So you'd better persuade her to take me as her master. Yi Qian went straight to the point and spoke his thoughts. Senior, are you asking me to persuade my disciple to switch sides? Lu Ming's expression changed. I'm just giving her a better choice. Lu Ming am the true emperor. Xianxia will be able to unleash her potential better if she's under my tutelage. Furthermore, you're in a precarious situation now. You're surrounded by the Heng family. Xianxia is with you. Do you want her to take the risk with you? He Gao said. This. Lu Ming looked pensive. Lu Ming, if you're doing this for Xianxia, you should persuade her to join my family. She can only reach the peak with the He family's resources supporting her. Yi Qian continued. Senior, the matter of acknowledging a master is purely personal. One can go and persuade Xianxia, but whether she is willing or not will depend on her. Lu Ming said. A sharp glint flashed in the depths of Yi Qian's eyes, and then he smiled and said, That's good. You go and persuade her first. Since you've reunited with an old friend, you can stay at the He family for a few more days. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and Yi Qian called for someone to bring Lu Ming back to where Xianxia Bella was staying. After Lu Ming left, a cold murderous intent flashed in Yi Qian's eyes. Humph, you want to brush me off, you really don't know what's good for you. Yi Qian snorted coldly. Based on his experience, he could tell at a glance that Lu Ming was just brushing him off. He did not really want to persuade Xianxia to be his master. I didn't expect the master Xianxia Bella mentioned to be that brat Lu Ming. As long as that brat is dead, Xianxia Bella will still have to obediently acknowledge me as her master and cultivate the 4 seasons technique. Moreover, this kid is very valuable now. A cold killing intent flashed in Yi Qian's eyes. Then he took a step out of the He clan and headed in another direction of the heavenly emperor city. Not long after, a vast palace complex appeared in front of them. This was the Heng family. Yi Qian wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, the Heng family's knife. Who is it? Yi Qian's arrival at the Heng family naturally alerted the Heng family's experts. Boom. The aura of a true emperor erupted from Yi Qian's body, enveloping the entire hall of the Heng family. Get your true emperor to come out and see me. Yi Qian's voice rang out. The next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the Heng family's palace complex. A middle-aged man stepped out and stood in the air looking at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, you old fogey, why have you come to my Heng family? The true emperor expert from the Heng clan said coldly. The Heng family and the He family had never been on good terms since ancient times, so he naturally didn't treat Yi Qian well. I'm here to make a deal with you. Yi Qian said with a slight smile. What deal? The Heng clan's true emperor said. It's regarding Lu Ming's deal. Yi Gao said. Lu Ming? Isn't he in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy? Don't tell me you have a way to enter the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and capture Lu Ming? The Heng family's true emperor sneered in disdain. There were 3 great emperors in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Even the great emperor from the Heng family had no way of entering the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy directly to capture Lu Ming. He didn't believe that the other party had a way. Who said that Lu Ming is in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute now? Yi Qian smiled. Not at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Impossible. Our Heng family has always had experts guarding the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The Heng clan's true emperor's expression changed. That's because you Heng family people are useless. Lu Ming has already left the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. Yi Gao sneered. Yi Qian, do you know where Lu Ming is? The Heng clan's true emperor's eyes lit up. That's right, but I can't give you the information for free. You have to pay a price. He Gao said. What do you need? The Hung clan's true emperor's eyes narrowed. Divine tribulation clothes. He Qian slowly opened his mouth. The Hung clan's true emperor's expression changed drastically as he shouted, divine clothing for tribulation transcendence. He Qian, you're simply asking for an exorbitant price. This is impossible. To a martial emperor, the divine clothes for tribulation transcendence were shockingly valuable. This was because the divine robe could help martial sovereigns transcend their tribulations. It was several times more valuable than ordinary tribulation transcending heavenly treasures. An ordinary tribulation transcending heavenly treasure was completely useless to a martial emperor powerhouse. However, the divine clothing for tribulation transcendence was extremely useful to even void emperors and true emperors. It could increase the success rate of transcending the tribulation. Chapter 1923. Escape from the He family. Chapter 1923. Escape from the He family. Every 33,333 years, a martial emperor powerhouse would have to face a calamity of heaven and earth, and each calamity would be more powerful than the last. Since ancient times, countless experts, peerless emperor-level experts, had all turned into dust under RHE heavenly tribulation. There were very few people who could stay alive. Since they had reached the true emperor realm, no one would be willing to die under a great tribulation. Therefore, a divine robe that could increase the chances of a martial emperor transcending a tribulation was extremely valuable to a martial emperor. If he could survive one tribulation, he would be able to live for another 300,000 years. In these 300,000 years, he could go to some dangerous places to take risks and obtain opportunities. His cultivation might even rise to a higher level, and he might be able to survive the next tribulation. The moment He Qian opened his mouth, he wanted to wear the divine tribulation robe. No wonder the Hung clan's true emperor had such a big reaction. I'm telling you, Lu Ming will return to the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy soon. When he returns, it will be impossible for you to take him down and get the Celestial Emperor sword. You have to think carefully which is more important, the divine clothing or the Celestial Emperor's sword. He Gao sneered. The Hung family's true emperor's expression flickered as if he was considering the possibility. The divine clothes for tribulation transcendence. Give it to him. At this moment, another voice came from the Hung family's palace. Then a white-haired elder stepped out. This person was also a true emperor. He Qian's expression changed slightly. His figure moved and retreated 100 miles, afraid that he would be besieged by the other party. The He family and the Hung family had been enemies since ancient times, so he naturally had to be on guard. He Qian, I can give you the divine clothing for tribulation transcendence, but I hope you don't lie to us. Otherwise, the Hung family will kill you even if we have to mobilize all our forces. The white-haired old man said coldly. Give me the divine clothing for tribulation transcendence and I'll bring you to Lu Ming. He Gao said. All right, I'll give it to you. The white-haired elder nodded and returned to the Hung family. After a while he came out again and waved his hand. A storage ring flew towards He Qian. He Qian received it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. His face revealed a look of wild joy. This time it was really killing two birds with one stone. He could get rid of Lu Ming, make Lu Xianxia give up on him, take him as her master, cultivate the 4 seasons technique, and obtain the divine clothing for the tribulation. As long as his plan succeeded, he was 90% confident that he would be able to survive this disaster and increase his lifespan by another 33,333 years. He Qian, can you tell me now? Where is Lu Ming? The true emperor from the Hung family asked. Lu Ming, stay as a guest in my mansion. He Qian smiled proudly. Let's go, well go with you. The Hung clan's white-haired true emperor said. Together with the previous true emperor, they followed He Qian and headed towards the He clan. After Lu Ming and He Qian separated, he frowned. He did nor expect that the other party actually wanted to take Xianxia as a disciple. A true emperor taking Xianxia as a disciple was naturally a good thing for her. However, Lu Ming did not know why, but he felt uncomfortable when he was with He Qian. He felt that He Qian did not simply want to take Xianxia Bella as his disciple. He Qian gave Lu Ming an extremely dangerous feeling. Therefore, when he promised He Qian just now to persuade Xianxia, it was purely perfunctory. We have to bring Xianxia and the rest away as soon as possible. As long as we enter the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy, we will be safe. But how do we bring them away? Lu Ming quickly thought of countermeasures in his mind. After a while he saw Xianxia Bella's courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Ice Dragon Valley Master was pacing back and forth, seemingly very anxious. The master of the ice-cold valley was overjoyed to see Lu Ming. The person who led the way also said his goodbyes and left. Lu Ming, what did He Qian say to you? Is he asking you to persuade Xianxia to acknowledge him as her master? Ice-cold Valley Master hurried over and asked. That's right. Valley Master, you know about it too? Lu Ming nodded and answered. Lu Ming, you must not agree to He Qian's request. Otherwise Xianxia will be in danger. Ice-cold Valley Master said anxiously. Valley Master, what's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed and he asked. He Qian is most likely making use of Xianxia. The ice-cold Valley Master immediately explained that He Qian might have used Xianxia to cultivate and resist the heavenly tribulation. What? Detestable. Lu Ming was shocked after hearing that. He roared in anger and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He Qian wanted to take Xianxia as his disciple. He was not sincere at all. He only wanted to make use of Xianxia. No wonder Lu Ming had a bad feeling previously. Not good. He Qian knows my true identity. He definitely won't let me go. We have to leave immediately. Suddenly Lu Ming's expression changed. At this moment, all kinds of possibilities flashed through Lu Ming's mind. If he was He Qian, he would have killed Lu Ming directly. This way it would be much easier for Xianxia Bela to join another sect without her master. He could even go to the Heng family to seek benefits, killing two birds with one stone. At the thought of this, Lu Ming was extremely anxious. Valley Master, let's go. We have to leave the Heng family immediately. Having said that, Lu Ming rushed into the courtyard. When he saw Xianxia Bela and Tian Chui, Lu Ming immediately summoned the mountain and river diagram and said, Valley Master Xianxia's senior brother, quickly enter the mountain and river diagram. We'll take you are of the He family. Master, this is... Xianxia Bela revealed a puzzled expression. There's no time to explain, hurry. Lu Ming shouted. A white light flashed and Xianxia Bela and Tian Chui were kept into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming, do you have any way to get out? Ice Dragon Valley Master asked anxiously. Valley Master, don't worry. I have my ways. However, I need to borrow your clothes. Lu Ming said. The Valley Master's eyes flickered. Then a set of clothes appeared in his hand and he handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming then put the Valley Master into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming's body began to transform into the appearance of the Ice Dragon Valley Master. Even his aura was exactly the same. Lu Ming quickly changed into Ice Dragon Valley Master's clothes and walked outside. Ice Dragon Valley Master and the others were allowed to move within a certain range. And NBSP as Ice Dragon Valley Master walked out, he secretly glanced at him, but he only glanced at him and ignored him. Lu Ming walked around and came to a remote place. There were no longer any eyes watching him. At this moment he happened to meet a middle-aged man walking towards him. Lu Ming glanced around and could tell that RHE middle-aged man had the cultivation base of the Great Sage Initial Realm. Lu Ming walked toward the man without a word. When he got close, Lu Ming struck R like lightning and knocked RE man unconscious. Then he took off the man's clothes and changed into them. Following that, Lu Ming's figure began to transform into the man's appearance. The middle-aged man was thrown into the mountain and river diagram by Lu Ming. Then Lu Ming swaggered out of the He family's gate. Along the way no one stopped him. Very soon, Lu Ming left the He family residence smoothly. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly as soon as he left the He residence. He saw a few figures in the distance rushing into He residence at a terrifying speed. One of them was He Qian. There really are experts from the Heng family. Lu Ming's eyes were gloomy. He had seen the other two people who came with He Qian. They were two of the three true emperors from the Heng family who had entered the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy to capture him. Chapter 1924. Chapter 1924, Suicide. Chapter 1924. Chapter 1924. Suicide, let's go. 11 Lu Ming did not hesitate. He accelerated to his maximum speed and rushed towards the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. He wanted to use the fastest speed to return to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. On the other side, He Qian brought the two true emperors from the Heng clan to the He clan and arrived outside Lu Xianxiang's residence. Lu Ming, I'll leave it to you. It's not convenient for me to go in. You can't touch the little girl inside. As for the others, you can do as you please. One He Qian warned. The two true emperors from the Heng clan nodded and stepped out. They arrived in the air above Xianxia Bella's courtyard and scanned the area with their spiritual senses. With a single glance, their faces darkened and a hint of anger flashed in their eyes. The two of them moved and arrived in front of He Gao, their eyes burning with anger. He Shao, you dare to play with us? One the white-haired true emperor said coldly. Playing with you? Why do you say that? One He Shao's face darkened as he said this. He did not know why, but he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. There's no one in the courtyard. Are you playing with us? The expression of the other true emperor from the Heng family became even uglier. He Qian's expression changed drastically. There's no one here. How is that possible? He Qian said. After saying that, he rushed into the courtyard like a gust of wind and swept out his spiritual sense violently. There was no one. The courtyard was empty. Damn it, where are they? He Qian bellowed in rage. His spiritual consciousness spread out to the other residences of the He family like a storm. However, he did not find Lu Ming and the rest anywhere it passed. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, two figures flew out and landed in front of He Hao. They were the experts that He Yan had used to secretly monitor Xianxia and the others. Where are they? Where are the people in the courtyard? He Qian roared in rage. His face was twisted in anger. Oh, weren't they in the courtyard? We didn't see them come out. Could it be? It's an estate world treasure. The two of them thought of something and their expressions changed drastically. You two idiots. He Qian rebuked angrily, his eyes flashing with cold, killing intent. He said in a low voice, the art of disguise. Lu Ming is proficient in the art of disguise. I didn't expect this kid to be so meticulous. I was too careless. Although he knew that Lu Ming was proficient in the art of disguise, he had thought that Lu Ming would at least stay at the He family for a day. He had already rushed over to look for the Heng family. As long as Lu Ming stayed any longer, he would not be able to escape. He did not expect that as soon as he left, Lu Ming brought Xianxia Bella and the rest and left the He family. He knew that he had miscalculated. He Shao, what tricks are you playing? If you want to lie to us, hand over the divine tribulation robe. The two true emperors from the Heng clan appeared on either side of He Qian with dark expressions. Their powerful auras enveloped He Qian. You two, this is the He family. He Qian said coldly. The expressions of the two true emperors from the Heng clan changed. That's right, this was the He family. If he made a move against He Qian, he would definitely be attacked by the experts of the He family. At that time they would all be in danger. He Qian, the Heng family's tribulation transcending outfit isn't that easy to trick. If you don't return it, you'll have to wait for the Heng family's revenge unless you hide in the He family forever. The white-haired true emperor of the Heng family said coldly, and the aura around him became even stronger. What are you guys so anxious about? No matter where that little bastard Lu Ming is hiding, I will be able to find him. He Qian sneered. Then he began to form a magical seal with both hands. This was the seal to control the soul-devouring insects. No matter how far away they were, as long as he formed the seal, he could control the soul-devouring insects and sense Lu Ming's location through them. Lu Ming used all his strength and flew towards the Yuan Mountain's sacred academy like a bolt of lightning. The He clan wasn't too far away from the Yuan Mountain's sacred academy. He was rapidly approaching the Yuan Mountain's sacred academy. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's expression changed. He sensed that something was happening in the mountain and river diagram. With a thought, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram. Part of his mind controlled the mountain and river diagram and continued to fly towards the Yuan Mountain's sacred academy. As soon as Lu Ming entered, he saw the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley holding his head with his hands and roaring like a wild beast. His face was full of pain. And NBSP, the Ice Dragon Valley Master's head heavily smashed into the mountain, causing it to shake and sending debris flying. Grandpa Valley Master, what's wrong? Xianxia Bella stood at the side, not knowing what to do, her eyes filled with tears. Poisoned, Valley Master must have been poisoned. Damn it, that He Qian is so vicious. Tian Chue roared. And NBSP just now, Ice Dragon Valley Master had already explained the matter to them, so they understood the cause and effect. Qian let Xianxia cultivate the Four Seasons technique because he wanted to use Xianxia's primordial yin to improve himself. How vicious. The two of them felt a wave of fear after hearing that. Valley Master, what poison did you get? Lu Ming came to the side of Ice Dragon Valley Master and asked. It's the soul-devouring insects. Qian has already returned to the He family and knows that we have escaped. This is bad. He can determine our location through the soul-devouring insects. Lu Ming, kill me. And NBC kill. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. Damn it. How did this happen? Tian Chui, Xianxia, Bela, and Lu Ming's faces were extremely ugly. Quickly kill me. Otherwise Qian will catch up with me very soon. You're courting death. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. His originally gentle face was now twisted in pain. His head slammed heavily on the mountain peak once more, creating a huge pit. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master's face was covered in blood, his white hair scattered. Even with his status as the Valley Master and his absolute Saint Realm cultivation, he still found it difficult to endure. It was clear how terrifying he was. The hearts of Lu Ming and the other two started to tremble. Qian, I will definitely kill you. Lu Ming roared in his heart. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Hurry up and do it. And NBC kill. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. Valley Master. Grandpa Valley Master, we can't do it. Xianxia Bela shook her head repeatedly. How was it possible for them to kill the Ice Dragon Valley Master? Valley Master, we will reach the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy soon. After we reach the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, one will think of a way to ask the Emperor to help you take out the soul-devouring insects. Lu Ming shouted. It's too late. Qian will catch up with us very soon. By then none of us will be able to escape. I'm old and my cultivation has reached its limit. One have no hope of breaking through in the future, but you can't die. You have a bright future. Dragon God Valley will depend on you in the future. Hurry up and do it. And NBC kill. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. No, you can't. The three of them shook their heads firmly. If you guys aren't going to do it, then I'll do it myself. Die. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. The saint energy in his body surged crazily, then rushed to his head. Not good. Lu Ming, Tian Chui, and Xianxia Bela's faces changed drastically. However, it was too late for him to stop it. Boom. And NBSP, a boom exploded in Ice Dragon Valley Master's mind, and then he stood there in a daze. Valley Master. Grandpa Valley Master. Lu Ming and the other two turned pale with fright and rushed to the side of Ice Dragon Valley Master. And NBSP, but at this moment Ice Dragon Valley Master was no longer breathing. He had died and destroyed his own soul to avoid being located by Qian. Chapter 1925. Chapter 1925. Killing Intent. Chapter 1925. Chapter 1925. Killing Intent. Ice Dragon Valley Master had destroyed his own soul. Once the soul was destroyed, the soul would be scattered and the martial artist would naturally die. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming's body exploded with a terrifying aura. His body exuded an extremely cold killing intent, causing the temperature in the mountain and river diagram to drop rapidly. Qian, He family, I, Lu Ming, will definitely get my revenge. Lu Ming roared in his heart and his eyes were bloodshot. Although the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley had not known Lu Ming for a long time, he was a gentle person. Back then he had always stood on Lu Ming's side and helped him a lot with the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. He was a humble and kind elder who always thought for the younger generation and Dragon God Valley. He had chosen to die in order to preserve the hope of Dragon God Valley. He could die, but Lu Ming and the rest could not. Beside him, Tian Chui clenched his fists tightly, his killing intent incomparably thick. Grandpa Valley Master. Xianxia Bela hugged Ice Dragon Valley Master tightly and cried. Over the past few years, Ice Dragon Valley Master had led them on the run. They had experienced too much and had long established a deep relationship. But now she also understood that Qian had planted soul-devouring insects in Ice Dragon Valley's master long ago, but he had never told her. She didn't know how much he had suffered for her in secret. However, she didn't know any of those hardships. This time Ice Dragon Valley Master had chosen to commit suicide not because he couldn't bear the pain but because of them. Thinking of this, Xianxia Bela was in even more pain. One will definitely take revenge for this. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Then with a thought he left the mountain and river diagram and rushed towards the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute with all his might. He understood that now was not the time to be sad. Ice Dragon Valley Master had committed suicide because of them. They could not let down Ice Dragon Valley Master's painstaking efforts. Lu Ming flew at high speed, getting closer and closer to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. In the He family, He Qian's expression suddenly changed. Damn old dogs, you actually committed suicide, but you won't be able to escape from my hands. He Gao shouted in anger and said to the two true emperors of the Hung clan, Lu Ming is rushing to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy at full speed. Chase after him. Buzz. 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 The three true emperor powerhouses moved and disappeared without a trace, chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew at full speed. However, he did not fly in from the main gate of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. Instead, he flew from the side of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. There was a Hung clan martial emperor guarding the main gate of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. If the Hung clan martial emperor received the news and stopped him, he would not be able to enter the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. In front, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was already in sight. The saint energy in Lu Ming's body circulated at full force as he rushed towards the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. Selah. At this moment, the void behind Lu Ming shattered and a few figures stepped out from the spatial crack. It was He Qian and the two true emperors from the Hung family. He Qian swept his gaze and saw Lu Ming flying at full speed. Lu Ming, get over here. He Qian bellowed. He stretched out his hand and a huge hand formed, grabbing at Lu Ming. Explode, explode, explode. Go. Lu Ming roared. The saint energy in his body exploded like gunpowder, producing a shocking power that increased his speed. This method couldn't last long, only for a short time, and it was very harmful to the body. But now Lu Ming could not care so much. Lu Ming's speed increased sharply and he rushed out of the range of He Qian's large hand, rushing into the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Not good, he has rushed into the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. What should we do? The two true emperors from the Hung family had ugly expressions. If Lu Ming rushed into the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute, he would be under the protection of the institute. 111 Take him down no matter where I go. He Qian's face was ferocious and filled with cold killing intent. Lu Ming actually dared to take Lu Xianxia away. He deserved to die. Lu Xianxia was related to whether he would be able to survive the next major tribulation. This was more important than anything else. If Lu Ming dared to stop him, he could not wait to cut him into 1,000 pieces. And that old dog Ice Dragon actually killed himself. He really got off easy. Buzz. He Qian rushed straight into the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. He stretched out his hand and condensed another huge hand, grabbing towards Lu Ming. This huge hand covered the sky and covered the sun. This time Lu Ming could not escape at all. However, at this moment, a beam of divine light burst out from the depths of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The divine light was like a sword. With a slash, He Qian's huge hand instantly shattered. The terrifying divine light did not stop and continued to slash towards He Hao. Boom. He Qian tried his best, but it was still useless. He was directly sent flying out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. His face was as pale as paper and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His aura was extremely weak. A hole had appeared in his chest, and the terrifying destructive power was corroding his flesh. Great Emperor. He Qian muttered, revealing a deep fear. A true emperor actually dares to attack a disciple of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Do you think my words are nonsense? An ancient voice rang out from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. As the last word was spoken, a sound wave surged towards He Qian and the two true emperors from the Hung clan. The three of them had a huge change in expression as they frantically retreated. However, their bodies still trembled and they were severely injured. Especially He Qian, his injuries were even more severe. If there's a next time, I'll kill. The great emperor's voice rang out again and then it fell silent. Damn it! He Qian bellowed in his heart. He looked at Lu Ming in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, his heart filled with unwillingness. Lu Ming had taken Lu Xianxia away just like that. His plan was ruined. Furthermore, he had just been severely injured by the great emperor's attack. His chances of surviving the next tribulation were even lower. He was furious. He roared in his heart and was extremely unwilling. He wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces, but he did not dare to enter the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The great emperor had already given the order. If he stepped in again, the great emperor would definitely kill him. Old dog He Qian, if you don't die, one will personally cut off your dog head in the future. Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on He Qian from afar as his cold voice was heard. Just you. You better stay in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy for the rest of your life and never come out. He Qian said coldly. Old dog, just you wait. This matter isn't over yet. Lu Ming said coldly. Then he moved and left the place. Humph, little bastard, you're far away. He Qian snorted coldly and planned to leave and return to the He family. However, in a flash, the two true emperors from the Hung family blocked He Qian's path. What's the meaning of this? He Gao asked with a cold face. What do you mean? We didn't catch Lu Ming. It's time to return the Tribulation Transcendence clothes to us. The white-haired true emperor of the Hung clan said coldly. Return it to you? I've already provided you with information about Lu Ming and you've seen him. The Tribulation Transcending Sage robe is mine. As for whether you've caught Lu Ming or not, it's none of my business. He Xiao's eyes turned as he said slyly. Now that he had lost Xianxia and was injured by the great emperor, his chances of success in the next great tribulation were even lower. Right now, the divine robe was his only hope. How could he hand it over to the Hung family? If he handed over the divine clothing, he would definitely not be able to survive the next great tribulation and would die in it. This was a matter of life and death. Chapter 1926. Chapter 1926. The revenge begins. He Qian, you're trying to trick the Hung family's tribulation transcending outfit. Be careful that you won't be able to use it even if you have the life to take it. One of the Hung clan's true emperors shouted, and his powerful aura locked onto Lu Ming. If you can't capture Lu Ming, you have no right to take the Hung family's divine robe for tribulation transcendence. Hand it over. The Hung clan's white-haired true emperor shouted coldly, and the divine light of the world bloomed from his body. If He Qian didn't hand over the divine tribulation transcending robe, he would attack at any moment. The divine clothing for tribulation transcendence was extremely precious. It could only be encountered by chance and not sought after. Moreover, it was a one-time use. After transcending the heavenly tribulation once, it would be useless the next time. Initially, it was worth it to take down Lu Ming and obtain the Celestial Emperor's sword. However, Lu Ming had not been taken down and the Celestial Thearch's sword had not been obtained. How could they be willing to let it be regarded as a piece of divine clothing for tribulation transcendence for no reason? He Qian's expression was unsightly. He was truly unwilling to hand over the treasure that he had obtained. All right, 111, return it to you. But one provided the information after all, so you should at least compensate me. He Gao said coldly. Compensation? What do you want? The white-haired true emperor of the Hung clan asked. A true emperor weapon. He Qian spoke. A true emperor weapon? The two true emperors of the Hung clan looked at each other and nodded. All right, we agree to your request. The Hung clan's white-haired true emperor said with a nod. Although true emperor weapons were precious, they were still far inferior to the tribulation transcending divine clothes. All right, then I'll give you the divine clothing for tribulation transcendence. He Qian revealed an expression of heartache. One. He took out a storage ring and threw it to the Hung clan's white-haired true emperor. The white-haired true emperor of the Hung clan waved his hand and grabbed the storage ring. At this time, He Qian's eyes revealed a ruthless look as he muttered, "Explode." Boom. The storage ring exploded, and the destructive power sent the white-haired true emperor of the Hung family flying. This way, there was a gap in the encirclement of the two true emperors of the Hung family. Run. He Qian seized the opportunity and flew out like a bolt of lightning, fleeing in the direction of the He clan. Damn it, He Qian, you're looking for death. The Hung family's white-haired true emperor let out a heaven-shaking roar. What can you do to me if I hide in the He family? He Qian sneered, his voice coming from afar. Now his heavenly tribulation was more important. There were less than 100 years left. At most, he would hide in the He family for the next 100 years. 100 years was just a blink of an eye to him. The He family was as famous as the Hung family. As long as he hid in the He family and didn't come out, the Hung family couldn't do anything to him. He flew toward the He family like a bolt of lightning. He Qian, how dare you covet the Hung family's treasure? Your He family will pay the price. Behind him, the other true emperor from the Hung family roared and chased after He Qian. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. In the Yuan Mountain's sacred academy, a figure flashed and Lu Ming appeared. Lu Ming had seen everything that had happened to the three true emperors earlier. It looks like He Qian tipped the Hung family off and used my information to exchange for the Hung family's treasure. Now they're in a mess. Very well, He family, Hing family, just you wait. We'll make you pay soon. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He took a step forward and his figure disappeared. In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, a new tomb appeared on a mountain peak rich with original qi. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Bela, Tianchui, and Xuanxin were kowtowing in front of the tomb of the Ice Dragon Valley Master. Behind him, the other members of the Dragon Alliance also bowed. After a long time, Lu Ming stood up. He took out a pot of wine and poured it in front of the tomb of the Ice Dragon Valley Master. Then, with a single thought, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the tomb of the Ice Dragon Valley Master. This person was the one who was brought out of the He family by Lu Ming. He was also a member of He Hao's mansion. Valley Master, today I will offer the blood of this person from the He family to you. In the future I will personally take off He Qian's dog head and come to offer it to you. With that, Lu Ming raised his knife and cut off the man's head. Valley Master, it'll make the He and Hung families pay some interest soon. Lu Ming muttered. Then he turned around and left the place. It was useless to be overly sad. Lu Ming would use his actions to make the He family regret. In Lu Ming's residence, he took out the Stone of Chaos and studied it carefully. I've lost the chaotic original qi as expected. What a pity. Lu Ming took a look. He injected his saint energy and chaos laws into it, but there was no reaction. There was no chaos qi in the chaos gem at all. However, a chaos gem was still a chaos gem. Even without chaos qi, it could still be used as the main material to craft monarch weapons. Lu Ming used his holy weapon to attack the Rock of Chaos, but he could not even leave a mark on it. Lu Ming refined it. At a critical moment, it might be used as a defensive treasure to resist the enemy's attack. After that, Lu Ming closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. 3 days later, Lu Ming was back to his peak state. He then used the divine breath technique to change his appearance and left the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. Outside the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, there were still experts from the Hung family standing guard. When they saw Lu Ming coming out, they scanned him with their spiritual senses but found nothing unusual. Lu Ming swaggered away. Lu Ming had come out for nothing but revenge. He didn't have the power to fight the He and Hung families yet, but he could collect some interest first. Lu Ming's first stop was Vientiane Tower. Firstly, Lu Ming bought all the information about the Hung family and the He family at Vientiane Tower. He even bought the information of some important figures in the two families. Of course, it cost a lot of money. After Lu Ming took away the information of the important figures of the two families, he began to study it in detail. 3 days later, Lu Ming went to Vientiane Tower again to inquire about some people from the Hung family and He family. Drunken Immortal Restaurant, one of the 3 buildings in Heavenly Emperor City, was extremely famous. That was because the beauties in the Drunken Immortal Restaurant were the most famous in the Heavenly Emperor City. Of course, there was also good wine that could make immortals drunk and dream of death. Therefore, this place had become the gathering place for the young geniuses of many forces in Heavenly Emperor City. Not only the young geniuses but even the older generation would come. He Yutong was one of the top heaven's favorites in the younger generation of the He family. He was placed in an important position in the He family at a young age. Although he did not have a king physique, he was a heaven's favorite second only to the king physique. Now his cultivation had reached the great saint perfection realm. However, he had been very depressed during this period of time. He was also cultivating in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. However, the supreme talents of the He family didn't have much achievements. They were suppressed in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Out of the 4 sets of array discs, the He family didn't get a single one. In the end, they could only choose to join the Divine Fire Alliance. Therefore, he was very unhappy. In his spare time, he would run out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, return to the He clan, or go to the Drunken Immortal Restaurant to relax. In Drunken Immortal Restaurant, there was a mirror-like lake. On the lake, there were sailboats floating, and on the lakeshore there were many pavilions. He Yutong was lying in a pavilion with 2 beautiful girls. One was massaging his shoulders and the other was lying in his arms. She was soft and fragrant. He closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed it. He Yutong, get out here. At this moment, a loud roar broke the silence. Chapter 1927. Chapter 1927. Intensifying the conflict between the two families, a loud roar broke the silence and He Yutong's mood. Which bastard dares to disturb this young master? He's courting death. He Yutong stood up and stepped out of the pavilion. He looked ahead with cold eyes. In front of him, a middle-aged man stood on the lake with his hands behind his back. Who are you? He Yutong looked at the middle-aged man and narrowed his eyes. He did not know this man. The person who wants your life. The middle-aged man said coldly. Then he dashed toward He Yutong. Saint power surged in his hand and formed a long sword. Like a rainbow light, the long sword stabbed toward He Yutong as fast as lightning. He Yutong was shocked. He exploded with all his power and a saber appeared in his hand. He slashed at the middle-aged man. Clang! The long sword and the saber collided, creating a buzzing sound. He Yutong's body trembled and he was forced to retreat. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Eternal Springs laws. You're from the Heng family. Why do you want to kill me? He Yutong roared. At this time, the people in the sailboats and other pavilions on the lake had long been alarmed. They looked over in their direction and were all shocked. The laws of Eternal Spring were unique to the Heng family. Only the bloodline and body constitution of the Heng family could comprehend the laws of Eternal Spring. The Heng family came to kill He Yutong? The Heng family and the He family were sworn enemies. 1,000 years ago there had been a fierce battle between them. However, in the last few hundred years their relationship had eased a lot. Although there were still some conflicts, there were very few people who would kill each other in front of the public for no reason. Now why did the middle-aged man want to kill He Yutong? He Qian, old dog, you're so shameless. You took away the Heng family's treasure and didn't return it. Then I'll make your He family disciples pay the price. The middle-aged man said coldly. His aura exploded and a terrifying sword light cut through the air and slashed toward He Yutong. No, run. He Yutong roared madly. He wanted to escape, but the difference in combat strength between him and his opponent was too great. With a slash of the sword, all his resistance collapsed. His entire body was cut in half and his corpse fell into the lake. He Qian, old dog, you only have yourself to blame. The middle-aged man left these words and soared into the sky, leaving the place. This middle-aged man was naturally Lu Ming in disguise. Previously, at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, he had seen He Qian and the two true emperors of the Heng family in conflict. From the words of the other party, Lu Ming speculated that He Qian must have used him as a condition to take the Heng family's treasure. Later on, the Heng family wanted it back, but He Qian did not return it. Back then, the two true emperors of the Heng family had shouted that they wanted the He family to pay the price. Now, Lu Ming was taking advantage of this and attacking the He family members to provoke a conflict between the two sides. As for Lu Ming's chaos laws, other than the kingly laws and the 10 ultimate laws, all the other laws could be changed. The laws of Eternal Spring were not the laws of the King Path. Naturally, Lu Ming could change them. An expert from the Heng family had killed He Yutong, the pride of the He family. The reason was that He Qian of the He family had taken the Heng family's treasure. After Lu Ming left, this piece of news spread at a terrifying speed from the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Not long after, a few old men sat in a hall of the He family. The atmosphere was very serious. Bang! He Qian slammed the table heavily, his eyes full of anger. Preposterous. Is the Heng family going to start a war with our He family? They had already received the news of He Yutong's death and were currently discussing this matter. It's all because of you. You embezzled the Heng family's divine robe for tribulation, which caused such a disaster. He Yutong also died because of you. The other old man said coldly. What do you mean by that? He Qian's eyes were cold as he looked at the person. That person was in existence at the same level as He Qian, so how could he be afraid of He Qian? He sneered and said, it's very clear what I mean. If you didn't take the Heng family's treasure, why would they send people to kill my He family? No matter what, you have to pay the price for this. Hand over the divine robe and it will belong to the family. Of course, the He family was not united. It was divided into various factions. Bullshit, one deserved the divine clothing. If you want it, fight me. Let's see what you can do. Die. He Gao shouted, his powerful aura filling the hall. Alright, stop arguing. The most important thing now is how to deal with the Heng family's revenge. The other old man waved his hand and said. At worst, we'll just fight the Heng family. He Gao said coldly. It was impossible for him to hand over the divine clothing for tribulation transcendence. The divine clothing was related to whether he could survive the heavenly tribulation or not, and it was more important than anything. At this moment they received a message at the same time. They took out their jade voice transmission talismans and their expressions changed again. Damn it, the Heng family is too much. Is this an all-out war? The few elders roared. They had just received news that 2 more experts from the He family had been killed by the Heng family. If it could be tolerated, then who couldn't? The Heng family was obviously going to take revenge. If they delayed any longer, who knew how many people would be killed? Let's go to the Heng family. I'd like to see if they want to start a full-scale war. An old man sitting at the head of the table said coldly before walking out. The other elders, including Zhou Xian, also followed. They left the hall and headed straight for the Heng family. In a hall of the Heng family, some elders were discussing some matters. Who sent people to kill the He family? Someone asked. We didn't do that. Although Zhou Xian was despicable and took the divine clothing for himself, we were still thinking of a way and didn't send anyone to kill the He family members. The white-haired true emperor who had given the tribulation-transcending divine robe to Zhou Xian said with a frown. The others also looked at each other. They didn't send anyone, so who was it that killed the He family? Could it be a private act of the Heng family's descendants? The people of the He clan are despicable and shameless. In my opinion, we should just kill them. The other true emperor said coldly. 1,000 years ago, the He clan and the Heng clan had an intense war. These emperor-level figures had all fought with the He clan back then and had great enmity with them. So what if they killed a few people of the He clan? Boom. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying fluctuation came from outside the Heng family. Many powerful auras filled the air. It seems like the people from the He family have come. Zhou Xian took our divine clothing for tribulation transcendence, and the people of the He clan still dare to come here. Make them hand over the divine clothing. The elders snorted and rushed out of the hall. Outside the Heng family, Zhou Xian and the other experts of the He family stood in the sky. Terrifying auras emanated from their bodies as they pressed down on the Heng family's palace. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. In the Heng family, many experts appeared in a flash. In the end, a few elders from the Heng family flew over. Each of them exuded a vast aura that negated the aura of the He family's powerhouses. Zhou Xian, you still dare to come? Hand over the divine clothing. The Heng clan's white-haired true emperor stared at Zhou Xian, and his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Chapter 1928. Chapter 1928, War Between Two Races. Chapter 1928. Chapter 1928, War Between Two Races. Your Heng family still wants my tribulation-transcending outfit? In your dreams, you secretly sent people to kill my He family members. How do you explain this? Zhou Xian shouted. We didn't send anyone to kill the people of the He family. An expert from the Heng clan spoke. Bullshit. You used the laws of eternal spring to kill the people of the He family. Do you think we're blind? An expert of the He clan shouted. What a joke. Zhou Xian took my tribulation-transcending clothes and we didn't even go to his house. Your He family only lost a few useless pieces of trash and you came to my Heng family. Do you want to start a war? An expert from the Heng clan coldly spoke. The He clan and the Heng clan had always been mortal enemies. Although they had eased up a little in recent years, these martial emperor powerhouses had lived for a long time and had fought with each other countless times. Their enmity was not that easy to resolve. Every time they met, it was always with swords drawn and bows bent. Good, very good. You killed members of the He family. Do you think we're easy to bully? Unless you don't go out in the future, hee hee. Zhou Xian sneered. In other words, if the Heng family could kill the He family could also kill the Heng family. Zhou Xian, then I'll kill you first. The white-haired true emperor from the Heng clan had a very strong killing intent. Zhou Xian had taken one of their divine tribulation-transcending clothes, so he wanted to kill Zhou Xian immediately and take it back. At this moment, a figure flew over at high speed and arrived beside the Heng family expert. True emperor, it's not good. The He family has been secretly hunting the experts of my Heng family. 2 great saints and 1 absolute saint have been killed by the He family. The man reported. What? You should die. When the Heng family's true emperor expert heard this, he was instantly enraged. On the surface, the He family had come to denounce their crimes, but they had secretly sent people to kill the Heng family members. They were despicable and shameless. Nonsense. We didn't send anyone to kill your Heng family. An old man from the He family said with a frown. You're obviously using the law of the 4 seasons, yet you dare to say that you're not a member of the He family. The person who came to report the news shouted. The He family inherited the law of the 4 seasons, which was similar to the eternal spring law of the Heng family. In the distant past, the He family was even known as the descendants of the celestial emperor, which was why they were mortal enemies with the Heng family. Damn it, you took the Heng family's divine tribulation robe and now you're sending people to kill my Heng family members. Today all of you can stay. One of the Heng clan's true emperors was furious. He activated his world energy and a terrifying sword light shot towards the He clan's true emperor. If you want to start a war, don't think that the He family will be afraid of you. The true emperor of the He clan was also furious and launched a counterattack. Do it. The other experts of the Heng family also made their moves. Terrifying sword lights burst out and attacked the experts of the He family. However, the He clan's experts were all at the true emperor level, so they also launched their counterattacks. The entire area was blown up. The terrifying force was rampant. The entire heavenly emperor city seemed to be shaking. The chaotic battle of true emperors was too terrifying. Countless people were alarmed and flew up to watch. Heavens, a battle between true emperors. That's the experts of the Heng and He families. Are the 2 families going to have another war after 1,000 years? In the distance, many people watched in fear. In the distant sky, Lu Ming transformed into a dark-skinned young man and watched from afar. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. In fact, his plan wasn't very brilliant. He used the chaos laws to split up the Heng family and the He family and kill the other side's people to trigger a conflict between the 2 sides. As long as the 2 families calmed down and discussed this plan, it would not be difficult for them to see through it. They might even suspect Lu Ming. However, the enmity between the 2 families was deep to begin with. It was like gunpowder that would ignite at the slightest spark. Moreover, there was also He Qian's matter, so it was impossible for the 2 families to sit down and get along. After a few words, they really started fighting. Boom. Boom. Terrifying sword and saber lights filled the entire sky. The space cracked open, revealing a terrifying pitch-black space. However, this was the Heng family. As soon as they started, powerful auras were released in the Heng family. Some terrifying experts woke up from their seclusion and joined the battle. The He family's true emperor expert was instantly at a disadvantage. Rush out and return to the He family. A true emperor from the He clan roared. There were 5 true emperors from the He clan who came. The 5 of them joined forces and attacked madly. However, there were more and more true emperors from the Heng family. They were at a complete disadvantage and couldn't charge out at all. Attack the rest of the Heng family. He Qian's eyes revealed a malevolent look as he slashed out a blade light. It wasn't aimed at the other true emperors, but at the Heng family's palaces and those below the true emperor realm. Not good, despicable. The Heng clan's true emperors roared in anger. 2 of them rushed out to help, but it was too late. He Qian's blade light was hundreds of miles long. As it fell, countless Heng family members were turned into ashes. A hundreds of miles long crack appeared in the palace of the Heng family and continued to extend forward. He Shao, you're looking for death. The Heng clan's true emperors were enraged and some of them charged towards He Qian. However, He Qian's face was filled with ferocity as he slashed at the other members of the Heng family. The few true emperors had no choice but to block He Qian's saber light. Normally, when true emperors fought, they wouldn't attack the weak. However, He Qian's great tribulation was approaching. This time he did not have much confidence, so he acted extremely crazily and did not follow any rules. When the Heng clan's true emperors went to rescue the others, an opening appeared in the encirclement. He Qian and the other 5 true emperors from the He clan broke out of the encirclement and rushed towards the He clan. He family, you must pay with your blood. The Heng family's true emperor let out an angry roar. In the distance, Lu Ming sneered. His figure flashed and he headed towards the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Next, he didn't need to do anything. He just had to watch. A war would definitely break out between the Heng family and the He family. Not long after Lu Ming returned to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, in the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Xianxia wielded his combat sword and charged towards the Divine Fire Alliance. In the Divine Fire Alliance, he killed the He family's #1 prodigy, a powerful king body. This matter shook the entire Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The He clan elite was in the top 10 of the Saint King ranking. He was terrifyingly talented and was the second in command of the Divine Fire Alliance. However, he had been killed just like that. No one in the Divine Fire Alliance dared to stop the Eternal Star River. After hearing this news, the He family was in an uproar. He was the #1 heaven's favorite of the He family, with a powerful king body and unparalleled talent. He was regarded as the future hope of the He family and a figure who had the potential to break through to the great sovereign realm. But now he was killed by the Star River just like that. Start the battle. An angry voice came from the He family. Start the battle. It was the same in the Heng family. On this day, the Heng clan and the He clan both sent out terrifying experts. They met in the central area of the two clans. There was nothing to say, and a terrifying battle immediately broke out between the two clans. Chapter 1929. Heavenly Emperor Mountain Battle Between Great Emperors. Chapter 1929. Heavenly Emperor Mountain Battle Between Great Emperors. The He clan and the Heng clan each sent out thousands of experts, and a terrifying battle broke out in the area between the two clans. This battle had shocked the entire Heavenly Emperor city. This battle was extremely brutal. The sun and the moon had lost their light. The area around the Heavenly Emperor city had been razed to the ground. That battle lasted for an entire day. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses before they retreated. It was said that many experts from both sides had died in this battle. Even more than 10 martial emperors and even true emperors had fallen. In the Heavenly Emperor city, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. This was because everyone knew that the war between the two clans would not end just like that. On the contrary, it was only the beginning. Sure enough, after this battle, the two families were at war. Both sides sent people to attack each other's businesses. Both sides were constantly fighting and experts were constantly being killed. The enmity between the two sides had reached an irreconcilable point. The battle was getting more and more intense, and even true emperors would often kill each other. Every day there would be experts dying. This intense battle lasted for 3 months and countless experts from the Heng and He families had died. However, this did not stop the two parties. Instead, their hatred grew even more intense. On this day, a piece of news shook the entire Heavenly Emperor city, and even the entire Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. The Heng clan's great emperor had challenged the He clan's great emperor. Half a month later, they would fight to the death at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The battle between great emperors shocked the world. Countless people were dumbfounded and shocked. He didn't expect that the confrontation between the two families would eventually lead to a battle between great emperors. Heavenly Emperor City was the #1 holy land among the 9 holy lands in Mount Yuan. It was the most powerful. As one of the most powerful forces in Heavenly Emperor City, the Heng family and the He family both had great emperors. In half a month, the great emperors of the two clans would fight at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. When Lu Ming heard this news, he was somewhat dumbfounded. He did not expect that things would develop to this stage. However, this was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. Wasn't his original intention to let the He family and the Heng family fight each other? He would use the blood of the Heng and He families to pay tribute to the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley. It would be even more perfect if a great emperor died. Lu Ming sneered. A battle between great sovereigns was a rare sight. This incident had alarmed most of the powerful forces in the Yuan Mountain. In the past half a month, many experts had come to the Heavenly Emperor City, wanting to see the great sovereigns. Time flew by and half a month passed in a flash. On this day, countless people gathered at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Normally, when great emperors fought, no one would dare to get close to watch. Great sovereigns were too powerful. Even a wisp of their chi would be disastrous. They would definitely die. Even ordinary martial sovereigns would not be able to survive. However, it would be different at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Legend had it that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was the place where the Heavenly Emperor had cultivated and verified his Tao. On it, the Heavenly Emperor's Qi engine filled the air. Ordinary people would not be able to climb up the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Even for martial emperor powerhouses, their cultivation would be greatly suppressed when they ascended the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It was said that even true emperor powerhouses could not fly when they entered the Heavenly Emperor Mountain's range. Only the great emperor powerhouses could fly when they entered the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. However, they would be greatly suppressed. The fluctuations from the battle would also be suppressed and would not cause any disastrous consequences. On this morning, the sky surrounding the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was filled with countless figures. There were countless people of all cultivation levels. There were Martial Royal Realm, Saint Realm, Martial Emperor Realm, and even true Emperor Realm experts. A battle between great emperors was a rare sight. It might be of help to a true emperor. Under the lead of a few true emperor-level teachers from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, the geniuses of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy also came to the void far away from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. They looked on from afar. Lu Ming and the others were among them. Selah. Selah. At this moment, the void not far away from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain suddenly cracked. From two openings a figure stepped out. Two figures were completely shrouded in endless light. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but they had a strong and boundless aura that spread in all directions. Although they were very far away at this moment, countless people felt as if a divine mountain was pressing down on their bodies. This kind of pressure was like facing the heavenly Tao, and they were unable to resist. Two great emperors. The great emperors of the He and Hung clans had arrived. The two great emperors looked at each other from a distance and exploded with an even more shocking aura. This time 111 kill you. A voice was heard. This voice was cold and full of arrogance, like a god looking down on all living beings. Lu Ming had heard this voice before. It was the great emperor of the Hung family. Back then, it had sounded at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, and he had even fought with Emperor Notionless. You're the one who's going to die. The other figure was clearly the great emperor of the He family. His voice was deep and filled with endless dominance. Buzz. Buzz. Next, the two figures moved at the same time and flew towards the top of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. In the beginning, their speed was so astonishing that many people could not see them clearly. However, as soon as the two of them entered the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, they seemed to have felt a terrifying pressure. Their speed had drastically slowed down. The closer they got to the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the slower their speed became. In the end, the light on the two figures disappeared, and their bodies were revealed to everyone. The emperor of the Hung family was an old man with gloomy eyes. The great emperor of the He family, on the other hand, looked like a middle-aged brawny man with a burly figure and unparalleled dominance. Of course, one couldn't judge a person's age by their appearance. The two great emperors of the Hung and He families had lived for countless years. Both of them landed on the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and faced each other. Then both of them suddenly rushed to each other and struck out their palms at the same time. Thump. With a muffled boom, the entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain seemed to be shaking. As for Lu Ming and the rest, even though they were very far away, they could feel the intense fluctuations in the space. So terrifying. Is this the strength of a great emperor? This is the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, yet it can cause such a shocking shock. An ordinary void emperor at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain could barely contend with them. They could not fight with them at all. Indeed, the strength of the great emperor realm is not a small matter. Some people were discussing. After the exchange of blows, the great emperors from the Hung clan and the He clan both retreated slightly before launching another attack at each other. The two of them clashed again, creating a shocking shockwave. If this was outside, the world would probably be turned upside down. After that, the two of them continued to fight, but it was very normal. It was like two low-level martial artists fighting, one move after another, and the speed was not particularly fast. This made many people look at each other. Were great emperors always so ordinary? Lu Ming, Qiu Yu and the rest were also at a loss. They could not see what was so brilliant about it. However, the few true emperor teachers from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy all had a serious expression on their faces as they stared intently. Chapter 1930. The Blood of a Great Sovereign Changes in Mount Emperor. Chapter 1930. The Blood of a Great Sovereign Changes in Mount Emperor don't underestimate this kind of fight. It's the most dangerous kind of fight. Every move is a collision between the great Tao and the power of the world. It's extremely terrifying. One mistake and you'll die. The voice of a teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy rang out as he explained to the disciples. A great emperor expert controls the great Tao of heaven and earth. With every move, the great Tao will be added to the body and the power of the world will follow closely. This is the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. If it was in the outside world, a casual attack would be able to turn the world upside down and have the power to destroy the world. The teacher continued to explain while everyone observed carefully. Unfortunately, their cultivation was too low. They hadn't reached the Great Emperor realm yet, so it was difficult for them to understand the mysteries of the Great Emperor realm. They could only watch the show. Boom. Boom. On the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the speed of the two people's fight became faster and faster. Their expressions also became more and more serious. Each time they exchanged blows, a terrifying vibration would burst out. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain would tremble slightly and the space would shake violently. On the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, a layer of hazy halos spread out. It was extremely mysterious and locked most of the force inside. Soon, the two great emperors exchanged 100 moves and were evenly matched. Then they both took out their weapons. The Hung clan's great emperor used a sword while the He clan's great emperor used a saber. Without a doubt, they were both terrifying monarch weapons. The two continued to fight. However, the two of them had similar cultivation and combat power. After many moves, they were still unable to determine the winner. Just as the two of them were engaged in an intense battle, a figure suddenly appeared at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Everyone was shocked. Yes, at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, there had only been two great emperors fighting. How could there be an extra figure? Clearly, this figure did not appear out of thin air. Instead, he had hidden on the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. As soon as this figure appeared, he launched an attack at the great emperor of the He family. His attack was extremely violent and was no weaker than the two great emperors. It was obvious that he was also a great emperor. Everyone was shocked. How could a great emperor suddenly appear at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? Luo, it's you. You're so despicable. The great emperor of the He clan roared. Luo. Many people were shocked. There was only one emperor surnamed Luo in the Yuan Mountain Holy Land, and that was the ancient Sun Holy Land's Daluo Heaven Sect's emperor. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. This emperor who had suddenly appeared was probably the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven Sect, the grandfather of Luo Tsongqiong. Apparently, the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven Sect had been hiding at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain for a long time. They were waiting for the opportunity to join hands with the great emperor of the Hung family to kill the great emperor of the He family. I told you, the one who will die today is you. The Hung clan's great emperor coldly spoke as his battle sword continued to slash towards the He clan's great emperor. Facing two experts of the same level, the great emperor of the He clan was no match for them and was immediately at a disadvantage. Not good. Heng family, you're despicable. The people of the He family roared in anger. Their faces were extremely ugly and they were extremely worried. If the great sovereign of the He family were to die, it would be a disaster for the He family. Without a great emperor, they couldn't fight against the Heng family at all and would be destroyed by the Heng family. The He family, which had been passed down for countless years, would be annihilated. All's fair in war, you don't even know this. The experts of the Heng family sneered. They were ecstatic. They hoped that their great emperor could kill the great emperor of the He family. Then their Heng family would become even more powerful. Everyone was looking at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain nervously. If a great emperor had truly fallen, it would involve a lot of people. It would change the situation of the Heavenly Emperor City. The great emperor of the He clan tried his best to resist, but he was no match for the two great emperors. Not long after, the He family's great emperor was hit by the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven Sect. His body shook, his face flushed, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz. The battle sword of the Hung clan's great emperor slashed over, but the He clan's great emperor dodged it by a hair's breadth. Kill. The Hung clan's great emperor let out a long roar, and his sword technique became faster and faster. The injured great emperor of the He clan found it harder and harder to dodge. After a few more moves, the He clan's great emperor finally couldn't dodge and was slashed in the chest by the Hung clan's great emperor. A long sword wound appeared and his entire body was almost cut in half. The great emperor's blood splattered everywhere and scattered on the peak of the heavenly emperor mountain. The great emperor of the He family roared and wanted to retreat, but his retreat was blocked by the Daluo heaven sect. He roared he was unwilling. If they were not at the heavenly emperor mountain, everything of theirs would have been suppressed. If they were outside the heavenly emperor mountain, even if the two great sovereigns joined hands, they might not be able to stop him. With his strength he would have no worries in escaping. However, this was the heavenly emperor mountain, it would be different. He understood that he had fallen into a trap. Going to the heavenly emperor mountain to fight with the great emperor of the Hung clan was clearly the other party's scheme. Great emperor! The people of the He clan cried out in sorrow, their hearts trembling with fear. Could it be that the great emperor of the He clan was really going to fall here today? The Heng family members were ecstatic. But at this moment a change suddenly occurred. Buzz! Suddenly the heavenly emperor mountain started to shake violently. Endless brilliant radiance spread out. Boom! Boom! Next, a shocking explosion sound emerged from the heavenly emperor mountain and shattered rocks flew everywhere. What's going on? Many people's expression changed drastically. Why did such a shocking change suddenly appear at the heavenly emperor mountain? Such a thing had never happened before. It's the blood of the great sovereign. The blood of the great sovereign has been absorbed by the heavenly emperor mountain. Some of the true emperor realm cultivators shouted. Their eyes were sharp and their spiritual senses were sharp. Even from far away they could still notice this. Everyone's heart trembled. It was actually because of the great emperor's blood. However, why would the blood of the great emperor cause such a change to the heavenly emperor mountain? Boom! 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 At this moment, three extremely terrifying auras spread out from the heaven and earth mountain. It was the aura of three great emperors. Previously, the chi of the great emperor had been completely suppressed by the heavenly emperor mountain. Now the heavenly emperor mountain seemed to have lost its suppressing effect. Get lost! The great emperor of the He clan let out a long howl as a terrifying and boundless power erupted. With a slash of his blade, the vast sky was split open and a spatial crack of unknown length appeared in the sky. The great emperor of the He clan transformed into a blade light and charged into the spatial crack. Don't even think about leaving. The great emperors from the Heng family and the Daluo heaven sect chased after the great emperor from the He family and rushed into the spatial crack. And NBSP, the void in the spatial rift, immediately exploded with terrifying ripples. Boom! 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 The heavenly emperor mountain continued to shake. The radiance grew brighter and brighter. Finally, the radiance condensed into a figure. This figure was dressed in a white robe. He looked very young, like a young man in his 30s. He was tall, handsome, and had the aura to swallow the world. He just stood there as if he was the only one in the world. Heavens! Celestial Emperor, could this be the Celestial Emperor? Many people's voices trembled. Selah. The spatial crack appeared again and the figure of the Hung clan's great emperor appeared. His face was somewhat gloomy as he also looked at the heavenly emperor apparition in the sky above the heavenly emperor mountain with a surprised expression. Then the great emperor of the Daluo heaven sect also appeared beside him. Selah. In the distance, spatial fluctuations could be felt as the great emperor of the He family appeared. Chapter 1931. The Celestial Thearch's Figure. Chapter 1931. The Celestial Thearch's Figure. The appearance of the three great emperors meant that the great emperors from the Heng family and the Daluo heaven sect couldn't do anything to the great emperor from the He family. Once they lost the suppression of the heavenly emperor mountain in the outside world, it would be difficult for two great emperors of the same level to kill the other one unless the difference in strength was too great. Seeing that the great emperor of the He clan was fine, everyone in the He clan let out a long sigh of relief. The three great emperors all looked at the shadow in the sky. Heavenly Emperor's projection, said the emperor of the Hung clan. His expression was grave, but he was also filled with anticipation. At this moment the space above Lu Ming and the others fluctuated and a figure appeared out of thin air. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. This person was Emperor Wuxia of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The teachers and students of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy were just about to bow when Emperor Wuxia waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to bow. At this moment the figure in the sky was becoming more and more corporeal and everyone was shocked. Could it be that the celestial arch was about to be resurrected? Or was this just a mark left by the heavenly emperor when he was in seclusion? Everyone guessed that today's matter had exceeded their expectations. Buzz. Just as the heavenly emperor apparition had condensed to the extreme, his figure suddenly flew towards the heavenly emperor mountain. He entered the mountain and disappeared. Boom. In the next moment, with a shocking boom, the entire heavenly emperor mountain exploded. The majestic heavenly emperor mountain exploded. Then a light beam shot out from below the heavenly emperor mountain and pierced through the sky. That is a flower. Someone exclaimed. At the foot of the heavenly emperor mountain, a beam of light shot into the sky. Between the light beam, a flower emerged. This flower did not look like it had bloomed yet. It was only in the shape of a bud and looked like a lotus. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? This flower is just an illusion, not a real entity. Look, there's a cave down there. Keeps going down. The strange movements at the heavenly emperor mountain had caused a clamor in all directions. Lu Ming fixed his eyes on it. Indeed, the flower in the sky was not a real entity. It was more like a projection. Originally, there was a cave under the heavenly emperor mountain. That light pillar had shot out from this cave. Could it be that there was some treasure in that cave? The heavenly emperor mountain had always been suppressing this treasure? At the thought of this, many people's eyes burned with passion. If it was a treasure, even the celestial arch would value it. Even the emperor couldn't remain calm. In a flash, the great emperors of the Heng family, the Daluo heaven sect, the He family, and the formless emperor appeared in the sky above the cave at the same time. The great emperor of the Heng clan glanced at the great emperor of the He clan coldly but didn't say anything. The heavenly emperor mountain had exploded. Without the suppression of the heavenly emperor mountain, he knew that he could not kill the great emperor of the He clan. The four great emperors looked down at the cave below, and their faces were filled with shock. The others couldn't help but feel an itch in their hearts. Even the great emperor revealed a surprised expression. What exactly was at the bottom of the cave? Everyone wanted to go and take a look personally, but the great emperor was there, so no one dared to go. If they angered the emperor, only death awaited them. This is the world left behind by the celestial emperor. It should belong to my Heng family. Please leave. The Heng clan's gaze swept across the great emperors of the He clan and Emperor Formless. What a joke. We don't even know if this was left behind by the heavenly emperor. Even if it was left behind by the heavenly emperor, what does it have to do with your Heng family? Don't say that you're a descendant of the celestial emperor. The great emperor of the He clan sneered. What's the meaning of this? Emperor Heng's eyes were cold. It's simple. The Heng family can't take over this place. The great emperor of the He clan said coldly. He then turned to Emperor Formless. Wuxian, what do you think? The heavenly emperor has been dead for countless years. So many years have passed and nothing can be explained clearly. Therefore, the things left behind by the heavenly emperor should only be known to those who are fated. Emperor Formless said. What he meant was simple. The heavenly emperor had fallen for so many years, so who could say for sure if the Heng family was the descendant of the heavenly emperor? After so long, the treasures of the celestial arch should be known to those who were fated. The emperor from the Heng family had an unsightly expression on his face, but even with the help of the Daluo heaven sect's emperor, he couldn't do anything to the two emperors. What's more, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was established by 3 great emperors. Now that the other great emperor had yet to appear, this made him very afraid. Then I'll have to rely on my own abilities. The emperor of the Heng family said coldly. Then he suddenly rushed down into the cave. The great emperors of the Daluo heaven sect, the great emperors of the He family, and the great emperors of the formless heaven sect all rushed down into the cave at the same time and disappeared. The others looked at each other, but they didn't dare to follow the 4 great emperors. They could only wait with their eyes wide open. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, a violent roar came from the underground cave. There seemed to be endless gales blowing over there. The light pillar that rushed out was even more dazzling. Then the 4 figures rushed out of the cave. No, they didn't seem to have rushed out by themselves. They seemed to have been blown out by the wind. Everyone was shocked. What was in the cave that could blow out great emperors? And there were 4 of them. This was too terrifying. The 4 emperors stood in the sky with dark expressions. After a while, the emperor of the Hung clan seemed to be unwilling to give up and rushed down again. However, he was still blasted out after a while. You go down and take a look. The great emperor of the Hung family pointed at a true emperor expert of the Hung family. You go together. The great emperor of the He clan looked at one of the true emperors of the He clan, Emperor Formless, and called out to another true emperor expert of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The three true emperors flew forward and charged into the cave. However, not long after, the three true emperor experts were blasted out by a force just like the four great emperors from before. Following that, a few great emperors called for the void emperor of the small emperor throne, but they were still blasted out. Then he called a few more emperors to go down. But this time they weren't blasted out. Instead, they blocked the power from below. It seemed that the power in the cave would change according to the cultivation of the person who went down. The stronger one's cultivation was, the stronger the power in the cave would be. What is in the cave? Why do the great emperors value him so much? Many people couldn't help but wonder. Your Majesty, there seems to be a force down there blocking us. We can't get in. The elder said. An emperor-to-be from the Hung clan reported to the great emperor. Everyone perked up their ears to listen. This lotus flower has 9 petals and each petal represents a world. The lotus flower hasn't bloomed yet, so it's not time to enter. Emperor Formless spoke. He didn't hide anything and his voice traveled far and wide. Everyone's heart trembled. Could it be that there was a small world beneath the cave? Gather all the powerhouses below the martial supreme realm in the Hung clan. Emperor Hing gave the order and then left. Chapter 1932. Chapter 1932. The Lotus World. The great emperor of the Hung clan gave the order to gather all the powerhouses below the martial emperor realm in the Hung clan and left. After that, the He clan's great emperor also gave the same order to gather all the powerhouses below the martial emperor realm in the He clan. Then he also left the place. Then Emperor Notionless and the great emperor of the Daoyuo Heaven sect left. Let's go and take a look. As soon as the great emperor left, the others could no longer suppress their curiosity and rushed to the sky above the cave. For a moment, the sky was filled with countless figures. Lu Ming and the rest followed the crowd and flew to the sky to look down. Lu Ming and the rest were shocked when they saw it. On the ground there was a very large cave. No one knew how deep it was. In the cave there was a bright light spreading out. In the deepest part of the cave there was a lotus flower. This lotus flower was still in its bud state and had not bloomed. Upon closer inspection one could see that it had 9 petals. It was obvious that the lotus in the sky was a projection of this lotus. Everyone couldn't help but think of Emperor Notionless' words. The lotus had 9 petals representing 9 worlds. The lotus had not bloomed yet, so he could not enter for the time being. Did the 9 petals of that lotus flower represent 9 worlds? Was this the world left behind by the celestial emperor? Everyone's imagination ran wild. However, they soon realized that only those below the martial supreme realm could enter. I don't believe it. There were void emperor and even true emperor experts who flew down into the cave. However, when they entered the cave, a terrifying energy seemed to have been produced inside the cave. All these emperor-level experts were blown out without exception. Only the powerhouses below the martial supreme realm could stabilize their bodies. However, they were also blocked by a powerful force when they approached the lotus. Countless people went down to test it out, but the result was the same. Everyone knew that they still had to wait. They had to wait for the moment the lotus bloomed. Lu Ming and the rest did not go down to test the waters. The great emperor had said that there was no need for them to go down. They just had to wait patiently. After that, they followed the teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and returned to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Following that, the news of this place spread to the entire Yuan Mountain at a terrifying speed. It was very likely that the Celestial Arch had left behind some ruins that had shocked countless people. One after another, powerful forces descended upon Heavenly Emperor City. The forces of the other 8 sacred lands and some ancient clans had also sent their experts over. Ancient Moon Holy Land, Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, One Family, Sirius Tower, Golden Crow Clan, etc. All had experts coming and they were all led by true emperors. They brought many experts below Martial Emperor and most of them were emperor-to-be. This was very likely a relic left behind by the Celestial Emperor, and everyone wanted a share of it. If an emperor-level expert couldn't go down, the best choice would be an emperor-to-be. As time passed, more and more powerful martial artists arrived at Heavenly Emperor City. As time passed, the lotus flower slowly bloomed. A month later, when the lotus was about to fully bloom, countless people gathered in the area. At a glance, it was unknown how many people there were. Most of them were at the Absolute Saint realm and Emperor-to-be realm. Get lost, let's go. A loud shout rang out as a group of experts exploded forth with a terrifying aura. The crowd couldn't help but make way for them. They were from the Hung clan. The Hung clan had sent over 100 people, and the leaders were a few true emperor experts. Although the Hung family was overbearing, many people did not dare to voice their anger. The Hung family was a great emperor's force. With a great emperor in charge, which force would dare to provoke them? The Hung family is really overbearing. A cold voice rang out. Following that, the people of the He clan also arrived. They said that the Hung clan was overbearing, but they weren't any different. The true emperor opened up a path, and the crowd forcefully opened up a path for him. The Hung family and the He family were at daggers drawn. Then the powerhouses of the Daluo Heaven sect also arrived, followed by several powerful ancient clans. The teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy had also arrived with a group of young geniuses. Selah. Hiss. Suddenly the space near the cave was torn open. A few figures appeared, exuding a terrifying aura. It was the aura of a great emperor. Everyone couldn't help but step back. The emperors all looked at the lotus below. Half a day later, the lotus flower was finally in full bloom. Go down. The emperor from the Hung family said. The Hung family's powerhouses immediately rushed down the cave. Of course, they were all below the martial emperor realm. Most of them were emperor-to-be and absolute saints. Then the powerhouses of the He family and the Daluo Heaven sect also rushed into the cave. Lu Ming saw Luo Tsangqiong and Luo Pokong among the powerhouses of the Daluo Heaven sect. Let's charge too. The people from the other forces shouted one after another. Then they gathered together and rushed into the cave. The emperors didn't stop them and they all entered the cave. You guys go too. The teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy looked at Lu Ming and the rest. In fact, there weren't many heaven's favorites following the teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The majority of the major powers had arrived. Those geniuses all returned to their respective powers and followed them into the caves. Only a few people remained in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Lu Ming and the rest nodded and then rushed toward the cave. The cave was huge, and even though countless people were flying down, it did not seem crowded. Lu Ming and the rest looked down and realized that when many people approached the lotus, their bodies would shrink rapidly. Then they would rush toward one of the petals and disappear among the petals. It seemed to be random. You couldn't go to any petal you wanted to. You would enter a random petal. Many people from the major forces flew over and entered the different flower petals. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt that danger was approaching. Buzz. A terrifying golden light shot toward Lu Ming from his right. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he threw a punch to the right. Boom. With a loud boom, the golden light was destroyed. Then Lu Ming saw a group of people in golden robes staring at him coldly. It's an expert from the Golden Crow clan. On the side, Huang Ling spoke. The Golden Crow race. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. These people were obviously the absolute saints of the Golden Crow race, and even emperor-to-be experts. The person who had ambushed Lu Ming was an absolute saint in the Great Circle. An expert from the Golden Crow clan actually launched a sneak attack on a junior. If you want to fight, let's fight. An old man beside Huang Ling said coldly. This old man was an expert from the Phoenix Palace. The Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect had sent their experts here, following Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, you killed the crown prince of the Golden Crow clan. We must settle this score. One hope you don't run into us when you enter the world left behind by the Celestial the Arch. An expert from the Golden Crow race coldly said. I hope Hal always be so lucky. Another cold voice rang out. It did not come from the Golden Crow race but another force. The WN family. There were also experts from the Skywolf Tower and other forces nearby. They all looked at Lu Ming coldly, full of murderous intent. Chapter 1933. Chapter 1933. The first battle in the Lotus world, it'll kill every single one of you I see. Lu Ming said coldly, his gaze sweeping across the experts of the Golden Crow clan, the Wan family and the Sirius Tower. Then well, wait and see who will die. One of the experts from the Golden Crow race said coldly. After that, the group of people increased their speed and rushed down. The other forces did the same. They rushed down and entered different flower petals. However, Lu Ming noticed one thing. No one had entered one of the 9 petals. It seemed that only 8 petals could enter. Very soon Lu Ming and the rest were approaching the lotus. When they approached the lotus, a powerful force acted on their bodies. This force was a kind of attraction force. It was extremely powerful and difficult to resist. Their bodies were pulled toward different petals. Qiu Yu, Luo Tianyi, Huang Ling, Desolate Power, and the rest separated from Lu Ming and entered different petals. Buzz. As for Lu Ming, he was falling towards one of the petals. Brother Lu Ming, I want to go with you, Chirpy. Bubble's voice was heard. Initially she was flying toward another petal. However, Bubble cast the space-time law and broke free from the confinement of gravity. She rushed to Lu Ming's side and entered the petal with him. Lu Ming felt his head spinning. The next moment he appeared in a dense forest. Bubble, it's gone. Lu Ming swept his gaze and realized that Bubbles was not by his side. Lu Ming guessed that he would randomly appear in different places when he entered the world of flower petals. What is this place? Let's take a look in the air. Lu Ming pondered, his figure soared into the sky and flew high. Lu Ming was stunned when he flew high up in the sky. He noticed that there were many figures in the sky. Clearly they were all like him, people who had entered this place from the outside. It's an island. Then Lu Ming looked down. Standing at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, one could clearly see that below them was an island. Outside the island was the vast and endless sea. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. At this moment, a few figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. A powerful and terrifying aura enveloped Lu Ming. Ah, Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be in the same territory as us. Today is the day you die. One of them laughed out loud, his killing intent extremely strong. This man was an expert from the Golden Crow race, an emperor to be. On the side, the other people were not from the Golden Crow race. From their auras, they were from the Sirius Tower, the Wan family and the Purple Extreme sect. There were 5 people in total. 2 were at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm, 2 were in the Great Circle of the Absolute Saint realm, and 1 was an emperor to be. A few elders are actually dealing with a young man. Interesting. It is indeed very interesting. All around, the others cast sidelong glances at Lu Ming. However, no one recognized Lu Ming. The people who entered this time were absolute saints and emperor-to-be from various forces. They came from different holy lands and forces. Very few of them had seen Lu Ming before, so naturally none of them had seen him before. A young man has also entered this place. He's overestimating himself. An old man said while stroking his long beard. He was an emperor-to-be. This time, almost all the people who entered the Lotus world were absolute saints, and there were many emperors to be among them. If a young man wanted to come in and fight for the treasure, he must be overestimating himself. Very good. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room as he spoke indifferently. Very good. The Golden Crow clan's expert was stunned. You've come to die, very good. Lu Ming added. Haha, we're here to die. Young man, you really don't know how to be modest. Let's see how you're going to kill me. An expert from the Wan clan laughed. He was an absolute saint in the Great Circle, and his acupoints lit up one after another. Saint weapons flew out continuously and terrifying battle weapon chi gathered and blasted out. You're not that good at the 10,000 soldiers scroll, are you? Lu Ming said coldly. An absolute saint weapon, a sword, appeared in his hand. With a slash, the chi of the Wan family's combat weapon was destroyed. The sword light did not stop as it continued to slash down. The WN family's expert did not even have the strength to fight back. He was directly split in half by Lu Ming's sword and died here. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the saint weapons and storage rings of the Wan family's experts. How is that possible? The others were shocked and their eyes widened. An absolute saint in the Great Circle was actually lulled by Lu Ming with a single sword. This kind of strength was too terrifying. The experts from the Skywolf Tower and the Golden Crow clan gasped in disbelief. It had only been a short while, but Lu Ming was already able to kill someone in the absolute saint perfection. This rate of improvement was too shocking. The people from the other forces were also dumbfounded. He's so young and has such combat power. Who is he? Could he be a supreme genius from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy? Those people discussed and no longer dared to underestimate Lu Ming. Let's join forces and kill him. Attack. The Golden Crow tribe cultivator shouted. A river of laws appeared on his body, converging into a terrifying attack that charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the other few people also launched an attack on Lu Ming. The combat sword in Lu Ming's hand flew out and turned into a destructive sword light, killing everything. Lu Ming's sword gleam pierced through the head of an absolute Saint Peak expert. Then Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched out continuously. Illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared and pressed down on the crowd. The remaining two absolute saints couldn't fight back at all under the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel. Their bodies were torn apart. Only the Emperor-to-be could resist it. Boom. Boom. The Emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow race. The river of laws turned into a terrifying flame. Several suns appeared and collided with the shadow of the prison-suppressing steel, blowing it apart. However, his body also trembled violently and he continued to retreat. His eyes were filled with shock. He was an Emperor-to-be who had comprehended a law to perfection and formed a river of laws. He was one step into the martial emperor realm. With his cultivation level, not only did he not suppress Lu Ming, but the few collisions just now made him feel that his river of laws was about to be broken. How can this little bastard's combat strength be so strong? Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu took a deep breath and suddenly turned around to run. He had a feeling that if he continued to fight he would die here. Do you think you can leave now? Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. He stretched out a hand and pointed at the void. High up in the sky, the wind and clouds gathered and a huge finger was formed, pressing down on Quasi-Emperor Golden Crow. The Emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow race let out a long cry and transformed into his true form. His wings were hundreds of meters wide. The river of laws surrounded him, and he launched his most powerful attack at the Chaos Finger of Tribulation. Boom. After a violent boom, Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu groaned and his body was sent flying down the island like a cannonball. Chapter 1934. Chapter 1934. Killing an Emperor-to-be. Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu was blasted off the island by Lu Ming's chaotic finger of tribulation. His huge body created a huge pit that was thousands of meters wide. Buzz. In the next moment, Quasi-Emperor Golden Crow rushed into the sky, trying to escape. At this moment he was trembling with fear. He realized that he was no match for Lu Ming. The attack just now had pierced through his river of laws, causing him to be seriously injured. The life force of an Emperor-to-be is really tenacious. However, he must die today, Lu Ming said coldly. He rushed out like lightning and chased after Quasi-Emperor Golden Crow. Lu Ming's current cultivation base had reached the absolute saint's greater mastery. As he mastered the chaotic finger, his combat strength became stronger and stronger. He had thought that he could easily kill an Emperor-to-be with his combat strength, but it seemed that it would not be so easy. The battle strength of an Emperor-to-be was more powerful than he had imagined. However, it would only take a little more effort. Lu Ming's speed was astonishing as he approached Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu at an extreme speed. Chaos Finger. When he was within a certain distance, Lu Ming cast the Finger of Calamity of Chaos again. The giant finger of chaos, like the finger of a god, pressed down from the sky. It was a shocking scene. Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu was like a fly, unable to hide from the chaos finger. He could only resist with all his might. However, the finger of tribulation of primal chaos struck down. He screamed in pain and was blasted off the island again. The sky was filled with golden crow feathers. This time Lu Ming would not let his opponent escape. He appeared in the sky above Quasi-Emperor Golden Crow with an ultimate holy weapon spear in his hand. He swooped down and charged toward Quasi-Emperor Golden Crow. Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu struggled madly, but the result was already determined. The long spear pierced through Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu's head and destroyed his soul. An Emperor-to-be was killed by Lu Ming. In all directions, everyone's eyes were solemn. This was a fiend who could even kill an Emperor-to-be. It was too shocking. He used the law of chaos. One know who he is. He is Lu Ming, the son of chaos. Someone exclaimed as he recognized Lu Ming. It's him. One heard that he was a character who stirred up a storm in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. He pulled out the sword of the Celestial Emperor and united the various kings to fight against the Hengxing River. After that, he established the Dragon Alliance in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. So it's him. No wonder he has such strong battle prowess. A series of surprised voices rang out. Although most of the people had not seen Lu Ming before, many of them had heard of his name. The Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy gathered the strongest geniuses of the entire Yuan Mountain and attracted the attention of many. Some of the powerful geniuses there were also paid attention to by many forces. After all, if these geniuses didn't die, they would definitely become the rulers of the Yuan Mountain in the future. Lu Ming put away the storage rings of Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu and the others and continued to fly above the island. The others also gathered their emotions and began to observe the surroundings. The area of the island was not small. However, it did not take Lu Ming long to finish touring it. After flying one round, Lu Ming did not meet any familiar faces. It seems that only a small portion of the people who entered the world of petals have appeared on this island. The others should be in other places. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming discovered that no one lived on the island. It was filled with lush forests and some weak demonic beasts. It seems that if one want to know the situation of this world, one have to leave this place first. I wonder if there's anyone living in this world? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. Then he flew into the distance and into the vast sea. The Lotus World was sealed under the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It should be related to the Heavenly Emperor. If he could get some of the treasures left by the Heavenly Emperor, it would definitely be an unparalleled opportunity. The rest of the people walked around the island and left one after another, flying toward the boundless ocean. Lu Ming transformed into a ray of light and sped across the sea at an astonishing speed. During this period he saw huge sea beasts in the sea. However, most of them did not have high cultivation. The strongest sea beast he had seen was only at the Bright Saint realm. He did not know if Lu Ming was unlucky or what, but he did not see the next island as he flew. This world was bigger than Lu Ming had imagined. Lu Ming had been flying for 7 days. He did not know how far he had flown. At this moment Lu Ming's eyes lit up. A huge island had appeared in front of him. From a distance this island was extremely majestic and vast. It was much larger than the previous island. Lu Ming flew towards the island. As he neared, he heard a loud shout coming from a direction. There's someone. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he flew in the direction of the sound. Not long after he saw an empty land. There was an army riding on strange beasts, galloping across the earth with a majestic aura. The earth kept shaking. Most of them are at the spiritual god realm. There are also some at the martial royal realm. Lu Ming used his spiritual senses to scan the area and discovered the general cultivation level of this soldier. Tens of thousands of soldiers ran back and forth on the vast land. Their auras intersected and converged into a flood dragon that roared into the sky. Based on Lu Ming's experience, it was not difficult for him to tell that this was an army training. Lu Ming strolled in the void and looked around. He realized that there was a huge military camp nearby. Stop. Who are you? Suddenly, a loud shout was heard and a few figures appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his way. Everyone, I'm just passing by and want to find someone to inquire about some information. Lu Ming cupped his fists and smiled. To gather information. One think you're a spy. Men, take him down and bring him to young Master Yen. A middle-aged burly man with a gloomy expression waved his hand. A few armored figures stepped forward and surrounded Lu Ming, their cold killing intent enveloping Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his head secretly. These people were only around the 7th level martial emperor realm. Lu Ming could kill them with a single thought. These people's cultivation is low and they're no threat to me. Why don't I go and meet that young Master Yen and ask about the situation in this world? A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. He did not resist and said, I'll go with you. Take him away. The middle-aged man waved his hand and took the lead. Soon they arrived at a military camp and walked into a huge military tent. There were a few figures standing on both sides of the tent. Lu Ming scanned them with his spiritual senses and found that they were all half-saints. One of them had even reached the initial Bright Saint realm. At the top of the military tent sat a young master in luxurious clothes. His gaze was cold and arrogant as he looked down at Lu Ming from above. Young Master Yan, this person suddenly broke into the military camp. One suspect that he is a spy sent by another country to spy on our military intelligence. I will bring him here and hand him over to young master to deal with. The middle-aged man saluted the young master with a humble attitude. Chapter 1935. Chapter 1935. Am not a spy. The young master lay on his side in his seat. Lai picked up a glass of wine and took a sip. He then glanced at Lu Ming casually and said, "Since you're a spy, why did you bring him here? Just cut it." Then he casually waved his hand. Yes. The middle-aged man acknowledged the order and walked towards Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Wait a moment. These people wanted to kill Lu Ming without saying anything. He was speechless. He stopped the middle-aged man in his tracks and looked at Lu Ming coldly. "Brat, what else do you have to say? I've already said that I'm not a spy. I just happened to pass by and wanted to ask you some questions." Lu Ming explained helplessly. "Nonsense. Who in the entire Mingyan country doesn't know that this is the garrison of the Divine Dragon Army? You actually said you were passing by. Isn't that ridiculous?" The middle-aged man shouted coldly. "Why are you talking nonsense with a spy? Drag him down and behead him." Sir Yan said impatiently. On both sides, the others looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile on their faces. It was an expression of superiority, as if he was looking at an ant. The middle-aged man's expression immediately changed. He revealed a ferocious look and said, "Kid, kneel down." He took a step forward and appeared next to Lu Ming. His claws were like an eagle's claws as he tried to grab Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming did not dodge. He stood there without moving. The middle-aged man's claw landed accurately on Lu Ming's shoulder. A majestic energy burst out and surged into Lu Ming's body, trying to make Lu Ming kneel. However, Lu Ming did not move. Even his expression did not change. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He felt as if his claws had grabbed onto a piece of metal. "Kneel down." The middle-aged man roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his clothes puffed up. He circulated his LV9 martial royal realm cultivation to the maximum, and a vast amount of power continued to blast into Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming still stood there, not moving. In Lu Ming's eyes, a mere LV9 martial royal realm was no different from an ordinary person who did not know how to cultivate. Even if Lu Ming stood still and let the other party kill him, the other party would not be able to touch a single hair on his body. Above the tent, young Master Yan stopped drinking and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. The few people on both sides of the tent also looked at Lu Ming in surprise. To be able to remain unmoving and move like a divine mountain under the power of a LV9 martial royal realm expert, one's cultivation must not be weak. "Little bastard, kneel down." The middle-aged man roared. His face was completely red as he roared. In front of young Master Yan, he could not even make Lu Ming kneel down. This would definitely leave a bad impression in young Master Yan's heart. This was related to his future. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Interesting. "Lu Quan, you may leave." Master Yan waved his hand. The middle-aged burly man, Lu Quan, glared at Lu Ming with a murderous look and retreated with hatred. "Seems that you have some ability. Now kneel down and answer me. Tell me your origin and I may leave you with an intact corpse." Young Master Yan said lightly. He was still full of arrogance, as if it was a great gift to Lu Ming to leave his corpse intact. Lu Ming frowned slightly. "I've already said that I'm just passing by. Want to find out some information. Since this place is not welcome, 111 take my leave." Having said that, Lu Ming was about to turn around and leave. "How audacious! Impudent, you ungrateful dog. How dare you have such an attitude in front of young Master Yan? Hurry up and kneel." The few people on both sides of the tent shouted one after another. Their powerful auras enveloped Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not seem to hear him and continued to walk out. Above the tent, young Master Yan's face darkened. Lu Ming actually dared to treat him with such an attitude. He was simply courting death. "Take him down, but don't kill him yet. Break his limbs." Master Yan said coldly. "Yes." On both sides of the tent, several half-saints received the order and surrounded Lu Ming in a flash. "Kid, kneel down and kowtow to young Master Yan. Then destroy your cultivation. Perhaps young Master Yan will be kind and spare your dog life." Lu Kuang was making a scene again. Lu Ming frowned again. Initially, Lu Ming did not think much of these people as they were too weak. He could not be bothered to lower himself to their level. However, the other party kept pressing on, which made Lu Ming a little unhappy. "Brat, why aren't you kneeling?" A half-saint shouted and was about to attack. "Stop." At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Then a group of people walked into the tent. The person in the lead was actually a young woman. This woman was extremely beautiful. She was wearing a fiery red armor that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Moreover, she had a heroic spirit. Her temperament was completely different from the women that Lu Ming had met. Behind the young woman there were 4 strong men. Each of them had a strong aura and was filled with killing intent. Clearly they were all battle-hardened generals. Seeing this woman, the half-saint's expressions changed. They all bowed and saluted. "Greetings, General Tianjiao." "Back down." The young woman's eyes were like lightning as she glanced at the half-saints. The half-saints looked at young Master Yen with embarrassment. Master Yen waved his hand and the half-saints left. "Heavenly Flood Dragon, you're here." Master Yen smiled and stood up from his seat. "Yensong, this place is my divine dragon army. What right do you have to kill people in my divine dragon army?" The young woman's eyes were bright as she stared at Yensong. Yensong's eyes revealed a hint of gloominess, but in the next moment he revealed a smile and said, "Tianjiao, this man is a spy. He is here to spy on the military. I didn't inform you and I was planning to drag him out and kill him." "A spy?" The young woman looked at Lu Ming with a hint of killing intent in her eyes. "I'm not a spy. I just happened to pass by." Lu Ming spread his hands. "Impudent. You still dare to quibble? You simply don't know what's good for you. Tianjiao, I'll have this person killed first, then I'll talk to you in detail." Yensong berated. A half-saint immediately stepped forward to take Lu Ming down. "Stop." The young woman waved her hand. "Since you're a spy, then I have to interrogate you even more. You can all leave." "Yes." The 4 strong men who came with the young woman bowed and left. "And you guys?" The young woman looked at Yensong. "Tianjiao, this person has some cultivation. One don't feel at ease leaving you alone." Yensong said, "If he can kill me, what's the point of you staying?" The young woman said, full of confidence in herself. She was the marshal of the Heavenly Dragon Army, the youngest war goddess of the Mingyan country. If even she couldn't defeat him, what was the point of Yensong and the others staying? Yensong's expression was ugly. He cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and left with those people. Chapter 1936. Chapter 1936. Wan Tianjiao, 10,000 Sea Realm. Lu Ming swept a glance at the young lady. Naturally, he could not hide her cultivation from him. The young woman was in the great circle of the Bright Saint stage, which was much higher than the others. No wonder she was so confident. Furthermore, Yensong's subordinates had previously addressed her as Marshal Tianjiao. It was likely that this woman's identity here was not simple. After the others left, the young lady's eyes glowed as she stared at Lu Ming. "You really are a spy?" "I'm not. I've already said that I'm just passing by and want to inquire about some things." Lu Ming was helpless. He spread his hands and explained again. "I believe what you said." The young woman stared at Lu Ming and said, "You believe me just like that?" This time it was Lu Ming's turn to be surprised. "Because you're very calm." The young woman said, "I've been paying attention to you since I came in. You were very calm when you faced Yensong or me. Even when Yensong said that he wanted to kill you, you were still very calm. It was as if you were not worried at all. It was as if you wanted to leave and could leave at any time. This was not an act. It was a reflection of your true state of mind." "Oh really?" Lu Ming touched his nose. Indeed, he didn't care about these people's cultivation at all, so he was naturally very calm. A person with such a mentality is definitely not an ordinary person. "There's another point. I'm cultivating the Flood Dragon combat body, but I can feel a strong pressure from you. Your spiritual body is definitely not ordinary." The young woman's eyes were very bright. She stared at Lu Ming as if she was trying to see through him. "Just based on these 2 points, you're sure that I'm not a spy?" "Doesn't seem to be enough." Lu Ming smiled. "My intuition tells me that these 2 points are enough." The young woman said. "Intuition?" Lu Ming was puzzled. "Yes, a woman's intuition. Don't you know that a woman's intuition can be very accurate sometimes?" the young woman said. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He could not refute this. It was unwise to discuss a woman's intuition with a woman. That's why I'm very curious. Who are you? Which country are you from? The young woman was still staring at Lu Ming. I've said it before. I'm just passing by. In the past I was cultivating on a deserted island. I've just been born. Lu Ming said casually. Is that so? A glint flashed in the young woman's eyes. Her figure suddenly moved. Like a phantom, she rushed toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed and struck out a palm at him. Of course, this speed was for ordinary people. To Lu Ming it was no different from a snail. Just as the young woman's palm was about to hit Lu Ming, he raised his hand and lightly slapped. Bang! Lu Ming's palm and the young woman's palm collided. The young woman's delicate body trembled and she drifted backward, but Lu Ming did not move an inch. What a powerful cultivation! I can count on my fingers who have such a cultivation level in the vast C9 nations at this age. I know every one of them, but I don't know anyone like you. Seems that my intuition is right. I'm really curious now. The young woman's eyes were shining. Didn't one already tell you? I've just been born, so you naturally don't know me. Lu Ming said. Oh, if that's the case, why don't you stay in the Divine Dragon Army? I am the Divine Dragon Army's Marshal Wan Tianjiao. The young woman said. Staying here? Impossible. I won't stay here for long. I'll leave soon. Lu Ming shook his head. He had entered this world to search for the celestial thearch's treasures. He couldn't stay here for long. There's no need to stay here for a long time. A short time is fine. You can leave whenever you want. Besides, didn't you want to inquire about information before? Perhaps one can help you, Yuan Tianjiao said. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He pondered for a moment and said, all right, I'll stay for the time being. Lu Ming indeed needed to find someone to gather some information. Wan Tianjiao seemed to have a lot of power here. As a general, he might be able to provide Lu Ming with a lot of help. Wan Tianjiao's face lit up. He had a feeling that Lu Ming was extraordinary. What's your name? Wan Tianjiao asked. Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. What do you want to ask? Wan Tianjiao asked curiously. I want to know where we are. Lu Ming said. This entire island is a country called the Mingyan country. Yuan Tianjiao said. Then what about going further up? Are there any other countries? How big is this world? Are there any ancient ruins? Lu Ming asked a few questions in succession. You don't even know this? Wan Tianjiao was very surprised. Haven't I been in closed-door cultivation? One just came out. Lu Ming touched his nose and said. There is an introduction to this world in this jade token. Take a look. Wan Tianjiao took out a jade tablet and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He started to read the knowledge in the jade card. After reading it, Lu Ming had a general idea of what was going on. It turned out that this world was called the Realm of 10,000 Seas, and most of its territory was the ocean. However, there were also countless islands in the ocean. Some of the islands were not big and were deserted, not suitable for humans to live on. Some large islands were vast and suitable for humans to live and cultivate. There were countless martial artists living on them, forming their own countries. The Bright Flame Island they were on was a big island. The entire island was a country called the Bright Flame Country. Wan Tianjiao was one of the 5 great marshals of the Mingyan country, the marshal of the Divine Dragon Army. As for the ancient ruins you mentioned, there are indeed some in the vast sea realm. When one returned to the capital, I'll sort out the information on those ruins and give it to you. How about it? Yuan Tianjiao said. How long before you return to the capital? Lu Ming asked. 1 month later. Don't tell me you can't even wait 1 month. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. From the introduction just now, 10,000 Sea Realm was huge and had countless islands. It would be too difficult for him to search one by one, and he didn't know how long it would take. With Wan Tianjiao's help, it would save him a lot of time. Come with me, I'll arrange a tent for you. You can stay there first. Wan Tianjiao then walked out of the tent with Lu Ming following behind. When he walked out of the military tent, he saw Yen Song's group standing not far from the tent. Everyone was stunned when they saw Lu Ming following Wan Tianjiao out. Heaven Serpent, how is it? Is this brat a spy? One suggests that we kill him immediately. Yen Song said. You're all wrong. He's not a spy. I've already investigated it. You can all leave now. Wan Tianjiao waved his hand. What? He's not a spy. Tianjiao, don't be fooled by this man. I suggest that we cripple him first and then slowly interrogate him. Men, take this kid down. Yen Song waved his hand and two half-saints walked out from behind him. They were about to attack Lu Ming. Chapter 1937. Chapter 1937. Absolutely extraordinary. Enough. Just as the two half-saints were walking toward Lu Ming, Wan Tianjiao shouted coldly. He looked at the two half-saints and chided, "Back down." The bodies of the two half-saints stiffened. They didn't know whether to move or not. Finally they turned their eyes to Yen Song. "Heaven Serpent, what do you mean by this? This person is a spy." Yen Song's expression was a little unsightly. As one said, he's not a spy but my guest. Also, this is the Divine Dragon Army, not the Yen family. I'm the Marshal of the Divine Dragon Army. Do you understand? Wan Tianjiao's eyes were like lightning as he finally glanced at the two half-saints. The two half-saints' expressions were ugly but they still retreated. "Lu Ming, let's go." Wan Tianjiao nodded at Lu Ming and walked forward. Yen Song's expression was extremely gloomy. Wan Tianjiao took a few steps and stopped. He looked at Yen Song and said, "Yen Song, I'm telling you, don't call me by my name in the future. We're not that close." After he finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Yen Song and strode forward. "Damn you, bitch." Yen Song's fists were tightly clenched. His face, which could be considered handsome, was contorted in anger. "That Yen Song seems to be very interested in you." After walking for a while, Lu Ming smiled and said, Isn't he just relying on the fact that his father is the current state preceptor and his sister is the emperor's most beloved imperial concubine to do as he pleases? He's lawless and is a typical hedonistic son. He has harmed countless women from good families. Now he has actually come to the camp of the Divine Dragon Army to pester me." Wan Tianjiao said with a cold face. Lu Ming thought to himself, it seems that Wan Tianjiao's impression of Yen Song is really bad. Lu Ming, Yen Song is a narrow-minded person. You've offended him today, so you must be careful in the future. Wan Tianjiao warned. "It's fine." Lu Ming smiled faintly, his expression indifferent. A mere Yen Song wasn't worthy of his attention. Not long after, they arrived at a military tent. This would be where Lu Ming would be staying in the future. "Lu Ming, this is a military order. Take it. You can enter and leave the Divine Dragon Army's camp freely in the future." Wan Tianjiao passed a token to Lu Ming. "Many thanks." Lu Ming received it and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. He was a little surprised. He had just met Wan Tianjiao and the other party trusted him so much. After that, Lu Ming temporarily stayed in the Divine Dragon Army. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Lu Ming and some of Wan Tianjiao's subordinates had become quite familiar with each other. As for Lu Ming, he also knew more about this world, the Mingyan country, and even Wan Tianjiao. What surprised Lu Ming was that Wan Tianjiao's status in Mingyan country was higher than he had imagined. Mingyan country's goddess of war. This was how everyone in Mingyan country addressed Wan Tianjiao. Wan Tianjiao came from a military family and had rare talent. He was young, but his cultivation had already reached the great circle of the Bright Saint stage. He stood at the peak of Mingyan country and was one of the strongest people there. He had made great contributions to the country and was known as the goddess of war. He was loved by the people. As for Yen Song, he was the son of the current state preceptor, and his sister was the country ruler's most beloved imperial concubine, with power that could topple the entire Mingyan country. Yen Song was lecherous by nature and had harmed countless women. Now he had set his sights on Wan Tianjiao and often ran to the camp of the Divine Dragon Army to harass him. It seems that the martial arts in this world are not very high. Lu Ming pondered. According to Lu Ming's understanding, he realized that the martial arts in this world were not high and could not be compared to that of Yuan Lu. Wan Tianjiao's cultivation was at the great circle of the Bright Saint stage. In the country of Mingyan he was already a peak expert. Time flew by and several days passed. Lu Ming stood on a mountain peak and looked into the distance. On the flat land in front of them, an army was galloping on strange beasts. Their killing intent was like a rainbow, forming a huge flood dragon that roared into the sky. It's a pretty good army. They've been through hundreds of battles. It's a pity that their cultivation is a little weak, and their battle formation isn't exquisite enough. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Not long after, a few figures stepped through the air and landed in front of Lu Ming. It was Yuan Tianjiao and a few of his subordinates. Lu Ming, what do you think of my divine dragon army? Yuan Tianjiao asked. No. Lu Ming shook his head. Can't. Yuan Tianjiao revealed a stunned expression. You're boasting shamelessly, kid. You don't know anything, do you? The Divine Dragon Army is the #1 army among the 5 strongest armies in the Mingyan country. How dare you say you can't do it? What a joke. One of Yuan Tianjiao's subordinates was instantly enraged. His eyes widened as if he could not wait to eat Lu Ming. No means no. Other than his fighting spirit and baleful qi, he's completely useless, especially his battle formation. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Since Yuan Tianjiao wanted to ask him, he would naturally tell him the truth. A few of the officers glared at Lu Ming. They initially thought that Lu Ming might be the #1 figure. Now they felt that Lu Ming was just a person who talked big. Lu Ming, my Flood Dragon battle formation is the #1 battle formation in Mingyan country. How could you say that it's useless? Yuan Tianjiao's expression did not look too good either. He looked at Lu Ming with a hint of hidden bitterness. You were the one who asked me, I'm just speaking from my heart. Lu Ming touched his nose and was somewhat speechless. So you have an even stronger battle formation? Yuan Tianjiao continued to look at Lu Ming with hidden bitterness. Yes, I do. Take a look at this. A jade tablet appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he threw it to Yuan Tianjiao. Yuan Tianjiao took the jade token and after scanning it with his spiritual sense he cried out, this is the true dragon battle formation. What a wondrous battle formation. Lu Ming had indeed given the true dragon battle formation to Yuan Tianjiao. Back then when he was helping Ouyang Wushuang fight for the position of crown prince, he had duplicated a few jade tokens. This battle formation was not of much use to Lu Ming, so there was no harm in giving it to Yuan Tianjiao. Seeing Yuan Tianjiao lose his composure, a few of the generals looked at each other. Could it be that Lu Ming had really given them a battle formation that was stronger than the Flood Dragon battle formation? Yuan Tianjiao's mind sank into the jade token, carefully studying it as if he was entranced. After a moment she was overjoyed and said, immediately train the new battle formation. Then he rushed toward the battlefield and the 4 generals followed him with confused faces. In the following time Yuan Tianjiao was focused on training the new combat formation. If there was anything he did not understand he would come and ask Lu Ming. In a short 10 days the battle formation training had taken shape. The army gathered and activated the true dragon battle formation. A true dragon formed and roared into the sky. Its might was many times stronger than the flood dragon from before. At this moment Yuan Tianjiao and her subordinates were already in awe of Lu Ming. No one suspected that Lu Ming was a spy. How could a spy give them such a brilliant battle formation to cultivate? Yuan Tianjiao was even more glad that her intuition was right. Lu Ming was definitely not an ordinary person. Lu Ming had given her such a precious battle formation so casually as if he did not take it seriously. How could he be an ordinary person? Chapter 1938. Chapter 1938. Kneel down. During this period of time, Yen Song was extremely depressed and furious. In Yen Song's military tent he slammed his palm heavily on the table. The terrifying force of his palms smashed the table into pieces. Damned bitch! Yen Song bellowed. His face was incomparably malevolent and filled with killing intent. During this period of time, every time he looked for Yuan Tianjiao he would be stopped by Yuan Tianjiao's subordinates. They said that Yuan Tianjiao had to focus on training the army and had no time. However, the news he received was that Yuan Tianjiao was always hanging out with Lu Ming. Young master, it seems like Yuan Tianjiao has been bewitched by Lu Ming. One wonder what kind of drug that kid has given Yuan Tianjiao? That's right. It's all because of Lu Ming. When I first saw him I knew that he wasn't a good person. If not for that kid, Yuan Tianjiao might have already fallen into the young master's arms. A few of Yen Song's subordinates added fuel to the fire, causing Yen Song to become even angrier. His killing intent was like a knife. That brat must die. Yen Song coldly spoke and continued, I told you to keep an eye on that kid. Where's he now? Young master, we just received news that the brat has returned to the camp. One of them answered. Very good. Let's go. I want this kid to die a miserable death. A sinister look appeared in Yen Song's eyes. He led a few of his subordinates and walked towards Lu Ming's tent. Lu Ming was cultivating in the military tent when a loud roar suddenly came from outside. "Lu Ming, get out here." A voice filled with murderous intent was heard, causing Lu Ming to frown. He knew it was Yen Song's voice the moment he heard it. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He got up and walked out of the tent. He saw Yen Song and a few of his subordinates looking at Lu Ming with a cold expression. Around the military tent, some members of the Divine Dragon Army were alarmed and gathered around to watch. However, Yen Song's status was no small matter, so no one dared to come over and speak. "What's the matter?" Lu Ming cast a faint glance at him. "Brat, I've already given you a chance but you didn't cherish it. Now you even dare to snatch my woman. You really don't know what's good for you." Yen Song said coldly. "You're giving me a chance?" Lu Ming could not help but shake his head. "Who would give who a chance then? You lowly dog, why don't you take a piss and see who you are? How dare you go against me? A dog like you should kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Do you understand? Kill him." Yen Song shouted and waved his hand. Bang! Bang! The two half-saint martial artists stepped out. Their powerful auras burst out and they were about to attack Lu Ming. "Stop, young Master Yen. Lu Ming is the general's friend. If the general finds out that you're treating Lu Ming like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to answer to him." At this moment, a burly man rushed over and shouted. He was a deputy general of the Divine Dragon Army. During this period of time he had become quite familiar with Lu Ming. "Get lost." Yen Song shouted angrily and slapped the burly man. The burly man did not dare to resist and was slapped in the face. He staggered and retreated. "Who do you think you are? I don't need you to criticize me. If you say any more nonsense, I'll kill you as well." Yen Song's cold gaze swept across the burly man, causing him to turn pale. "This is bad. Yen Song wants to kill Lu Ming. Quickly inform the marshal." In the surroundings some people muttered. After that some people quickly left to inform Wan Tianjiao. "I'll make you pay for this slap 10 times over." Lu Ming looked at Yen Song, his expression turning cold. "Ah, you're talking big. Let's do it." Yen Song laughed heartily. "Kid, kneel down first." The two half-saints charged at Lu Ming from both sides. They waved their hands at Lu Ming, intending to make him kneel in front of Yen Song before killing him. "Since you like to kneel then, kneel down." Lu Ming used the soul illusion on the last word. At this moment, in the eyes of the two half-saints, Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into a demonic god who ruled the world and had the power to kill. The two of them were almost scared out of their wits by the terrifying aura. The two of them seemed to have lost control of their bodies. They knelt down in front of Lu Ming with a plop. Yen Song was dumbfounded. His two other subordinates were also dumbfounded. The surrounding Divine Dragon Army soldiers were also stunned. What was going on? Why were Yen Song's two half-saint subordinates suddenly kneeling in front of Lu Ming? As for Lu Ming, he did not do anything at all. He only said softly, "Kneel down." These were two half-saints, the closest to being a saint? Could it be that Lu Ming was a saint? Everyone secretly guessed. "It seems that your two subordinates know that they were wrong and are kneeling down to beg for mercy. If you don't kneel down, one might consider sparing you." Lu Ming looked at Yen Song indifferently. "You dog, you actually dare to fight back. You are indeed a spy. Attack and kill him." Yen Song reacted, and the anger in his heart soared to the sky as he roared loudly. "Kill!" Beside Yen Song, an old man stepped out and a terrifying aura bloomed. The old man was a lower-tier bright saint and was a well-known top master in the country. The old man's aura bloomed, causing many people's faces to change. This was a saint, a top cultivator of Mingyan country. A half-saint couldn't compare to him. Why isn't the marshal here yet? Some people were anxious and worried for Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had made the two half-saints kneel down, the difference between the saint realm and the half-saint realm was too great. The old man's aura grew stronger and stronger, pressing towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was still standing there, motionless, as if he did not see the old man. Deliberately mystifying, "Die for this old man." The old man's eyes were filled with ferocity. His claws were like blades as he clawed at Lu Ming. "Kneel down." At this moment Lu Ming spoke again. His voice was not loud, but when it fell into the old man's ears, it sounded like thunder. It was as if a god was shouting in his ear. At this moment his soul was under a terrifying pressure. He couldn't use any power in his body. Plop. Just like the two half-saints, he knelt down in front of Lu Ming. The entire place fell silent. At this moment, time and space seemed to have frozen. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at Lu Ming coldly and then at the old man. A saint actually knelt down in front of Lu Ming. A moment ago he was filled with killing intent and wanted to kill Lu Ming. The next moment he knelt in front of Lu Ming. What was going on? Many people realized that their brains were already unable to process this. They had never seen such a thing before. A Saint Realm expert didn't even fight and directly knelt down. What kind of trick was this? Xianxia was also stunned. His mouth was so wide open that he could swallow a dead rat. His throat seemed to be stuck by something and he could not make a sound for a long time. It seems that your subordinates are very sensible. They have recognized their mistakes and knelt down to admit their mistakes. Now why don't you kneel down? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and spoke indifferently. Chapter 1939. Chapter 1939. I'm sorry I called too much. Lu Ming opened his mouth. Xianxia seemed to have woken up from a dream and reacted. You dog, what kind of demonic technique did you use that you actually made the saint of Mingyan country kneel? How dare you? Just you wait, this matter is not over. After saying this, Xianxia turned around and was about to leave. Lu Ming was too strange. He could actually make an expert of the sage state kneel down. He felt his hair standing on end. He wanted to return to the capital first and report to his father. Then he would send experts to take revenge. Did I let you go? Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. He moved and appeared in front of Xianxia. His cold, knife-like gaze swept toward Xianxia, causing Xianxia's expression to change drastically. He could not help but take a few steps back. What do you want to do? Xianxia shouted. Kneel down and slap your own mouth. Lu Ming said calmly. You dare? Kid, you dare to touch me? Do you understand the consequences? Xianxia shouted. Oh, what are the consequences? Lu Ming said playfully. You dog, listen up. My father is the state preceptor, and my sister is His Majesty's most beloved imperial concubine. I'll make sure you die a graveless death and 111 exterminate your entire family. Xianxia shouted and glared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. He did not believe that Lu Ming would dare to touch him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming swung his palm. This slap was unbelievably fast and Xianxia had no way of dodging it. Pop! The crisp sound of a slap spread in all directions. Xianxia flew out and spun dozens of times in the air. Then he fell heavily to the ground. Half of his face was puffed up and his teeth were all knocked out by Lu Ming. Xianxia was stunned. The others were also stunned. Lu Ming actually dared to hit Xianxia. He was really bold. Xianxia roared hysterically. Just now he had come with a murderous intent and wanted to kill Lu Ming. In the end, a few of his subordinates had knelt in front of Lu Ming for no reason. Now Lu Ming actually dared to slap him. This was a great humiliation. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Slap his mouth. You're courting death, Lu Ming said coldly. He swung his palm in the air. A palm condensed from holy power was formed and slapped Xianxia's face ruthlessly. Xianxia's body flew out again and spun a few rounds in the air. Under Lu Ming's control he fell to the ground and knelt there. I said just now one want you to pay me back 10 times. You gave me 1 slap so one will give you 10 slaps. Lu Ming said coldly. He waved his hand again and gave 10 more slaps. After 10 consecutive slaps, Xianxia's face had completely turned into a pig's head. His face was swollen beyond recognition. I'm sorry, I slapped you 2 more times. Lu Ming pursed his lips. In addition to the 2 slaps from before, he had a total of 12 slaps. Xianxia was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was simply bullying. Buzz. At this moment, a streak of light flew over from the distance and landed on the ground. Wan Tianjiao had arrived. When she received the news, she rushed over. When she saw this scene, she was quite speechless. Xianxia actually dared to lay his hands on Lu Ming. He was really looking for a beating. She had rushed over not because she was worried about Lu Ming, but because she was afraid that Lu Ming would kill Xianxia in a fit of anger. After all, Xianxia was the son of the state preceptor. If he died, there would be trouble. Heavenly Flood Dragon, you've come at the right time. This Lu Ming is a spy. He actually dared to hit the experts of our Mingyan country. Quickly call for people to take him down and cripple his cultivation. Then bring him back to the capital for interrogation. Seeing Wan Tianjiao, Xianxia cried out hysterically again. Wan Tianjiao secretly shook his head. This Xianxia really didn't change. Xianxia, I've told you long ago that Lu Ming is my guest, not a spy. Moreover, you were the one who started this. You're the one who brought it upon yourself. Wan Tianjiao said indifferently. What did you just say? I asked for it. Wan Tianjiao, you adulterous couple, just you wait. Xianxia's anger soared to the sky. He left behind a few harsh words and staggered away. Get lost. Following that, Lu Ming waved his hand and a few of Xianxia's subordinates flew out and landed heavily on the ground. Then they climbed up in a sorry state and fled. Lu Ming, thank you for not killing Xianxia. Wan Tianjiao cupped her fists at Lu Ming. She also understood that Lu Ming did not kill Xianxia because he was most likely thinking for her. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I hit Xianxia. Will I implicate you? He asked. No, I'm one of the 5 great marshals of the Mingyan country after all. Xianxia can't do anything to me. Wan Tianjiao shook his head. This matter was over just like that. After that, Wan Tianjiao continued to train the army while Lu Ming cultivated every day. After more than 10 days he would head to the capital with Wan Tianjiao. Time flew by and 7 days passed. On this day, someone from the capital came with the emperor's imperial edict. Wan Tianjiao received the decree. The one who came to deliver the decree was a thin old man. He squinted his eyes and smiled. General Tianjiao, congratulations. His Majesty has decreed a marriage for you to young Master Xianxia. The marriage will be completed in a few days. What? These words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Wan Tianjiao to be stunned. Even Wan Tianjiao's subordinates were stunned. The emperor bestowed a marriage and betrothed Wan Tianjiao to Xianxia? How was this possible? Master Chao, are you mistaken? I'm the marshal of an army, how could His Majesty grant me a marriage so easily? Wan Tianjiao asked. Sir Chaos' face darkened. His Majesty personally issued a decree. Furthermore, it has already been announced to the world. How can it be wrong? Damn it, it must be Xianxia. What did he say to His Majesty when he returned? It's most likely his sister, Consort Qing, who bewitched His Majesty. Wan Tianjiao's subordinates were furious. Needless to say, Xianxia was definitely behind this. Xianxia pursued Wan Tianjiao, but Wan Tianjiao never gave Xianxia a good attitude. 7 days ago, Xianxia was taught a lesson by Lu Ming. He must have harbored a grudge. After he returned to the capital, he must have said something to the emperor. Otherwise, why would the emperor suddenly bestow a marriage? Marshal Tianjiao, accept the decree and thank His Majesty for his kindness. Sir Chao said coldly. Lord Chao, please go back. Please forgive me for not being able to receive the decree. Wan Tianjiao said with a dark expression. What? If you don't accept the decree, Wan Tianjiao, do you want to disobey the decree? Sir Chao rebuked coldly. So what if I defy the decree? That incapable ruler is becoming more and more muddled. One of the officers said coldly. How dare you? How dare you insult His Majesty? This is a capital crime. Sir Chao pointed at the general and shouted. I think you'll die first. The general exuded a cold, killing intent as he looked at Sir Chao with cold eyes. Sir Chao shivered. His face was pale and he broke out in a cold sweat. If Wan Tianjiao revolted in a fit of anger and killed him, he would have died an unjust death. Sir Chao, please go back. One won't accept this imperial edict. I will personally return to the capital and find His Majesty to clarify things. Wan Tianjiao said coldly. It was as if Sir Chao had been granted amnesty, and he left with his tail between his legs. Chapter 1940. The Time God Mountain. Chapter 1940. The Time God Mountain. I'll leave tomorrow and return to the capital. I'll leave the Divine Dragon Army in your hands for this period of time. Wan Tianjiao looked at the generals. Marshal, let's just rebel. One of the officers said. That's right. His Majesty is fatuous and infatuated with Consort Qing. He doesn't care about the state affairs and all the power is controlled by the state preceptor. The people are in misery and suffering. Why don't we rebel and replace him? The marshal is the goddess of war and has contributed greatly to the Mingyan kingdom. The people will definitely welcome the marshal to replace her. A few of the generals spoke out one after another, persuading Yuan Tianjiao to rebel and kill his way to the capital. Shut up! Yuan Tianjiao shouted, and everyone shut up. The Yuan family has been loyal generals for generations. How can we rebel? In the future there is no need to mention such things again. Otherwise we will be punished by military law. Yuan Tianjiao shouted, his eyes like lightning, causing the generals' expressions to turn ugly and indignant. Marshal, we'll go with you to the capital tomorrow. If the Yan family has any schemes, we'll be able to look out for them. One of the officers said. No need. Your mission is to guard the divine dragon army. One have the power to protect myself. Yuan Tianjiao said. I'll go with you tomorrow. A voice was heard. It was Lu Ming. Naturally, Lu Ming had seen everything that happened just now. He was originally going to the capital, so he was going with Yuan Tianjiao. Yuan Tianjiao looked at Lu Ming and then nodded. The next day, Lu Ming and Yuan Tianjiao each rode a strange beast and headed towards the capital of Minyan country. This island was very vast, but the strange beasts they were riding on were astonishingly fast. Like a gust of wind, they arrived at the capital of Minyan in 3 days. On the way, Yuan Tianjiao explained the situation in Minyan country. Ever since Minyan country's emperor fell in love with consort Shanqing, he abandoned the government and the imperial advisor took control. For the sake of his own cultivation, the imperial advisor plundered the treasures of the entire Minyan country, causing the people to live in poverty and the country's strength to decline day by day. Now the most powerful person in Minyan country was the imperial advisor. The capital of the Minyan kingdom was huge and lively. However, Lu Ming had seen the prosperity of the heavenly emperor city. Compared to the heavenly emperor city, the capital of the Minyan kingdom was like a wild village. The two of them rode on their strange beasts and entered the capital, heading towards the palace. Greetings, Marshal Tianjiao. Greetings, heavenly serpent female war god. The moment they entered the capital, the people on the road all saluted Yuan Tianjiao when they saw him. It seems like you're loved by the people. Lu Ming smiled and sent a voice transmission to Yuan Tianjiao. I'm only doing my part. Yuan Tianjiao nodded to everyone and continued forward. Such a peerless person like General Tianjiao actually has to marry that bastard Yen Song. What a pity. Isn't that so? But now that the Yen family is so powerful that even His Majesty listens to them, what can we do? It's just a pity for Marshal Heavenly Dragon. Lu Ming could hear the people's laments and discussions. Not long after, they came to a stretch of palace halls. This was the Imperial Palace, but they were blocked outside the Imperial Palace. General Tianjiao, please forgive us. His Majesty has ordered that we will not see anyone for the next 2 days. A general who was guarding the gate cupped his fists and said, Go and report that I've returned. Yuan Tianjiao said with a frown. His Majesty has said that if Marshal Tianjiao returns, there is no need to inform him. His Majesty will prepare a banquet 3 days later to welcome the Marshal. Marshal, please come back 3 days later. The general at the gate said. Yuan Tianjiao frowned. He did not say anything else and left the palace with Lu Ming. Not long after, they arrived in front of a mansion with the words, the Yuan residence. This was Yuan Tianjiao's residence in the capital. They were temporarily staying at the Yuan residence. After arranging a room for Lu Ming, Yuan Tianjiao left the Yuan residence for an unknown reason. A day later, Yuan Tianjiao returned. Lu Ming, I've brought you the information you wanted about the ancient monument. Yuan Tianjiao found Lu Ming and handed him a jade tablet. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. Indeed, he found some ancient relics in the 10,000 Seas realm. Heavenly Serpent, where is the most famous relic in the 10,000 Sea realm? Lu Ming asked after a while. Of course, it's the Time God Mountain. Legend has it that the Time God Mountain has existed for countless years and was left behind by an undying. Yuan Tianjiao said. Undying. Lu Ming muttered. During this time he had a deeper understanding of the martial arts cultivation and realms in the 10,000 Sea realm. The realms and titles in the 10,000 Sea realm were the same as those in the outside world. They went all the way to the Martial Emperor, then the Bright Saint, the Supreme Saint, and the Absolute Saint. However, after he became an Absolute Saint, there were changes. Above Absolute Saint, the 10,000 Sea realm was called Saint Emperor. Lu Ming speculated that a sacred emperor was equivalent to an emperor to be in the outside world. According to the ancient records and legends of the Mingyan country, the Holy Emperor was the highest realm in the world. Further up was the Undying. Immortality, endless lifespan, undying and imperishable. But in the 10,000 sea realm it was a legend. It had never appeared. Lu Ming speculated that the immortal in the 10,000 sea realm was the martial emperor in the outside world. The Time God Mountain was left behind by an undying being. Could it be the celestial Arch? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had to go and take a look at the Time God Mountain. It might have something to do with the celestial Arch. How can one go to the Time God Mountain? Lu Ming asked. I don't know either. No. Wan Tianjiao shook his head. Legend has it that the Time God Mountain is on the Time God Island, but no one has ever found it. Has no one been there before? Lu Ming frowned. Of course someone has. Every 3 years, the Time Island sends an emissary to bring a group of people to the island to cultivate. It's said that the cultivation conditions there are unique, and it's a holy land of martial arts that countless people in the myriad sea realm yearn for. It's not too far away from the time of the next trip to the Divine Time Island. Soon, the 9 nations of the vast sea will have an alliance meeting to select a quota to go to the Divine Time Island. The Mingyan Kingdom will also be participating. Lu Ming, if you want to go to the Divine Time Island, this is an opportunity. Wan Tianjiao explained. An alliance of the 9 nations? There was a flash of light in Lu Ming's eyes. He definitely had to make a trip to the Time Mountain. Lu Ming estimated that the experts who entered from the outside world would most likely head to the Time God Mountain. After all, it was suspected to have been left behind by the Celestial Emperor. If there were any treasures, they would definitely be priceless. Time flew by and 3 days passed. 3 days later, Lu Ming and Wan Tianjiao headed for the palace. This time, someone welcomed them into the palace and they came to an empty space. This place had beautiful mountains and clear waters, and the environment was very elegant. At this time, there were already some banquet tables placed on both sides of the area. When Lu Ming and Xiao Mu arrived, they realized that there were already many people. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he felt a cold gaze directed at him. Lu Ming followed the direction of the gaze and found Yen Song staring at him with a murderous look. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He could not be bothered with Yen Song and started to look around. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. Chapter 1941. Chapter 1941, All-Round Suppression. Chapter 1941. Chapter 1941 All-Round Suppression. Beside Yen Song sat a thin old man. His hair was white and he was dressed in fine clothes. His appearance was similar to Yen Song's. Lu Ming guessed that this person should be the state preceptor. The imperial advisor's eyes squinted slightly with a faint smile. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but he gave off the feeling of a wily old fox. In the middle of the room there were 2 people. One of them was an old man with snow-white hair. He wore a dragon robe and a jade crown. From the looks of it, he should be the king of Mingyan country. Beside the king of Mingyan country sat a beautiful woman. This woman looked to be in her 20s. She had a lithe figure and her eyes were like silk. She was extremely charming and enchanting. This person should be Yen Song's older sister, Consort Qing. In the other seats there were also some people sitting. Each of them had an extraordinary temperament. They should all be high-level figures of Mingyan country. Wan Tianjiao strode forward and bowed to the king of Mingyan country. Your humble servant greets your majesty. Tianjiao is back. No need for formalities, please take a seat. The king of Mingyan laughed. Many thanks, your majesty. Wan Tianjiao said. With that, he and Lu Ming walked to a row of seats at the side and sat down. How dare you, Lu Ming? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to sit there? Lu Ming had just sat down when on the other side, Yen Song slammed the table and stood up. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. They were going to make things difficult so quickly. Why aren't you getting up? Don't you see where you are? Who is the person sitting here? Do you have the right to sit here with your status? Quickly get up and roll to the side. Yen Song berated once again. However, Lu Ming did not seem to hear her. He picked up the wine glass on the table and slowly took a sip. Good wine's really good wine. Unfortunately, there's a wild dog barking and it spoiled my mood. You. How bold. Yen Song was furious. His eyes were filled with malevolent killing intent. You think you're very noble? Why did you kneel in front of me? Lu Ming smiled in disdain. Shut up. Men, take this person's seat away. Xianxia shouted. Immediately, someone stepped forward and wanted to take away Lu Ming's seat. The king of Mingyan country, Consort Qing, the state preceptor, and the others all looked on indifferently as if they were watching a good show. Get lost, stop. Wan Tianjiao shouted. A murderous aura that had been on the battlefield emanated from her, causing the guard who was about to take Lu Ming's seat to freeze and stop in his tracks. Lu Ming is my friend. If you want to remove Lu Ming's position, you can remove mine as well. Wan Tianjiao shouted. The guard was stunned and didn't know what to do. Wan Tianjiao's status could not be compared to Lu Ming's. He was the marshal of the Divine Dragon Army and the goddess of war of the Mingyan country. How would he dare to remove Wan Tianjiao from his seat? Retreat? Why aren't we retreating? Wan Tianjiao's gaze was threatening as he stared at the guard. Cold sweat broke out on the guard's face as he cast a pleading look at Xianxia, the state preceptor, and the others. Damn it! Xianxia was incomparably furious and extremely jealous. It was unknown what medicine Lu Ming had given Wan Tianjiao to make him protect Lu Ming. And envious of you can leave. Since this little brother is a friend of a genius 9-star general, you can naturally sit here. At this moment the imperial advisor spoke indifferently. The guard felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He let out a long breath, bowed and retreated. Tianjiao, you've returned just in time. I've already bestowed you with a marriage and the date has already been set. You've returned just in time to complete the marriage with Xianxia. The country ruler said from above. Your Majesty, this lowly subject has returned from this trip because of this matter. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. This lowly subject does not have the slightest feeling for Xianxia. Your Majesty, please retract your order. Wan Tianjiao stood up and bowed to the king. Impudent. Beside the monarch, Consort Qing shouted coldly, the emperor does not play with his words. Since his majesty has already given the decree, how can he take it back? Wan Tianjiao, do you want his majesty to be a man of his word? This lowly subject doesn't dare. Yes. Wan Tianjiao cupped his fists and said, for other matters one will definitely respect you. If you want me to go to the battlefield and kill the enemy, I will not even frown. But for this matter I cannot accept your orders. Tianjiao, Consort Qing has also said that the emperor does not play with his words. Moreover, Xianxia is not bad and is a good match for you. Let's settle this matter. The country ruler waved his hand, his tone unquestionable. Wan Tianjiao was simply in disbelief. He didn't expect that the country ruler would actually marry her to Xianxia so rashly without her consent. Although the previous country ruler was muddle-headed, he wouldn't have done this. His Majesty has already announced to the world that the two of you will be married in half a month. This matter is settled. During this period, General Tianjiao will stay in the palace. The imperial advisor spoke as if he had decided on this matter. Wan Tianjiao shook his head and was extremely disappointed in the king. Originally, she had come back to demand an explanation from the country ruler and make him retract his order. But now she found out that the country ruler was completely on the side of the state preceptor. Lu Ming did not say a word. There was a strange glint in his eyes. He secretly sized up the king and found something interesting. Tianjiao, I'm afraid that the king will not listen to you. That Consort Qing is good at seduction. The king has been bewitched and will listen to Consort Qing. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Wan Tianjiao. What? Wan Tianjiao was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. He suddenly stood up and a powerful aura emanated from him. He glared at the imperial preceptor and shouted, Yan Kuei and Yan Sun, how dare you use your seduction techniques to bewitch his majesty? As soon as he said this, the expressions of Consort Qing, the state preceptor Xianxia, and the others changed drastically. Wan Tianjiao, what nonsense are you spouting? Xianxia bellowed. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you both know in your hearts. Yan Kuei, Yanjing, you dared to secretly harm his majesty and secretly manipulate his majesty. No wonder his majesty ignored the state affairs and gave you all the power. I will announce this matter to the world. Lu Ming, let's go. With that, Wan Tianjiao strode out. Stop him. The state preceptor's face darkened. With a wave of his hand, 4 figures flickered and surrounded Lu Ming and Wan Tianjiao. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. Great Circle of Bright Saint. Lu Ming did not even need to look to know that the four of them were in the Great Circle of the Bright Saint stage and were not weaker than Yuan Tianjiao. The four of you are marshals, yet you're willing to degrade yourself and take orders from the state preceptor? Yuan Tianjiao said with a grave expression. These four people were as famous as her. The other four great generals of Mingyan country had strong combat strength. They were all in the Great Circle of the Bright Saint stage. Each of their combat strength was not much weaker than hers. If the four of them joined forces, she would definitely not be able to defeat them. Yuan Tianjiao, you disobeyed the decree and are indeed a wolf with wild ambitions. You want a rebel? The imperial advisor spoke indifferently and accused Yuan Tianjiao of a serious crime. You're talking nonsense. Yuan Tianjiao shouted. It was clearly the state preceptor and the others who were rebelling, yet they still said she was rebelling. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. Chapter 1942. Are you guys done? Chapter 1942. Are you guys done? The imperial advisor sneered. You don't even listen to His Majesty's orders. You disobey the decree and are disrespectful. If this isn't a rebellion, what is it? And I've already received news that you've secretly contacted Luoshui Kingdom and attempted to rebel against your superior to destroy Mingyan Kingdom. You deserve to die 10,000 times. Colluding with the Luoshui Kingdom? Nonsense, who would believe your one-sided words? Yuan Tianjiao shouted. You want evidence? We'll give it to you. Come out. The imperial advisor's cold voice was heard. Then a strong man in his 30s walked out. Greetings to your majesty, greetings to the imperial advisor. The brawny man saluted the monarch and the imperial advisor. Wang Xing, what are you doing here? Yuan Tianjiao was very surprised because Wang Xing was his guard and had followed her for many years. However, she did not let Wang Xing come to the capital. Shouldn't Wang Xing be in the Divine Dragon Army? Yuan Tianjiao had a bad feeling in his heart. Wang Xing, tell me everything you know. The imperial advisor said. Wang Xing nodded and said, Yuan Tianjiao has indeed been secretly communicating with the Luoshui Kingdom and has been plotting. When the time is right, he is prepared to plot a rebellion and claim himself as the emperor. However, I am a citizen of the Mingyan Kingdom and am only loyal to the Mingyan Kingdom and His Majesty. How can I allow such a thing to happen? Today I will reveal Yuan Tianjiao's wild ambitions to the public. Wang Xing's voice reverberated throughout the entire area. Wang Xing, you dare to slander me. Yuan Tianjiao shouted, his entire body trembling with anger. It was obvious that Wang Xing had been bribed by the state preceptor and had framed her together with him. However, Wang Xing was her guard and many people would believe what he said. Yuan Tianjiao, your scheme has been exposed. Why don't you surrender? However, since Yen Song has pleaded for you, I can spare your life. As long as you destroy your cultivation, marry Yen Song and hand over your military power, I will not announce your rebellion to the world and protect your innocence. The imperial advisor said coldly, as if he had everything under control. For this matter, he had already started planning. Everything was perfect and Yuan Tianjiao had no room to resist. The final outcome would be the same. His cultivation would be crippled, he would hand over his military power and marry his son Yen Song. Yen Song's eyes revealed a smug look as he looked at Yuan Tianjiao and Lu Ming with cold arrogance. A bitch, a dog, and you want to fight with me? You don't know what's good for you. Yen Song laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased with himself. Especially when he looked at Yuan Tianjiao's heroic face and perfect figure, his heart was burning, and he wanted nothing more than to take Yuan Tianjiao for himself. But soon he told himself, you guys, despicable. Yuan Tianjiao trembled with anger. She understood that the state preceptor not only wanted Yen Song to marry her, but also to take away her military power. Now the other four marshals had already submitted to the imperial advisor. If the Divine Dragon Army was also seized, then the Mingyan country would truly become the imperial advisor's world, and no one would be able to control him. Yuan Tianjiao turned to look at the king, but the king did not even look at her. He was only drinking with consort Qing. Yuan Tianjiao was thoroughly disappointed. What else? At this moment Lu Ming's voice was heard faintly. What? The state preceptor Yen Song and the rest were stunned. They did not understand what Lu Ming meant. If you're not talking, then you're done, right? Since you're done, it's my turn to speak. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the surroundings. He said with a faint smile, "Today's matter is like this." The imperial advisor Yen Song and consort Qing led the masses to rebel and kill the monarch, intending to replace him. Then Marshal Tianjiao arrived with his men and killed the rebellious imperial advisor and the others to avenge the monarch. In the end, with the support of the people, Yuan Tianjiao became the empress of the Ming-Yen country. What? The state preceptor Yen Song, consort Qing and everyone else at the scene including Yuan Tianjiao were all dumbfounded. After a long while he finally reacted. This kid is about to die. Looks like he's scared crazy. Yen Song laughed so hard that his tears were flowing. The state preceptor, consort Qing and the others also laughed. Their laughter was full of contempt. Lu Ming's intention was to kill all of them and then let Yuan Tianjiao sit on the throne of the empress. Was that possible? It was really crazy talk. The imperial advisor and the others shook their heads. Lu Ming did not seem to notice the state preceptor and the rest's expressions. Instead he looked at Yuan Tianjiao and said, "Sky Flood Dragon, what do you think of my idea?" Yuan Tianjiao was stunned and didn't react for a moment. "I understand. It's not easy for you to do it. Let me do it." Lu Ming smiled, then stood up and walked toward Yen Song. "This person is crazy, kill him." Yen Song shouted. "Brat, you're talking nonsense. Die." One of the 9-star generals shouted. He took a step forward and the ground rumbled. His burly body rushed toward Lu Ming like a mountain. His aura was shocking. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. It was as if he did not see the general make a move. He allowed the general to attack him. "Be careful." Yuan Tianjiao cried out in alarm, but it was too late to save him. "Brat, go to hell." Yen Song roared in his heart, his eyes filled with pride. He wanted to compete with him for his woman, he didn't know what was good for him. At this moment Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the marshal. 2 dark rays of light flashed in his eyes. Then everyone saw the general's body tremble and he fell to the ground with a thud. He was no longer breathing. He was dead. The general died suddenly and silently. No one saw how the general died or how Lu Ming did it. The scene suddenly became quiet. The imperial advisor's eyes squinted and a cold light flashed in them. "How dare you kill the commander of an army? If this isn't a rebellion, what is it? Let's attack together and kill this man." Beside the monarch, consort Qing shouted. Boom, boom, boom. The other 3 9-star generals attacked at the same time. All 3 of them were in the great circle of the Bright Saint stage. When they attacked together, their momentum was rather terrifying. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Die. Lu Ming did not even look at the 3 marshals. His gaze was fixed on Yen Song and he softly uttered a word. And NBSP, the power of the God Sword art spread out along with the sound and entered the 3 9-star generals' bodies. The 3 marshals were the same as the previous marshal. Their bodies trembled slightly and their souls were destroyed by Lu Ming. Their bodies fell limply and they were no longer breathing. Dead, he died again. The 4 great marshals, the top cultivators of the Ming-Yen country, were all dead in an instant. No one saw how they died. A series of gasps rang out in the venue. They only heard Lu Ming say the word die indifferently and the 3 marshals were dead. This was too terrifying. What kind of sacred art was this? It was as if Lu Ming was the god of death and whoever he wanted to kill had to die. Yen Song's expression changed. He became as pale as a sheet of paper and his eyes were filled with fear. The state preceptor and consort Qing's expressions also changed, becoming extremely serious. They knew that they had encountered a troublesome expert. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. Chapter 1943. A Matter of One Move. Chapter 1943. A matter of one move. As for Yuan Tianjiao, he was also dumbfounded and in disbelief. The cultivation of the 4 great marshals was the same as hers. However, her spirit body was slightly higher. In terms of combat strength, she was ranked first among the 5 great marshals, but she wasn't that much stronger. 4 such experts had died in front of Lu Ming in an instant. What was Lu Ming's cultivation? Could it be that Lu Ming was an eminent saint? In the past, when she first met Lu Ming, although she felt that Lu Ming was extraordinary, she also felt that Lu Ming was at most similar to her. He had never expected that Lu Ming would kill 4 top-tier experts without a sound. Bang! Bang. After Lu Ming killed the four marshals, he continued to move forward, walking toward Yen Song. Every step seemed to knock on Yen Song's heart, making his heart tremble. The fear in his eyes grew stronger. Kill him. Let's kill him together. Yen Song cried out hysterically. This person is plotting a rebellion to harm His Majesty. Quickly attack. Consort Qing also called out. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Some figures rushed out from behind the king and the imperial advisor. These people all had very powerful auras. Many of them were even in the great circle of the Bright Saint stage and were not any weaker than the four great marshals. These people were the powerhouses trained by the imperial family and the imperial advisor respectively. This was their true strength. Many experts joined forces and their powers intertwined. It was like an inescapable net that enveloped Lu Ming. Kill. At this moment Lu Ming shouted again. The sound waves rolled out and spread out in all directions. Those people who were charging towards him from all four directions were exactly the same as the four marshals from before. Their bodies trembled and then fell down limply, no longer breathing. This time even the state preceptor's expression changed, becoming somewhat pale. As for Yen Song and Consort Qing, they were completely terrified. Demon, you're a demon. Yen Song shouted hysterically. Lu Ming had only said one word and so many experts had died in an instant. This was beyond his understanding. At that moment Lu Ming was a demon in his eyes. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he continued to walk toward Yen Song. Yen Song's body trembled in fear. He retreated continuously and shouted, Father, Father, save me. He can't touch you. The imperial advisor said coldly. Then a shocking aura burst out from his body. This aura was much stronger than anyone else's. Great Saint Realm. Yen Kui, you have broken through to the Great Saint Realm. Wan Tianjiao cried out in disbelief. The state preceptor had already broken through to the Great Saint Realm and was known as the #1 master in Mingyan country. She could not help but feel worried for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's expression did not change at all. It was as if the cultivation of the eminent Saint Realm could not stir up any waves in Lu Ming's heart. Sword brothers, let's attack together. At this moment the imperial advisor suddenly spoke. I didn't expect that there would be such a person in Mingyan country. It's good. It's safer to attack together. An old voice came from behind the imperial advisor. Then two old men stepped out and stood with the imperial advisor. Boom. Boom. Then the two elders exploded with a terrifying aura. The terrifying aura swept through the wind and clouds, changing the color of the sky. These two old men were also in the Great Saint Realm. Like the imperial advisor, they were both in the Great Saint lower tier. At the same time, two long swords that looked like water waves floated above the two old men's heads. Shui double sword saints, you are the unparalleled sword saints of the Luoshui kingdom. Yen Kui, you are the one who colluded with the Luoshui kingdom. Wan Tianjiao shouted in shock. The Wushuang sword saint of Luoshui kingdom was the most terrifying expert in Luoshui kingdom. Two top experts in the initial success of the Supreme Saint Realm had appeared beside the imperial advisor at this moment. Needless to say, the imperial advisor had secretly contacted the Luoshui kingdom. He was the real traitor. So what if I know? Today you will all die. The imperial advisor said coldly. Kill father, kill this brat. No, cripple him first. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Yen Song was stunned at first. He had not expected the imperial advisor's cultivation to reach the Great Saint Realm. Moreover, the unparalleled sword saint of the Luoshui kingdom was also there. However, he was immediately overjoyed and shouted with joy. There were 3 great saints. Lu Ming was dead for sure, no matter what tricks he had up his sleeve. The Great Saint Realm was a legend in Mingyan country. This is your trump card? Lu Ming did not even look at Yen Song as he spoke indifferently. He stretched out a hand and pressed in the air. Boom. In the sky, a huge hand suddenly appeared, covering the sky and the sun. It pressed down on the imperial advisor and the sword saint of Luoshui kingdom. The terrifying aura spread in all directions, making the imperial advisor and sword saint Wushuang of Luoshui kingdom turn pale. They felt that this aura was not something they could resist. At this moment they wanted to escape, but they realized that the space around them seemed to have frozen. They couldn't escape at all. This. Yen Song and Consort Qing were completely stunned. They stared blankly at the godlike hand in the sky. Their bodies trembled like a sieve. This power made them despair. Block it. The imperial advisor howled. He was unwilling to give up and he still wanted to resist. He formed a seal with his hands and struck out a terrifying palm print. At the same time, the peerless sword saint of the Luoshui kingdom also launched an attack. 2 sword lights rushed into the sky like a river. However, in Lu Ming's hands, a great sage initial mastery was no different from an ant. As the giant hand pressed down, the 3's attacks instantly collapsed. In the end, the giant hand covered the 3 of them and heavily slammed them onto the ground. Boom! The earth rumbled, dust filled the air and gravel flew everywhere. After a while, the smoke and dust disappeared and everyone saw a huge palm print on the ground. The imperial advisor, the peerless sword saint of Luoshui kingdom, was lying in the palm print like a dead dog, spitting out blood. Their auras were extremely weak, just like 3 ordinary people. Lu Ming's attack just now had already crippled their cultivation. The imperial advisor's eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. It was over. He knew that everything was over. All. Xianxia suddenly screamed. His body turned into a streak of rainbow light and fled into the distance. He actually ignored the state preceptor and the others and wanted to escape alone. However, Lu Ming flicked his finger and a force flew out, piercing Xianxia's dantian. It pierced through his dantian and crippled his cultivation. With his cultivation crippled, Xianxia could no longer fly. He fell heavily to the ground and let out a hysterical scream. "You're the only one left." Lu Ming walked toward Consort Qing and the monarch. "How dare you touch my beloved concubine? I'll exterminate your entire family." The king shouted and stood in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his head. The country ruler had completely lost his mind. There was no point in keeping him alive. Lu Ming flicked his fingers and a stream of energy shot out, piercing the area between the country ruler's eyebrows and killing him. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. Chapter 1944. The Empress. Chapter 1944. The Empress. After killing the monarch, Lu Ming turned to Consort Qing. Consort Qing's eyes were filled with endless fear. She looked at Lu Ming and suddenly smiled. "Young master is so young, but you have such cultivation. One really admire you." Oh, Lu Ming said softly. "Yan Kuei and his son committed treason and killed the king. Fortunately, young master killed them to avenge the king. With young master's cultivation, it is enough to rule Mingyan country. I am willing to help young master ascend to the throne and serve you with all my heart." Consort Qing's voice was melodious. Her alluring body wriggled like a water snake as she was about to pounce into Lu Ming's arms. At the same time, she looked into Lu Ming's eyes with a strange glint. "You're overestimating yourself by casting a bewitching technique on me." "I'm sorry," Lu Ming said calmly. When he finished the last word, his eyes shone like stars. Consort Qing let out a blood-curdling screech as her body was sent flying. She fell to the ground and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Her face was deathly pale and she looked desperate. Her cultivation had also been crippled. Lu Ming smiled faintly. This woman had actually used a bewitching technique on him. She was overestimating herself. Lu Ming had only circulated some of his energy and she had suffered a backlash, crippling her cultivation. Lu Ming took a step forward and stood above the state preceptor. He looked down at the state preceptor and said indifferently, "Your scheme is not bad, but unfortunately you are too weak. What's the use of all your schemes? The heavens are not protecting me." The imperial advisor shouted. His voice was exhausted and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. He had racked his brains to set up this trap. It was originally flawless and Yuan Tianjiao had no chance of turning the tables. In the future, Mingyan country would definitely fall into his hands. He had never expected that Lu Ming would come out of nowhere and destroy all his plans with absolute power. In the face of absolute power, all schemes were laughable. He finally understood why Lu Ming had been drinking his wine calmly and not saying a word when they were following the plan step by step. They were looking at them as if they were clowns. Lu Ming would let them play around. When they thought that the overall situation was set, he would take action and easily destroy all their plans, efforts, and setups. He could only blame the heavens for not protecting him. Why did a person like Lu Ming appear? Who are you? Is there no one like you in the vast C9 nations? The imperial advisor shouted unwillingly. You don't have the right to know who I am. Lu Ming said calmly. Lu Ming then looked at Wan Tianjiao and said, Sky Flood Dragon, what's the next step? At this moment Wan Tianjiao seemed to wake up from a dream. The shock that Lu Ming gave her was too strong. She was shocked that a great saint could not put up any resistance in Lu Ming's hands. He could kill them with a flip of his hand. Kill them all. Wan Tianjiao coldly spoke. Since things had already come to this, there was no way out. After making her decision, Wan Tianjiao transformed into an iron-blooded general. She stepped forward and her sword light burst forth, killing the imperial advisor Yen Song and consort Qing. There were even some members of the imperial family who were killed by her. At random, Wan Tianjiao transformed into a god of death and secretly killed his way into the depths of the imperial palace, killing all the upper echelons of the imperial family. Since he had already come this far, Wan Tianjiao understood that there was no way out. After that, Wan Tianjiao took the body of the unparalleled sword saint of the Luoshui kingdom and stood on the city tower of Barren City. He announced to the world that the imperial advisor had rebelled and colluded with the four great marshals and consort Qing to kill the monarch and the core members of the royal family in an attempt to usurp the throne. Later on, Wan Tianjiao arrived and killed the imperial advisor as well as a group of rebels. Unfortunately, it was already too late to reverse the situation. Once the news was out, the world was shocked. After a few days, the entire Divine Dragon army killed their way to the capital and took control of it. However, the armies of the other four marshals also announced to the world that everything was Wan Tianjiao's scheme. It was Wan Tianjiao who had killed the imperial advisor and the king with the intention of usurping the throne. He had also led the army to attack the Divine Dragon army in the name of avenging the king. However, the four great army corps had lost a powerhouse at the level of a marshal, so their cohesion was greatly weakened. Furthermore, the Divine Dragon army had cultivated the true dragon battle formation, so their combat power was strong. They easily defeated the four major armies and subdued them. At this point, the entire Mingyan country was under Wan Tianjiao's control. A few days later, the Divine Flood Dragon military headquarters used the reason that the country could not go a day without a ruler to invite Wan Tianjiao to ascend the throne. However, Wan Tianjiao rejected them. After a few more days, the generals tried to persuade him again, but he was still rejected by Wan Tianjiao. The third time, it was not just the generals, but also countless people who came to petition for Wan Tianjiao to take the throne and rule Mingyan country. In the past, when the imperial advisor of Mingyan country was in power, his reputation was ruined. Now that the imperial advisor had been killed, the people were all celebrating. As for Wan Tianjiao, she had always had the title of the goddess of war and was deeply loved by the people. The people naturally hoped that Wan Tianjiao would take control of Mingyan country. Only then did Wan Tianjiao agree to inherit the throne and become empress. Mingyan country was extremely lively as they began to prepare for the ascension ceremony. Naturally, Lu Ming would not interfere in these matters. To the Mingyan country, he was just a passerby who would leave very soon. Now he only had to wait for the Nine Nations Alliance before heading to the Divine Time Island to explore the Divine Time Mountain. During this period of time, he had been cultivating quietly. But not long after, a piece of news came. The Luoshui kingdom mobilized their army and rode the cross-sea warship to attack the Mingyan kingdom. The entire Mingyan country was shocked. The power of the Luoshui country had always been above that of the Mingyan country. They had always wanted to swallow up the Mingyan country. In recent years, the two countries had been at war. Wan Tianjiao immediately ordered the army to attack the Luoshui kingdom. Lu Ming also set off with the army. When they arrived at the northern part of Mingyan country, they saw a few huge warships flying over. In front of the warships was a dense army riding all kinds of strange beasts. The army was very powerful. Our country, Luoshui, has been on good terms with the country of Mingyan for generations. It is unforgivable for traitors and traitors to usurp the throne. Today the country of Luoshui has come to seek revenge from the king of Mingyan. A voice came from the Luoshui kingdom's army. How shameless! Wan Tianjiao shook his head. The Luoshui kingdom and the Mingyan kingdom had been at war for a long time. The Luoshui kingdom had been trying to invade the Mingyan kingdom. Now, in the mouth of the people of the Luoshui kingdom, it had become a good relationship between the two countries. If you want to find a reason to attack our country, you should find a better one. This reason is really laughable. Wan Tianjiao's voice rang out. Traitors, you still think you're in the right? Today is the day you die. Kill. The commander of the Luoshui kingdom ordered the army to form a battle formation and charge toward the Mingyan kingdom. Set up the formation and kill the enemy. Wan Tianjiao gave the order, and the divine dragon army set up a large formation. Immediately, a true dragon appeared and roared towards the sky with an astonishing aura. Such a large formation. The commander of the Luoshui kingdom was shocked. Boom. The armies of the two countries clashed together. Although the divine dragon army had fewer people, the true dragon battle formation was too powerful. When the two armies collided, the true dragon roared and clawed down, tearing a hole in the enemy battle formation. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. Chapter 1945. The Nine Nations Alliance. Chapter 1945. The Nine Nations Alliance. The army was defeated like a mountain. The Luoshui Kingdom's army had not even clashed with the Divine Dragon army a few times before they were torn apart and their battle formation was broken. Roar. The true dragon roared as its huge dragon claw stomped down. A large number of soldiers were killed by the dragon claw and blood chi filled the air. Run. The battle formation was broken, and it was even more impossible to resist the Divine Dragon army. People were constantly killed and the remaining people were scared out of their wits and fled frantically. Damn it, kill. A loud roar came from Luoshui Kingdom. An armored general rushed out, giving off a shocking aura. This person was an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Luoshui country was much stronger than Mingyan country. They had many supreme saints, unlike Mingyan country which only had the imperial advisor. I'll play with you. Lu Ming took a step forward and waved his hand. A huge palm was formed and pressed down on the other party. All not good. The other party was so frightened that his soul flew away. He wanted to escape, but he was directly hit by a palm and his body was torn into pieces. Within the army, Wan Tianjiao was secretly shocked. Lu Ming was simply unfathomable. He could kill a great saint with a lift of his hand. What level was Lu Ming at? Great sage perfection? Or an absolute saint? Wan Tianjiao was extremely curious, but then he shook his head. How could such a young absolute saint be possible? She estimated that Lu Ming's cultivation base was at the peak of the Great Saint realm or the Great Saint Perfection realm. This was already very shocking. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. The army of the Luoshui kingdom was defeated like a landslide. Almost all of the soldiers were wiped out. The remaining people either surrendered or fled. The few huge warships also belonged to the Mingyan kingdom. The Divine Dragon army had defeated the Luoshui kingdom. When the news spread, the entire country celebrated. Wan Tianjiao's reputation had also reached its peak. Taking this opportunity, Wan Tianjiao ascended the throne and became the only empress of Mingyan country in so many years. In the days that followed, Lu Ming cultivated in peace. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this moment, the day of the Nine Nations Alliance had finally arrived. The Vast Sea was the name of this sea. There were 9 countries in total called the 9 countries of the Vast Sea. The country of Mingyan and the country of Luoshui were both part of the 9 countries of the Vast Sea. The purpose of this meeting was to select the people who would go to Divine Light Island. It was said that if one headed to the Divine Time Island, there was a high chance that one would be accepted as a disciple by the experts there. That would be a meteoric rise. The Divine Time Island was the most powerful force in the 10,000 Sea realm. It was a holy land of martial arts in everyone's heart. And the location of this meeting was in the capital of Blue Water Country, one of the 9 countries. The Blue Water Country was the strongest country among the 9 countries and had always been the alliance leader of the 9-country alliance. Wan Tianjiao selected a group of strong people and headed to Blue Water Country with Lu Ming. After a dozen days, they arrived at the capital of Blue Water Country. A few days later, the 9 Nations Alliance was convened. In the square in front of the Blue Water Kingdom's imperial palace, rows of tables and chairs were arranged. The kings of the 9 nations of the Vast Sea as well as some experts were all seated. Blue Water Country's people sat at the head of the table, representing their status as the alliance leader. Alright, this time's alliance meeting will be the same as before. It's to select the candidates to enter the Divine Time Island. Our 9 nations will only have a total of 100 slots. A deep voice came from the Blue Water Country. It was the king of Blue Water Country. He looked to be in his 50s. He was burly and full of majesty. In my opinion, there should only be 8 countries this time. The Mingyan country does not have the right to participate in this alliance meeting at all. They also do not have the right to go to the Divine Time Island. A cold voice came from the right. The one who spoke was a thin middle-aged man, the king of Luoshui Kingdom. The carefully planned plan of the Luoshui Kingdom for many years had been destroyed. Several supreme saints had died in a row and their strength had weakened a lot. At this time, how could they not target the Mingyan Kingdom? My Mingyan country does not have the right to make an alliance? Do you think you have the final say? Wan Tianjiao coldly spoke. That goes without saying. You Wan Tianjiao have the ambition of a wolf. You killed the king of Mingyan and replaced him. How can such a person be qualified to participate in the alliance meeting? The king of Luoshui opened his mouth coldly and continued to sneer. The 9 nations of the vast sea have a long history. The royal family of each nation has a noble bloodline. Who are you, Wan Tianjiao? What right do you have to rule the Mingyan country? Your Luoshui country colluded with the state preceptor of my Mingyan country and wanted to harm the former king, making the Mingyan country miserable. Later you wanted to harm me. How can one not resist? Wan Tianjiao sneered. Rebellion is rebellion. No matter how much you say, you can't escape the fact of rebellion. Luo Water King shouted coldly. Then he looked at Blue Water King and said, Brother Tsong, does Wan Tianjiao from Mingyan country have the right to participate in the alliance meeting? Do one have the qualifications to head to the Divine Time Island? The king of Blue Water Country remained calm and said, The Divine Time Island is a sacred place. Traders truly do not have the right to go there. Everyone from the Mingyan country, please return. The Blue Water Country ruler's words clearly showed that he was on the side of the Luoshui kingdom. This made Wan Tianjiao's face turn ugly. As for the people from the other countries, they were all gloating. With the departure of Mingyan country, they would have one less competitor, so they were naturally happy to see that. What a joke. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly and his disdainful voice spread throughout the entire venue. Who do you think you are? When did it become your turn to interrupt when the country rulers are talking? The king of Luoshui cast a glance at Lu Ming and chided him. However, Lu Ming did not even bother to look at the Luoshui kingdom monarch. He treated him as heir. What's so funny? The king of Vast Water Country looked at Lu Ming and asked coldly. Speaking of rebellion, which of the founding fathers of the 9 nations are not traitors? If they had not rebelled, how could the 9 nations exist today? Lu Ming said indifferently. Tens of thousands of years ago, there were no 9 nations in the Songhai Ocean. There was only one nation, and that was the Songhai nation. At that time, the vast sea kingdom ruled the current territory of the 9 nations. Later on, the ancestors of the 9 nations betrayed the vast sea kingdom and destroyed it, leading to the current vast sea 9 nations. It could be said that the ancestors of the 9 nations were all traitors. How audacious! Impudent, you're looking for death. Those who insult our ancestors will be killed without mercy. One by one, the country rulers roared and their powerful auras enveloped Lu Ming. You are all traitors. What right do you have to speak of the fire country? If the Mingyan country is not qualified, then all of you are not qualified. Lu Ming was still calm and his voice was filled with contempt. You're looking for death. From the Xianxia kingdom side, an old man flew out, his cold killing intent undisguisable. A terrifying sword light bloomed from his hand, heading towards Lu Ming. This person had the cultivation of a great circle bright saint. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted loudly. The other party's sword gleam collapsed. His body trembled violently and he flew back at a speed faster than when he came. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The eyes of the kings of the various countries and the other experts all narrowed, revealing a trace of seriousness. A loud shout had injured a great circle bright saint. Could it be that this person had the cultivation of a great saint at such a young age? Follow current novels on Top Novelful. Chapter 1946. Chapter 1946. Awe-inspiring. Chapter 1946. Chapter 1946. Awe-inspiring in particular, The king of Luoshui was shocked. Could it be that the continuous deaths of several people in Luoshui kingdom were caused by this person? For a moment all the powerhouses seemed to have forgotten to speak. Lu Ming stood up and looked around. His eyes were as bright as the stars. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Take a blood oath. From today on, the country of Mingyan will be the leader of the 9 nations of the vast sea. Wan Tianjiao will be the leader. This time the quota for the Divine Time Island will be decided by the Mingyan country. After the incident with the state preceptor, Lu Ming understood that there was no need to listen to these people's nonsense. It was a waste of time to waste time talking to them. It was better to use force to intimidate them. What? After Lu Ming finished speaking, the people from the other 8 nations were stunned. They looked at Lu Ming in a daze as if they were looking at a fool. If he wasn't a fool, what was he? He wanted them to take a blood oath and make the country of Mingyan the alliance leader. He also wanted the country of Mingyan to arrange the spots for the Divine Light and Divine Island. This was simply ridiculous, a big joke. Did Lu Ming really think that he was invincible just because he could injure a perfected bright saint with a single shout? It was simply laughable. Especially the people from Blue Water Country, their faces were particularly gloomy. The leader of the alliance of the 9 countries had always been the Blue Water Country. What did the Mingyan country mean? He even wanted to usurp the position of the alliance master of the 9 nations? He didn't know what was good for him. In my opinion, this kid is completely crazy. He's talking nonsense here. Mingyan country is beyond saving. Why don't we directly send experts to destroy Mingyan country and support another person to rule Mingyan country? The king of Luoshui kingdom said coldly. So much nonsense. Since this is the case, I hereby announce that the Luoshui kingdom is eliminated. They are no longer qualified to join the 9 Nations Alliance and are no longer qualified to set foot on the Divine Time Island. Get lost. Lu Ming glanced at the kingdom of Luoshui and said coldly. Once again, everyone looked at Lu Ming as if he was an idiot. This was especially true for the people of Luoshui. You're not leaving, right? If you're not leaving, then clean it up. Lu Ming said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step in the direction of Luoshui kingdom. Arrogant. Kill him. The king of Luoshui kingdom shouted coldly. A few experts immediately charged out from behind him. 2 great sages in the lower tier and 3 in the great circle of the Bright Saint realm were the only top masters left in the Luoshui kingdom. The 5 experts joined forces and their aura was shocking. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. That brat is dead. A king of a certain country had a sneer on his face, but the next moment the sneer on his face disappeared and was replaced with shock, extreme shock. Lu Ming threw a punch and the void trembled violently. The air was compressed together and then exploded, forming a terrifying fist force. As the fist force crushed over, the 5 powerhouses of the Luoshui kingdom were directly blown apart, leaving no bones behind. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps of shock could be heard as everyone's expression froze. No. After a long time the king of Luoshui kingdom let out a miserable scream. These 5 people were the 5 strongest people in the Luoshui kingdom. With their death, the strength of the Luoshui kingdom would weaken sharply and become the weakest kingdom among the 9 kingdoms. Sooner or later it would be swallowed up by other kingdoms. His heart ached so much that it was about to bleed. However, when he saw Lu Ming continue to walk toward him, he was frightened and shouted, "Brother Tsong, save me. This man is lawless. We must get rid of him." "Stop." Blue Water Country ruler roared. However, Lu Ming did not seem to hear him. He took a step forward and appeared beside the king of Luoshui kingdom. The king of Luoshui kingdom wanted to escape, but Lu Ming took a step forward. The king of Luoshui screamed in pain as Lu Ming stepped on his face heavily. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and his body twitched non-stop. Impudent. Kill him. The king of Vast Water Country was furious. He had already told Lu Ming to stop, but Lu Ming did not even bother with him. Kill. Kill. 2 loud shouts came from Blue Water Country as 2 figures stepped out, and a terrifying aura bloomed in the void. Great Saint Peak, Great Saint Perfection. Someone exclaimed in shock. The people from the other countries were secretly trembling. Blue Water Country was indeed the leader of the 9 countries. For tens of thousands of years, they had been sitting on the throne of the 9 countries. Their strength was amazing. They were great saints in the great mastery and peak of the Great Saint realm. Such an expert could destroy a small country by himself. Wan Tianjiao and the other people from Mingyan country couldn't help but feel nervous. Although Lu Ming was powerful, he was no match for a great saint at the peak. But in the face of such an expert, they were powerless to help and could only watch. The two Blue Water Country experts were approaching Lu Ming rapidly. "Let go of King of Luo Shui, die!" The great Saint Peak shouted and pointed his finger in the air. A terrifying finger force pierced through Lu Ming's forehead. "You're seeking your own death," Lu Ming said coldly and then threw another punch. This punch was even more terrifying than the previous one. The void trembled and crushed over. The body of the great sage Peak expert exploded directly. Even the great sage Great Mastery behind him was crushed into pieces. At this moment, everyone present was trembling in their hearts and bodies. They were trembling uncontrollably. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, unable to move an inch. One punch after another, the great Saint Peak was crushed into pieces, just like the great Saint Initial Mastery. It was as if in Lu Ming's hands, there was no difference in the cultivation of those people. Strong, too strong. Lu Ming is too strong. Beside Wan Tianjiao, the voices of a few of his subordinates trembled. It was unknown if they were excited or excited. "Lu Ming, what is your limit?" Wan Tianjiao's voice was trembling. The longer she spent time with Lu Ming, the more she realized that Lu Ming was unfathomable. It was as if Lu Ming's combat power was limitless. From the moment he knew Lu Ming, no matter what kind of opponent he faced, Lu Ming was always calm and composed. He did not even need to use a second move to kill his opponent. The king of Luo Shui Kingdom trembled under Lu Ming's feet and broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment he was almost scared to death. What kind of terrifying monster was this? There was no way to resist it. "I surrender. I swear to follow the Mingyan country for the rest of my life, and regard the Mingyan country as the alliance leader," the monarch of the fallen nations shouted, afraid that Lu Ming would stomp him to death. Lu Ming did not even look at him. He looked at the Blue Water Country and said, "It seems that Blue Water Country also wants to be eliminated. Then I'll fulfill your wish." Then he stepped out and headed toward Blue Water Country. Song Water Country ruler's face turned pale. A peak great saint was the most powerful person in Blue Water Country, but in front of Lu Ming he was killed in an instant. "Lu Ming, it's better to quit while you're ahead. Otherwise it won't be good for both of us," the king of Vast Water Country said. "Oh really? I'm a little curious, how can you not give me any benefits?" There was a faint smile on Lu Ming's face as he continued to walk forward. Blue Water Country ruler's expression changed. Then he suddenly stood up and cupped his hands to the two old men behind him. "Two seniors, please kill this man. Blue Water Country will reward you handsomely. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. Chapter 1947. Chapter 1947. Bootlicking. Chapter 1947. Chapter 1947. Bootlicking. Blue Water Country ruler bowed to the two old men sitting behind him. His attitude was so respectful that it was shocking. Blue Water Country was ranked first in the vast C9 nations, and was also the most powerful person in the vast C9 nations. Who could make him lower his stance so low? Everyone's eyes fell on the two old men, but the two old men's faces were very ugly. A faint smile hung on Lu Ming's face. He looked at the two elders and said, "Are you sure you want to make a move?" The two elders forced a smile and stood up to cup their fists at Lu Ming. One of them said, "Young Master Lu, you must be joking. We wouldn't dare to fight you." That's right, these two elders were also outsiders. When they first entered, they appeared on the same island as Lu Ming. They had seen Lu Ming kill the Emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow clan with their own eyes. They were only at the perfected absolute saint realm. How would they dare to fight Lu Ming? They were just courting death. The two old men's attitude made the Blue Water Country ruler's body freeze as he looked at the two old men in disbelief. These two old men had appeared in Blue Water Country some time ago, and the strength they had displayed was simply world-shaking and unfathomable. He was shocked and regarded them as supreme powers. However, such a person was trembling in fear in front of Lu Ming. How was this possible? Who was that young man? Blue Water Country ruler's heart continued to sink. "You guys also want to go to the Time God Mountain, right?" Lu Ming continued, and the two elders nodded. "Very good. Now all of you attack and kill them." Who give you 2 spots? Lu Ming said coldly, pointing at the Blue Water Country ruler and the group of experts. Blue Water Country ruler's expression changed as he shouted, "Senior, don't. Kill. Kill." The 2 old men looked at each other, then burst out and attacked the Blue Water King and the others. In the face of an absolute saint in the Great Circle, the Blue Water Country ruler and the other experts could not resist at all and were killed immediately. Even the great saints were the same. They had no power to resist. In an instant, the Blue Water Country ruler and all the experts were killed. The ones with weaker cultivation were left trembling, their faces pale. So strong. At the scene, the people from the other countries looked at the 2 old men in shock. The cultivation of the 2 elders was unfathomable. There were many great saints in Blue Water Country, but they were all killed by the 2 elders in an instant. However, such an expert was very respectful in front of Lu Ming and addressed him as young Master Lu. Many people's hearts trembled and they began to sweat. In particular, the other 7 nations were secretly glad that they did not offend Lu Ming just now. Otherwise, they would be in deep trouble. At this moment, the monarch of the fallen nations was trembling all over and his face was pale. He was afraid that Lu Ming would lull him with a wave of his hand. Wan Tianjiao and the people from Mingyan country were also shocked. What was Lu Ming's identity? Even 2 powerful elders were so respectful to him. Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious in their eyes. I just said that the Mingyan country will be the leader of the 9 countries. The Divine Time Islands quota will be decided by the Mingyan country. Do you have any objections? Lu Ming said calmly, his gaze sweeping across the entire scene. One have no objections, not at all. Young Master Lu is unparalleled in the world. He rules over the 9 nations. If anyone has any objections, 111 be the first one to kill them. The king of Luoshui Kingdom finally seized the opportunity and was the first one to shout and flatter Lu Ming. Many people secretly cursed the Luoshui king for being shameless. Previously, he had ridiculed Lu Ming as a fool and wondered if he was crazy. Now he immediately elevated Lu Ming to the sky. No objections. Blue Water Country thinks they have some strength and is overbearing. They should have given up the position of alliance leader long ago. That's right. It's just right for the Mingyan country to be the alliance leader. The spots for the Divine Time Island will also be decided by the Mingyan country. The rulers of the other 7 kingdoms also began to speak up and flatter him. What a joke. Lu Ming was so capable. They did not dare to disagree. In the world of martial Dao, no matter where one was, there was a rule that followed. The weak were prey to the strong. Only strength was the truth. Take a blood oath. Otherwise, when one leave, who knows if you will attack the Mingyan country? Lu Ming said indifferently. I don't dare. Whoever dares to attack Mingyan country, 111 fight them to the death. Those country rulers all expressed their position and then took a blood oath to wholeheartedly support the Mingyan country as the alliance leader. They would not have any second thoughts. At this moment their lives were more important, so they didn't dare to have any objections. Just like that, Wan Tianjiao sat on the throne of the alliance leader of the 9 nations. During this period of time she felt like she was in a dream. First he sat on the throne of Mingyan country and then he sat on the throne of the alliance of 9 countries. If he had not experienced it himself, how could he believe it? Lu Ming, who are you? Wan Tianjiao muttered. She sighed in her heart. That day she had relied on her intuition to keep Lu Ming by her side. It was the best decision she had ever made in her life. It was also the most important decision. Otherwise she would have been killed by the state preceptor. What happened next was simple. Wan Tianjiao sat on the alliance leader's throne and chose a prince with a weaker cultivation in Blue Water Country to help him sit on the throne. This person naturally listened to Wan Tianjiao's orders. He then began to select the candidates for the Divine Time Island. After everything was over, they settled down in the Blue Water Nation and waited for the arrival of the emissaries from the Time God Island. In a huge courtyard, Lu Ming and Wan Tianjiao were drinking. Heavenly Flood Dragon, your spiritual body should be a low-grade heavenly spiritual body, right? Lu Ming said. Yes, I am. Wan Tianjiao nodded. Wan Tianjiao's spiritual body was extremely rare in the vast C9 nations. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate to the great circle of the Bright Saint stage at such a young age and be known as the war goddess of the Bright Flame country. I have a treasure that can allow your spirit body to evolve. However, how much you can gain will depend on you, Lu Ming said. He planned to use the Da Yen pill furnace to help Wan Tianjiao temper his spirit body. Knowing each other was fate. He wanted to help Wan Tianjiao increase his strength as much as possible. Otherwise, when he left, Wan Tianjiao's strength would not be enough to intimidate the experts from other countries. It can evolve spirit bodies? Wan Tianjiao revealed a shocked expression. There was actually such a treasure in the world. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. The Dian elixir furnace appeared and fell to the ground. The process of tempering with pill fire will be very painful. If you can't help it, tell me, Lu Ming said. So what if it's painful? Wan Tianjiao smiled and entered the Dian elixir furnace. Lu Ming waved his hand and threw in a large amount of sacred medicine, helping Wan Tianjiao to temper his spiritual body. Wan Tianjiao's willpower was very strong. Every time he persevered to the end. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Wan Tianjiao's spiritual body had successfully evolved into a medium-grade heaven spiritual body. Due to the evolution of her spiritual body, her cultivation had also broken through to the Supreme Saint realm. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. Chapter 1948. Coming to the Divine Time Island. Chapter 1948. Coming to the Divine Time Island. After Wan Tianjiao broke through, Lu Ming took out 2 absolute saint weapons and gave them to him. Lu Ming was only at ease after that. With Wan Tianjiao's current cultivation of Great Saint lower tier, coupled with a medium heavenly spiritual body and an absolute saint weapon, it was enough to compete with a Great Saint peak. In the vast C9 nations there was no opponent. It was enough to deter other countries and secure the throne of the alliance leader. Half a month later, a warship came through the air and stopped above Blue Water Country's capital. The emissary from the Divine Time Island had arrived. The 100 people heading to the Divine Time Island were all prepared. Most of them were young people. That was because it was said that if one headed to the Divine Light Divine Island, one would be able to receive guidance from a powerful existence on the Divine Time Island. If one was lucky, one might even be taken in as a disciple by an expert of the Divine Time Island and cultivate there. Wan Tianjiao was also on the list. She was a rare heavens chosen. Naturally, she wouldn't want to miss out on the opportunity to head to the Divine Time Island. Everyone boarded the warship. Then the warship soared into the sky and disappeared from the sea of the vast C9 nations. The speed of the battleship was astonishing, and it streaked through the air like a streak of light. He stood on the warship and looked down at the vast sea below. In an instant he had left. This time they flew for more than 10 days before the warship suddenly slowed down. We're about to reach the Divine Time Island. The emissary from the Divine Time Island spoke. We're almost there? Everyone was stunned because when they looked around, there was no sign of an island. As far as the eye could see, there was only the boundless ocean and no island at all. Buzz. At this moment the warship trembled slightly as if it had passed through some barrier. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. A huge island had appeared in the air in front of them. This island was actually floating in the air. On a floating island. So there's a formation. Lu Ming smiled faintly. There was a powerful array set up in this sea region. Without special means one would not be able to enter at all. Neither would one be able to see the Divine Time Island. No wonder there were rumors that without the guidance of the emissaries of the Divine Time Island, no one would be able to find the location of the Divine Time Island. The warship flew into the Divine Time Island and stopped at an empty space. Everyone disembarked. Come with me, I'll bring you to your living quarters. In a few days there will be experts from the Divine Island to test you. After the messenger finished speaking, he flew forward. The group followed, and not long after they arrived at a place filled with palaces. At a glance it was a huge palace. Each palace was separated by a distance and looked quite luxurious. Every palace here has a marked name. All of you from the 9 nations of the vast sea live in a palace. Go and find it yourself. The messenger left these words and soared into the sky, leaving this place. Everyone descended and began to search the various palaces. The 6 kingdoms of the Quan Ocean. The 3 countries of the Yingxi. Xianling Kingdom. They saw different signs outside the different palaces. Not long after they arrived at a palace. The words on the door of the palace read, "The vast C9 nations." They had arrived at their palace. However, the palace's door was open, which made them slightly stunned. Logically speaking, they had not moved in yet, so the door should be closed. Everyone's heart flashed with curiosity, and then they walked in. As soon as they entered, they saw a few figures sitting in the courtyard and drinking tea. When they saw Lu Ming and the rest enter, they looked at them with lightning-like eyes. "This place is already our residence, you guys should get lost." A tall young man waved his hand casually, as if he was chasing away a group of country bumpkins. His tone made the people of the vast C9 nations look a little unhappy. "Everyone, it's clearly written here that this is the palace of the vast C9 nations. Are you in the wrong place?" Wan Tianjiao cupped his fists. "Do you think I'm blind? Of course I know that this is the palace of the 9 nations of the vast sea, but now it belongs to our Xianling kingdom. We have many people and the original palace can't accommodate all of us. As for you, you can find a place to live in the wilderness," the tall young man said casually. The faces of Wan Tianjiao and the others turned ugly. However, at the same time they were also shocked. Xianling Kingdom was a kingdom that was extremely powerful and ruled a vast territory. Even if the 9 nations of the vast sea were to join forces, they would still be far inferior. "Everyone, this is the palace that the Divine Time Island has given to us, the vast C9 nations. It's not very good for you to occupy it like this. If we report this to the Divine Time Island, even the mysterious Spirit Kingdom will not be able to explain it," Wan Tianjiao said with a dark expression. "Are you threatening me?" The eyes of the tall youth flashed with sharpness as he stared at Wan Tianjiao. "I wouldn't dare," Wan Tianjiao said. "If you don't dare, then get lost," the tall youth berated. "Then we can only look for the emissaries of the temporal island," Wan Tianjiao said coldly and was about to turn around and leave. "Impudent!" the tall young man shouted and suddenly stood up. A powerful aura spread out and he scolded, "You really don't want the face one gave you. You're just a piece of trash in the vast C9 nations and you dare to threaten me." With every sentence he spoke, the tall young man took a step forward. His aura became stronger and stronger, causing many people from the vast C9 nations to have ugly expressions. The Great Saint Realm. The tall young man looked so young, but he had already reached the cultivation of the Great Saint Realm. It was truly shocking. As expected of the Xianling Kingdom, the tall youth's eyes were indifferent and aloof as he glanced at Wan Tianjiao. "You're a pretty woman. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and admit your mistake. Serve me for a few days and I'll let this matter go." "Damn it!" A young man from Mingyan country was furious. The other party was clearly the one who occupied their residence. Wan Tianjiao merely said that he wanted to find an emissary from the Time God Palace. Yet the other party was already overbearing, actually wanting Wan Tianjiao to kneel and apologize, as well as serve him for a few days. What did they do wrong? It was clearly the other party's fault. "What did you just say? You're looking for death." The tall young man's eyes were like knives as he looked at the young man from Mingyan country. Then he took a step forward and pounced toward the young man from Mingyan country like lightning. A terrifying knife light slashed toward the young man. This was a sure kill technique. If it hit, death was certain. The tall young man was too overbearing. He wanted to kill someone just because of a word of disagreement. At this time, Wan Tianjiao's figure moved, and the sword light in his hand bloomed, slashing at the tall youth's saber light. Clang! The blade and sword collided. The tall youth's body trembled and he retreated a few steps. Wan Tianjiao had blocked his attack. "How dare you fight back? I'll kill you first. Die!" The tall youth shouted coldly, and an astonishing attack erupted as he charged towards Wan Tianjiao. In an instant he slashed out hundreds of blades and heavy blade rays enveloped Wan Tianjiao. However, Wan Tianjiao's expression was calm, and a dragon's roar came from his body. The battle sword in his hand slashed out, and a sword light turned into a huge dragon shadow. The dragon shadow pounced forward and all the blade lights were shattered. The tall young man's body was forced back a dozen steps and a trace of blood spilled from his mouth. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. Chapter 1949. Chapter 1949. Blown Up? Chapter 1949. Chapter 1949. Blown up. In just one move, the tall young man was at a disadvantage and spat out blood. The tall youth's cultivation was the same as Yuan Tianjiu's. They were both at the great sage lower mastery. However, the tall youth's spiritual body was only a low-tier heaven spiritual body, while Yuan Tianjiu's spiritual body was a medium-tier heaven spiritual body. The other party was naturally no match for him. "You're looking for death." The tall young man roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. An ant from the vast C9 nations had actually injured him. This was unforgivable. Before this he was still acting high and mighty, looking down on the people of the vast sea and the 9 nations. But now he was injured by Yuan Tianjiu. If he had lost at the hands of an elder, it would still be acceptable. However, Yuan Tianjiu's age looked even younger than him. This made him feel like he had lost all face. "Kill. All of you will die today." The tall youth roared and once again charged at Yuan Tianjiu, but after a few moves he was forced back by Yuan Tianjiu. "How dare you hurt the heavenly beauty of our mysterious spirit kingdom? You deserve to die." On the other side, the other people who were with the tall young man also stood up with cold expressions. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. More and more people rushed out of the palace. A few of them were elders with powerful auras. "I told you to get lost. If you don't get lost, you're simply seeking your own death." One of the old men had a cold expression as he stepped towards Yuan Tianjiu. His terrifying aura pressed down on Yuan Tianjiu, forcing him to retreat. "Absolute saint." Yuan Tianjiu's voice interrupted and he couldn't help but cry out. The other members of the vast C9 nations also had a drastic change in their expressions. Xianling Kingdom was so powerful that even absolute saints were here. "Let me do it, let's go," Lu Ming said. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Yuan Tianjiu, blocking his aura. At this moment Lu Ming was rather speechless. Why was it that no matter where he went he would always encounter such a self-proclaimed idiot? In fact, there were many people like that in this world. With a little power and status, they would look down on those of lower status and feel superior in front of them. Whenever he met someone of a higher status, he would immediately change into a humble appearance. There were too many people like this. Looking at Lu Ming's back view, Yuan Tianjiu's heart suddenly calmed down for some reason. "I'll give you one last chance, get lost," Lu Ming said calmly. "Little bastard, are you crazy? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish first." The Absolute Saint Elder's eyes flashed coldly as he struck his palm at Lu Ming. The palm force struck down and the space howled wildly. The people from Xianling Kingdom smiled smugly. Lu Ming would definitely die under this palm. They seemed to be able to see Lu Ming being killed. But the next moment their smiles froze. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the elder's palm. The elder's palm stopped in the air. The old man's expression changed to one of fear. No matter how he unleashed his holy power, Lu Ming's palm did not move an inch. How was this possible? He was an absolute saint, a high and mighty absolute saint. How old was Lu Ming? How could he have such abilities? "I gave you a chance but you didn't cherish it. How sad," Lu Ming said coldly. His holy power burst out and he swung it. The old man's body was thrown out and smashed heavily on the floor. The ground rumbled and the floor cracked. The old man's body was embedded in the huge pit, twitching continuously. Everyone's expression froze. Even the people from the vast C9 nations knew that Lu Ming's abilities were unfathomable. However, to witness a legendary absolute saint being smashed to the ground by Lu Ming so easily, to the point that he was half dead, was still a shocking scene. In Xianling Kingdom, the tall young man's face was pale and his body was trembling. He found it hard to believe that there was such a powerful figure in the 9 nations of the vast sea who could defeat an absolute saint with one move. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and landed heavily on the absolute saint elder. The terrifying power shattered the absolute saint elder's saint heart. His saint heart was broken and his cultivation was destroyed. The absolute saint elder screamed in despair. "You're looking for death." Another elder from Xianling Kingdom shouted, his voice spreading far and wide. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the sound of air being torn could be heard as many figures descended. These were the powerhouses of the mysterious spirit kingdom. They had been staying in their own palaces and not here. When they arrived and learned that Lu Ming had crippled an absolute saint, they were shocked and filled with cold killing intent. "How dare you offend our mysterious spirit kingdom? Kill!" An old woman with snow-white hair shouted. Her killing intent was like a blade. The Xianling kingdom was one of the most powerful kingdoms in the entire 10,000 sea realm. It was one of the few big kingdoms and could almost dominate the entire 10,000 sea realm, except for the Time Island. Now, a mere vast C9 nations actually dared to cripple a person from Xianling kingdom. They were simply courting death. In an instant, at least 10 ultimate saints released their auras, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. The two old men from the vast C9 nations shook their heads speechlessly. They knew Lu Ming's strength. The mysterious spirit kingdom dared to treat Lu Ming with such an attitude. They were simply courting death. They seemed to have seen the tragic state of the mysterious spirit kingdom. Kill. The white-haired old woman made the first move. A terrifying attack blasted toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the other absolute saints also attacked. More than a dozen attacks were aimed at Lu Ming. They wanted to crush Lu Ming's bones with one attack. You brought this upon yourself, you can't live, Lu Ming said indifferently. Then he threw a punch. The air trembled, forming a terrifying force that destroyed the attacks of more than 10 absolute saints. How is that possible? All the experts of Xianling Kingdom were shocked. He destroyed the attacks of more than 10 absolute saints with one move. What kind of strength was this? Not good. They were shocked and felt a chill all over their bodies. They had a bad feeling. Some of them even retreated, but it was too late. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming swung his fists continuously, and streams of fist force rushed out with an unstoppable momentum, crushing those people. Bang. 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 The absolute saints didn't even have time to scream before they were blown into the air. In an instant, only the white-haired old woman was left. At this moment, the white-haired old woman was terrified and began to escape. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout came from the sky in the distance. It was filled with shock and anger. However, Lu Ming did not seem to hear it. He threw another punch. The white-haired old woman was directly blown up, her body and soul destroyed. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. More than 10 absolute saints had been killed in an instant. It was too terrifying. Lu Ming, what are your limits? Wan Tinjiao seemed to be numb, only a bitter smile and endless curiosity. How audacious! An angry roar came from the sky. Then more than 10 figures appeared. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. Chapter 1950. Chapter 1950 Conflict Intensified. Chapter 1950. Chapter 1950 Conflict intensified. More than a dozen figures appeared. The one in the lead was a young man in golden robes. Big brother. The tall young man from Xianling Kingdom was overjoyed to see this young man. His big brother had finally arrived. His big brother had come to the God Time Island 6 years ago. With his shocking talent, he was accepted as a disciple by a saint emperor of the God Time Island. Right now, his status on the God Time Island was extraordinary. His big brother's arrival finally put him at ease. Not good. Seeing this youth, Wan Tianjiao's expression changed drastically. Lu Ming, this person is wearing a golden robe with a river of time embroidered on the cuffs. This is the symbol of a core disciple of the Divine Time Island. Wan Tianjiao quickly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. The core disciple of the Divine Time Island was the highest level of cultivation in the Divine Time Island. There were only a few of them in the entire Divine Time Island, and their status was astonishing. This young man was obviously from the mysterious spirit kingdom. This time they were in trouble. Xianchuan was the young man's name. At this moment, Xianchuan was extremely angry and filled with endless killing intent. Today he had just come out of seclusion and wanted to see the people from the mysterious spirit kingdom. His brother had come as well, but he did not expect to see Lu Ming killing the experts from the mysterious spirit kingdom the moment he arrived. Even the mysterious spirit kingdom couldn't afford to lose more than 10 absolute saints. This was definitely more than half of the experts in the mysterious spirit kingdom. Boy, I'll let you die without a burial place. And all of you from the vast C9 nations will die. Xianchuan glared at Lu Ming coldly, wishing he could cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. It's your people from the mysterious spirit kingdom who occupied the palace we live in. It's also your country who attacked us first. How can we not retaliate? Wan Tinjiao called out. Shut up. Xianxia shouted coldly, his eyes cold. So what? Even if one occupy your palace, even if I want to kill you first, so what? You shouldn't have retaliated. If you retaliated, you would have died. Xianxia was overbearing. They didn't care about the cause and process. He only cared about the result. In the end, the powerhouses of the mysterious spirit kingdom were killed. Lu Ming and the rest had to die. Big brother, you must take revenge for the elders. The tall young man shouted. Don't worry. Xianxia spoke coldly, the vast C9 nations are lawless. They openly killed experts of other countries on the temporal divine island. They are all sentenced to death. Kill without mercy. Yes. A few people walked out from behind Xianxia, releasing a terrifying aura. These people were all absolute saints in the Great Circle. These people were all experts from the Divine Time Island. Their faces were cold and they didn't care about who was right or wrong. If Xianxia said to kill, they would kill. Xianxuan's status on the Divine Time Island was transcendent and he was loved by many divine emperors. His words were law and reason. The faces of the vast C9 nations, including Wan Tianjiao, were extremely ugly. The Divine Time Island was different from the other great nations. They were the #1 power in the 10,000 sea realm and had unfathomable strength. They had many sacred emperors. If they offended the Divine Time Island, the vast C9 nations would be eliminated. Lu Ming's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He himself was not afraid, but he was worried that he would implicate the 9 nations of the vast sea. Kneel down and accept your punishment. An absolute saint in the Great Circle said coldly. He slammed his palm down and a huge palm formed and pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch and the huge palm was crushed. Xianxuan's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming was so powerful. He could even block an absolute saint in the Great Circle. Could this person also be from beyond the heavens? Xianxuan's heart moved. With his status, he naturally knew many things that others didn't. During this period of time, many experts from the 10,000 sea realm had suddenly descended. All of them had profound cultivation and powerful battle prowess. Many of them were actually not weaker than the sacred emperors of the Divine Time Island. He had heard from some elders that these people might have come from beyond the heavens. In the beginning he was extremely shocked. If Lu Ming was also from beyond the heavens, things would not be easy. Xianxuan frowned. The people of my mysterious spirit kingdom can't die in vain. Suddenly Xianxuan clenched his fists tightly. So what if he came from beyond the heavens? How could his Divine Time Island be afraid? Let's attack together. With a wave of his hand, the few absolute saints in the Great Circle charged toward Lu Ming again. They were all using killing moves. You're the ones who are looking for death. Lu Ming said coldly. Just now he had already taken a step back and did not fight back. However, the other party was obviously insatiable. He understood that there was no use in backing down against such a person. Only by using iron and blood to suppress him would the other party be afraid. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and flew up. He threw a punch and the shadow of the prison-suppressing steel appeared, suppressing an absolute saint in the perfection. That expert's attack was instantly destroyed by the prison-suppressing steel's illusionary image. Under the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel, the man screamed in pain and his body was torn into pieces. Then Lu Ming punched again and killed a person in the absolute saint's perfection. How is that possible? Xianxuan roared. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. He could even kill an absolute saint in the Great Circle. The tall young man and the rest of the people from Xianling Kingdom were also pale. In their eyes, Lu Ming was simply a god of death. Send the signal, send the signal. Gather the experts of the Divine Island. Xianxuan retreated crazily and shouted at the same time. Kill. Lu Ming stepped into the void and charged towards Xianxuan. Since he had made his move, he would destroy them all. Lu Ming, it's you. Kill. Right at this moment, an explosive roar rang out. Following that, a terrifying sword light came slashing over from the distance. It was extremely terrifying, as though it was going to split the entire Divine Time Island in half. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. An absolute holy weapon sword appeared in his hand and he swung it. Boom. A violent explosion along with endless sword chi spread out. Whoosh. In the distance there was a flash of light and a middle-aged man appeared in the sky. Spots of light lit up on his body. Hundreds of holy weapons floated around him and a river of laws surrounded him. The Wuxian family. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that many experts who had entered the 10,000 Sea realm had come to the Divine Time Island, just like him, to explore the Divine Time Mountain. The river of laws, that's Saint Emperor. Heavens, the Sage Emperor has appeared. Could it be the Divine Emperor of the Divine Time Island? Cries of alarm rang out. An emperor-to-be was known as a sacred emperor in the 10,000 Sea realm. They were the strongest experts in the realm. Because there were no martial emperors in the 10,000 Sea realm, and immortality was only a legend. Wan Tianjiao and the others were also extremely shocked. The sacred emperor had made his move. Could Lu Ming win? At this moment, a heaven-shaking roar was heard. In the distance, a giant wolf as large as a mountain stepped through the air. This giant wolf was also surrounded by a river of laws. Whoosh! Then on the other side a purple light flashed and a purple-robed elder appeared. His body was covered in purple light and there was also a river of laws around him. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. Com. Chapter 1951. 9 Emperor. B. Chapter 1951. 9 Emperor to be Skywolf Tower, the Purple Extreme Sex Emperor to be, they're all here. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and muttered. The 3 Emperor to be stood in 3 directions surrounding Lu Ming. The people from the small countries in the 10,000 Sea realm were all shocked. The 3 divine emperors had appeared and from the looks of it, they were all hostile towards Lu Ming. These divine emperors don't seem like the temporal island. That's right. I've never heard of a giant wolf becoming a sage emperor on the Divine Time Island. Many people were discussing in low voices. The people from the vast C9 nations turned pale. There were so many sacred emperors against Lu Ming. As for Xianxia, he was overjoyed and shouted, "Quickly send the signal and gather the experts of the Divine Island." Whoosh! Beside Xianxia, an expert waved his hand and a light pillar shot up into the sky, forming a river of time. Everyone on the entire Divine Time Island could see it. Xianxuan's words shocked everyone. From Xianxuan's words, these divine emperors weren't from the Time God Island. However, other than the Temporal Island, there were no other factions in the 10,000 Sea realm that had saint emperors. And 3 of them had appeared all at once. Ga. At this moment a few sharp bird calls were heard. A huge 3-legged golden crow appeared in the sky. In addition there was a huge silver wolf, all of which were emperor to be. Many experts from the major forces had entered the world of the lotus flower. Naturally there were more than 1 or 2 emperor to be experts. That's the 3-legged golden crow, the legendary divine beast. Someone exclaimed. In the 10,000 Seas realm, the 3-legged golden crow was a legendary divine beast. It had never appeared before. Today he had actually seen one. Hee, this is Lu Ming. A cold voice came from a gust of wind. Lu Ming, you've been hiding for so long. You'll die today. Hand over the Celestial Emperor's sword. Another voice was heard from the other side. The Hing family. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. It seemed that almost all the enemies were here today. At this time, regardless of whether it was the people from the vast C9 nations, the mysterious spirit kingdom or the other countries, they were all stunned. They all gasped in shock. 9 divine emperors. A total of 9 divine emperors surrounded Lu Ming. They were all hostile to him. Lu Ming. Quan Tianjiao's eyes were filled with deep worry. At this moment, several figures flew over from the Divine Time Island. All of them had powerful auras. The experts of the Divine Time Island had arrived. Xianxuan, what happened? An old man asked. He looked at the quasi-sages of the Golden Crow race with a serious expression. It's this brat. He's the one who killed the people of our Divine Time Island. He's absolutely lawless. Xianxuan pointed at Lu Ming and said coldly. You dare to kill the people of our Divine Time Island? What guts? The old man shouted coldly. He and the other 2 powerhouses stepped toward Lu Ming. The river of laws also appeared on their bodies. The Sage Emperor, another Sage Emperor. A total of 12 sacred emperors surrounded Lu Ming. Ah, this brat actually has so many enemies. He's dead for sure. Xianxuan laughed in his heart. As for the people from the smaller countries, their minds were in a complete mess. Everything that happened today was beyond their imagination. Other than the Divine Time Island, where did so many sage emperors come from? Lu Ming, hand over the Celestial Emperor's sword. The Heng family's Saint Emperor shouted coldly. If you want it, come and get it yourself. Lu Ming said coldly. The saint energy in his body circulated crazily, pushing his strength to the limit. It seemed that he had to fight a big battle today. Young Master Xinglai once said that he would kill you with his own hands. But today I will do it. The emperor-to-be from the Heng family spoke coldly and was the first to make a move. A pale sword radiance bloomed and slashed toward Lu Ming. On Lu Ming's body, hundreds of acupuncture points lit up. Hundreds of holy weapons flew out and the chi of combat weapons soared into the sky. Whoosh! The holy sword of supremacy flew toward the sword light of the Heng family's emperor-to-be with a single thought from Lu Ming. Clang! The sword trembled and was sent flying back, but it still managed to block the opponent's sword. Lu Ming is cunning and sinister. There's no need to play by the rules with him. Let's attack together. The emperor-to-be of the Wan family shouted and made his move. Endless chi of war weapons gathered and slashed out of vast sword light, aiming at Lu Ming's throat. This time in the world of the lotus flower, it was a rare opportunity to lull Lu Ming. If he left the world of the lotus flower, it would be difficult to lull Lu Ming. Moreover, if they were to send out even more powerful experts, it was likely that the Great Yen Elixir Palace's Uncle Kong would make a move. He had been killed while searching for treasures in the lotus world, so Uncle Kong had nothing to say. If you want to join forces, just say it. There's no need to be so grand. Lu Ming sneered and threw a punch. A phantom of the prison-suppressing steel appeared and flew toward the emperor-to-be of the Wan family. Thump! The prison-suppressing steel trembled, and with the power to suppress the heavens, it struck the battle weapon of the quasi-emperor of the Wan clan, forcing him to retreat a few steps. Kill! A roar was heard. The two emperor-to-be giant wolves from the Skywolf Tower also made their move. They howled madly and suppressed the sky. They launched a terrifying killing force at Lu Ming. Following that, the emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow race, the emperor-to-be of the Purple Extreme sect, and the emperor-to-be of the Wind race made their moves at the same time. The 9 emperors-to-be attacked at the same time. Their auras were so powerful that it seemed like they could blow up the world. The endless pressure forced the spectators to retreat. The people from the vast C9 nations and the mysterious spirit kingdom retreated frantically. The pressure was too strong and they were too close to it. They were afraid that they would be crushed. Is this the strength of a saint emperor? The moment he makes a move, he has earth-shattering power. It's too terrifying. Many people had the same thought. Then they looked at the figure who was besieged by many emperors-to-be. Could he still block so many attacks? Good. Lu Ming let out a long howl. The space between his eyebrows glowed and the Dian elixir furnace appeared. It grew rapidly and blasted behind him. And NBSP at the same time he used the primal chaos tribulation finger and thrust 5 fingers forward. Whoosh. Whoosh. The 5 huge fingers, like the fingers of a god, broke through the air and attacked the 5 emperor-to-be experts. Boom. Boom. With continuous rumbles, the 5 chaos fingers of tribulation exploded, but they also blocked the other party's attack. Behind him, the Dian elixir furnace had also blocked the attacks of the other 4. It trembled and flew back to Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's body trembled and his face turned pale. He was powerful and could defeat or even kill any of the 9 emperors-to-be. However, if all 9 of them attacked him at the same time, he would not be able to do so. After all, there were 9 of them and he was no match for them. His body trembled and his chi and blood churned. However, this scene in the eyes of others was nothing but shock. How is that possible? The people of Xianling Kingdom and Xianchuan widened their eyes in disbelief. Lu Ming was actually able to block the attacks of 9 Saint Emperors by himself. What kind of monster was he? Follow current novels on Top Novel Full.com. Chapter 1952. Chapter 1952. Bubble arrives and kills Emperor to be consecutively. Chapter 1952. Bubble arrives and kills Emperor to be consecutively. Lu Ming. Wan Tianjiao and the rest of the people from Mingyan country could not help but clench their fists. They did not know why, but they suddenly felt proud of Lu Ming. Even they did not know why. It might be related to Lu Ming representing the Mingyan country this time? In their past memories, the divine emperor was a lofty figure who looked down on the world. He was a top expert in the 10,000 sea realm. But now Lu Ming could fight against 9 people at once. It was too shocking. Is this the son of chaos? His combat strength is truly heaven-defying. Not only were there people from the 10,000 sea realm, but there were also people from the outside world. There were many of them who were attracted by the commotion and came to watch. Someone sighed. Not only the spectators, but even the emperor-to-be from the Heng family and the others were shocked. Lu Ming could actually block them. Kill! The emperor-to-be from the Heng family shouted and was the first to make a move again. He cast a magical technique and charged at Lu Ming. Then the other emperors-to-be also attacked. Then I'll kill you first. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stared at the quasi-emperor of the Wan family and charged at him. At the same time, Lu Ming waved his hand and 9 huge prison-suppressing steels appeared. They pressed down on the others while Lu Ming continued to charge at the emperor-to-be of the Heng family. Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. Lu Ming attacked with all his might and launched a Chaos Finger of Tribulation. The Primal Chaos Finger of Tribulation destroyed the attack of the Heng family's emperor-to-be and forced him to retreat rapidly with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The other 8 people's attacks collided with the prison-suppressing steel's shadow that Lu Ming had condensed. There was a constant rumble and the 9 prison-suppressing steel's shadow was destroyed. The remaining power surged towards Lu Ming, causing his body to tremble and blood to flow from his mouth. However, Lu Ming made use of this force to charge at the emperor-to-be of the Heng family even faster. Come in. Lu Ming opened the lid of the Dian elixir furnace. A terrifying suction force erupted from the furnace and was about to suck the emperor-to-be of the Heng family in. The emperor-to-be from the Heng clan was shocked. He struggled madly and shouted, "Quickly come and help me. Don't even think about it. Kill." The other 8 powerhouses attacked at the same time. The Sun, Gale, Giant Wolf and the others all charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with madness. Block it. With a thought, hundreds of saint weapons gathered into a giant shield and blocked behind him. Then he pointed at the emperor-to-be of the Heng family. Boom. The attacks of the 8 emperors-to-be landed on the shield made up of hundreds of saint weapons. The shield exploded and some of the bright saint weapons and great saint weapons were shattered into pieces. Only a dozen or so absolute saint weapons didn't explode. A total of 200 saint weapons had been destroyed just like that. This was a huge loss. However, it was all worth it. This had also bought Lu Ming some time. Under the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger, the emperor-to-be of the Heng family was almost blown apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How could he resist the pull of the Die Yen elixir furnace? He struggled madly, but he was still swallowed by the Dian elixir furnace. Clang. After closing the furnace lid, Lu Ming started to activate the furnace fire to refine the other party. Thump. Thump. Inside the furnace, the other party was frantically attacking, wanting to rush out. However, given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, how could he, an ordinary emperor-to-be, rush out of the cauldron? Attack and save the emperor-to-be of the Heng family. The emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow race let out a long howl and charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the other emperor-to-be also launched an attack on Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the Dian elixir furnace to block it. Although he was at a disadvantage, the other party could not seriously injure him in a short period of time. Saint Emperor, this person is lawless. If you attack now, you can kill him. Xian Chuan sent a message to the 3 sacred emperors of the Divine Time Island. The 3 emperors-to-be from the Divine Time Island looked at each other and saw the killing intent in each other's eyes. Lu Ming had to pay the price for killing several experts on the Divine Time Island. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the Divine Time Island be? The 3 of them nodded and stepped forward at the same time, their bodies exuding a mysterious aura. Everyone was shocked. The sacred emperor of the Divine Time Island was about to make his move as well. Lu Ming. Wan Tianjiao was extremely worried. Previously, Lu Ming was clearly at a disadvantage. If the 3 quasi-emperors of the Divine Time Island were added to the mix, Lu Ming would be even more disadvantaged. Boom. 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 The 3 emperors-to-be from the Divine Time Island did not hesitate and attacked at the same time. 3 terrifying divine lights shot toward Lu Ming, and there was actually a trace of time power in them. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he was ready to resist with all his might. However, at this moment the space around them started to ripple. A huge transparent bubble appeared and enveloped the three emperors-to-be from the Divine Time Island. Bubbles. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Bubbles had entered the myriad sea realm with him. To his surprise, he had also arrived at the Divine Time Island. Bubbles appeared beside Lu Ming and he muttered, "So many of you are fighting brother Lu Ming. I'll fight you too, Chirpy." Bubbles continued to form as she mumbled to herself. With a wave of her hand, more transparent bubbles were formed and enveloped the quasi-emperors of the Golden Crow race and the Wan clan. Kill. Lu Ming took the opportunity to attack the emperor-to-be of the Wan family. He had just lost so many saint weapons, so he might as well get them back from this quasi-emperor of the Wan clan. And NBSP, the enemy, was covered by the space-time law and was struggling madly trying to break it. However, with Bubbles' current realm and space-time law, how could it be so easy to break? Lu Ming picked up the Dian elixir furnace and smashed it at the other party's face. Thump. The Dian elixir furnace smashed onto the quasi-emperor of the Wan family's head. The quasi-emperor's head was almost split open. He was completely dazed. Slash. Lu Ming grabbed an absolute holy weapon saber beside him and slashed down. The emperor-to-be of the Wan clan was split into two. An emperor-to-be had fallen. Heavens! The spectators from the 10,000 Sea realm were all shocked. This was a figure equivalent to a sage emperor, yet he had been killed just like that. The sacred emperor was at the peak of the 10,000 Sea realm. It was synonymous with invincibility. It turned out that even an invincible sacred emperor could die. Many people sighed. In addition to the one inside the Dian elixir furnace that was already silent, there were already two. Two of the saint emperors had been killed by Lu Ming. Who was this young man? Thoughts ran through the minds of the 10,000 Sea realm warriors. At this time, the others had already broken through the space-time law and gathered together, their eyes extremely solemn. Space-time law, it's the space-time law. The sacred emperor of the Divine Time Island cried out in excitement. Their nomological laws also contained a trace of time power. However, compared to Bubbles, they were still far from it. If you want to kill me, then kill to your heart's content today. Lu Ming's killing intent grew stronger. He stepped on the air and headed for the remaining emperor-to-be. Since they wanted to kill him, he would slaughter them all. The remaining emperors-to-be looked solemn. Lu Ming's combat strength was already terrifying enough. In addition to Bubbles, who had mastered the space-time law, their combat strength was amazing. Chapter 1953, Chapter 1953. The Divine Tree of Time. Chapter 1953. The Divine Tree of Time. If it was a head-on clash, they wouldn't be afraid. The key was that the space-time laws were too profound and too useful in trapping enemies. The space-time law trapped the enemy while Lu Ming was the main attacker. When they worked together, their destructive power was shocking. At this moment, a few more people stepped into the air from the distance, their bodies surrounded by the river of laws. Another emperor-to-be from the temporal divine island had arrived. He had gathered with the previous three emperors-to-be, and a powerful aura was pressing down on Lu Ming. A great battle was about to start. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This figure was enveloped by a mysterious power. The area was completely distorted, as if time and space were changing. He could only vaguely see that it was a black-robed old man. When the emperor-to-be experts of the Divine Time Island saw this old man, they bowed and greeted, "We pay our respects to the Sage Master. We pay our respects to the Sage Master." The expressions of the other cultivators from the Divine Time Island also changed as they bowed. The Sage Master? Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. It seemed that this Sage Master had a very high status. Even the quasi-emperors on the Divine Time Island were very respectful to him. The Sage Master nodded slightly and looked at Lu Ming with a kind smile. He then looked at the other emperors-to-be and said, "Everyone here is a powerful existence. If we fight here, the Divine Time Island will be greatly damaged. Can you give this old man some face and temporarily stop the battle?" Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not say anything. The eyes of the emperors-to-be of the other forces flickered, but they didn't speak. Now that Lu Ming and Dandan's combat strength had skyrocketed, they were not confident even though they had the advantage in numbers. If the people from the Divine Time Island were to withdraw, they would be even more uncertain. Reporting to the Sacred Master, this man has killed several elders of my Divine Time Island. You cannot let him off. Xianxia was still unwilling to give up. He reported to the Sage Master that he wanted to borrow the power of the Divine Time Island to kill Lu Ming. Are you teaching me how to do things? The Sage Master looked at Xianxia and his voice turned cold. Xianxuan's face changed drastically. He knelt down immediately and shouted with a pale face, I don't dare, this disciple doesn't dare, please forgive me, Sage Master. The Sage Master ignored Xianxia and continued to look at Lu Ming and the rest. You're from beyond the heavens and have come to the 10,000 Sea realm. You must be here for the immortal relic in the Time God Mountain. If you stop fighting, I'll take you there. The Sage Master's words stunned the people of 10,000 Sea realm. Beyond the heavens. These experts actually came from beyond the heavens. Many people in the 10,000 Sea realm knew that it was connected to the other 8 realms. They could communicate, but only Saint Emperors could. And beyond the 9 worlds there were even larger worlds. Legend had it that the world beyond the heavens was vast and boundless. Martial arts had developed to the extreme and there were even immortal existences. However, all of this was just a legend. No one had ever confirmed it. Now, the Sage Master actually said that these people came from beyond the heavens. Perhaps it was true. Otherwise, why would so many experts suddenly appear on the Divine Time Island? Beyond the heavens, beyond the heavens. So Lu Ming came from beyond the heavens. That's right, only beyond the heavens can give birth to a prodigy like Lu Ming. While Yuan Tinjiao was shocked, all sorts of thoughts ran through his mind. The people of the vast C9 nations and the Xianling kingdom were also dumbfounded. Lu Ming, for the sake of the Sage Master, he'll spare your life today. One of the giant wolves from the Skywolf Tower said. Spare my life? Come on, let's continue the battle and see if you can take my life. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at the giant wolf from the Skywolf Tower. This made the giant wolf of the Skywolf Tower look unsightly. He was only trying to win with his words. If they really had to fight, they had no confidence. The Sage Master smiled bitterly. Little brother, why don't we let it go for now? After you go to the Time God Mountain and leave the Time God Island, one won't interfere no matter how you guys want to fight. That's to give face to the Sage Master and spare their dog lives first. Lu Ming smiled faintly. If they were to truly fight, he might not be afraid. However, with the addition of the people from the Divine Time Island, he might not be able to gain an advantage. More importantly, the Sage Master gave him a profound feeling. The Sky Wolf Tower's giant wolves and the others had ugly expressions, but they didn't refute. Okay, thank you for giving me face, little brother. The people of 10,000 Sea Realm can stay here for the time being. No one is allowed to attack. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed without mercy. The Sage Master said, his voice turning cold. The people from Xianling Kingdom had ugly expressions, but they didn't dare to refute the Sage Master's words. So many of their people had died in vain and they could only admit that they were unlucky. Friends from beyond the heavens, if you want to explore the Time God Mountain, then come with me. The Sage Master's voice reverberated in all directions as he flew into the depths of the Divine Time Island. Lu Ming smiled and followed the Sage Master. The giant wolf from the Sirius Tower, the Quasi-Emperor of the Golden Crow race, and the Quasi-Emperor of the Wind race followed behind him with gloomy faces. In the sky, one figure after another streaked across the void. All of them were experts from the outside world. They followed the sacred teacher and headed towards the Divine Time Island. So many people? The people of the 10,000 Sea Realm were shocked. So many people had come from beyond the sky and they were all terrifying experts. Not long after, they arrived at the center of the Divine Time Island. Up ahead there was a huge mountain that pierced through the clouds. This mountain looked deathly silent. At a glance, it was all bare rocks. Everyone's eyes focused. They saw bones in different parts of the mountain almost completely decayed. How could there be so many bones in this mountain? Everyone stopped in their tracks, somewhat bewildered. Everyone, this is the Time God Mountain. The entire mountain is deathly silent with only a few plants. The Sage Master introduced. Everyone observed carefully. Indeed, there were some plants on the mountain, but they were very sparse. These plants have the power of time. If a martial artist consumes them, they can increase their lifespan. The Sage Master continued. What? can increase one's lifespan. Someone cried out in surprise, his eyes emitting a blazing flame. A martial emperor's lifespan was endless. Other than facing the great calamity of heaven and earth, they did not need to worry about their lifespan. However, those below the martial supreme realm had limited lifespans. A saint could live for more than 100,000 years, but not more than 200,000 years. The emperor-to-be was also in this range. This time there were many ancient emperors-to-be who had come. Many of them were already at the end of their lifespans. The plants that could increase their lifespans were a fatal temptation to them. Also, there's a small tree at the peak of the Divine Time Mountain. That's the Divine Time Tree. If a martial artist swallows it, his lifespan will be doubled. The sage master continued. Double the lifespan. This time most of the people revealed a fiery light of greed. Increasing one's lifespan by one-fold, what kind of concept was that? Some of the emperors-to-be were close to the end of their lifespans. However, if their lifespans were doubled, they might be able to enter the martial emperor realm and attain immortality. The fatal temptation of this matter was irresistible. Chapter 1954. Chapter 1954, Time Power. Chapter 1954. Chapter 1954 Time Power. That's mine. It's mine. Immediately, some people rushed towards the divine light sacred mountain. However, the few people at the front suddenly let out blood-curdling screeches. A shocking scene appeared. The few people at the front stopped in the air and let out terrified screams. Their old and shriveled bodies became even shriveled, and their essence chi seemed to have been swallowed in an instant. Then all their hair fell off and their clothes rotted. Their bodies seemed to have turned into skeletons and there was no longer any aura on them. The expressions of the people behind changed drastically as they retreated frantically. But after they left, they all seemed to have aged a lot. It had only been a few breaths, but all of them seemed to have aged 10,000 years. Looking ahead, the few people who were flying at the front had already turned into bones. What's going on? What was going on? My lifespan is almost exhausted. An old man whose hair was about to fall off shouted. I'm not done yet. You guys are too impatient. The Time God Mountain is filled with the power of time. Any living being that goes up there will be deprived of time. Time is flowing faster in the Time God Mountain. The sage master said indifferently. Time is flowing faster. Damn it. The people who were charging forward roared. They had suffered a great loss this time. As for those who were slower and didn't move forward, they were secretly glad that they were a step slower. Otherwise, the consequences would have been serious. Lu Ming, Bubbles and some other young men did not step forward earlier. They were still young and things like lifespan were not attractive to them. Chirp, chirp. On Lu Ming's shoulder the bubble was chirping. Its eyes were fixed on the small tree on the Divine Time Mountain. Bubbles, is that little tree of great use to you? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Yes, Chirpy. Bubbles nodded repeatedly. Lu Ming understood. Bubbles was a space-time mouse and the small tree had the power of time. It was not surprising that it would be of great use to Bubbles. But how could he get it? Lu Ming pondered secretly. Can't we go up the Time God Mountain? Someone asked in a deep voice. If he couldn't go up, then what was the point of coming here? It was better to explore other ruins as soon as possible. It's not like we can't go up at all. Follow me. The sage master then flew toward the side of the Time God Mountain. Not long after, the sage master stopped and pointed at the Time God Mountain. There's a canyon here. Every 3 months, the power of time in this canyon will drop to its lowest. At that time we can pass through this canyon. At the end of this canyon there's an altar. As long as that altar is destroyed, the power of time in the entire Time Mountain will be greatly reduced. At that time we'll have a chance to step onto the peak and obtain that time tree. Then why aren't the people of your Divine Time Island going up? Someone raised a question and looked at the sage master with doubt. It was the same for the others. Some people's eyes were cold. If the sage master's words were false or if he was plotting something, they would be in danger. Many emperors-to-be and absolute saints had lived for a long time and were very scheming. They naturally wouldn't trust the sage master easily. Because we're not strong enough. The sage master replied. Many people's eyes flashed. They were unable to refute the sage master's words. The cultivation level of the 10,000 sea realm could not be compared to that of the Yuan continent. On the Divine Time Island, the strongest experts were all quasi-emperors. Furthermore, there weren't many of them, so it was normal for them to be unable to do so. How long more until the power of time in this canyon weakens? Someone asked. There's still half a month. The sage master said. All right, I'll wait here then. Someone was sitting cross-legged. A portion of the people did the same. They sat cross-legged and waited quietly. There was also a group of people looking around the divine light sacred mountain. Lu Ming and Bubbles also wandered around. Bang! Suddenly, someone stepped forward toward the time god mountain, instantly attracting the attention of many people. Seemed like someone couldn't hold back and wanted to try it out for themselves. However, that person was very cautious. Step by step he walked very slowly. When he stepped into a certain range, his expression changed as if he was enveloped by a terrifying force. This man was an emperor-to-be, surrounded by the river of laws. He was covered in saint power to resist the power of time. Then step by step he walked towards the nearest plant. Many people's eyes lit up. The power of time of the divine time mountain would become stronger the closer one was to the peak. It was not completely impossible to resist the power of time on the outside. As long as he could block it, he would be able to obtain some plants. The plants here could increase one's lifespan and were priceless. Immediately, many people stepped out and slowly walked toward the time god mountain. All. But not long after, someone shouted that he couldn't hold on any longer. The person's skin was slowly drying up, causing the person's expression to change, and he quickly retreated. And the first person who had tried couldn't even walk to the closest plant. He also couldn't resist the erosion of the power of time and was defeated. The same thing happened to the others. Even with their sovereign weapons, they were unable to resist and were defeated one after another. No one managed to obtain any plants. Brother Lu Ming, I want to try. Perhaps I can use the power of time to cultivate. Chirp chirp. At that moment Bubbles spoke. All right, let's go together. Lu Ming nodded. He also wanted to test how strong the power of time in the time mountain was. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and headed toward the divine time mountain. Many people's gazes turned to Lu Ming. They also wanted to see how far the son of chaos could go. Lu Ming walked forward step by step. When he stepped into a certain area, a mysterious force acted on his body. That was the power of time, which was extremely similar to the power of Bubbles. The power of time was extremely terrifying. It seemed to seep into Lu Ming's body and deprive him of his time and longevity. Boom! Lu Ming's aura burst out and holy power surrounded his body. The laws of chaos filled the air and blocked the power of time from the outside world. The corresponding law to the power of time was the law of time. It was an extremely powerful king path law that could not be compared to Bubbles' spacetime law, and naturally, it could not be compared to the chaos law. And NBSP thus, the moment the chaos laws appeared, the time energy from the outside world was blocked. Lu Ming continued to walk forward step by step toward a plant. He didn't walk very quickly, but each step was firm. The deeper they went, the stronger the power of time. But Lu Ming still managed to block it. Bubbles sat on Lu Ming's shoulder and seemed to be seriously sensing the power of time in the outside world. Very soon Lu Ming was close to the first plant. As expected of the son of chaos. He can control the laws of chaos and even block time. Someone exclaimed. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. Com. Chapter 1955. Chapter 1955. Entering the Mountain. Chapter 1955. Chapter 1955. Entering the mountain. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The distance that Lu Ming had covered was further than the person who had walked the furthest previously. The giant wolf from the heavenly wolf tower and the quasi-emperor from the golden crow race snorted coldly. They were a little unhappy. Soon Lu Ming came to the nearest plant. It was a purple grass with a purple flower on it, and it was emitting a strange power. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. Then he pulled up the purple flower by its roots and kept it in the mountain and river diagram. Many old men with snow-white hair were staring at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Treasures that could increase one's lifespan were extremely rare, and every time they appeared their prices would skyrocket. Lu Ming continued to move forward, walking towards another plant. Not long after, Lu Ming had picked 6 plants. Lu Ming had almost plucked all the plants in the periphery. He could only pick more plants if he went deeper. Lu Ming continued to walk. However, the deeper he went, the stronger the power of time became. The laws of chaos that surrounded his body were also shaking violently. Although the law of chaos was of a higher level, Lu Ming's cultivation level was still low. Although it was higher in quality, it was lacking in quantity. When the power of time exceeded a certain range, the laws of chaos still couldn't resist it. At this moment, a transparent bubble enveloped Lu Ming. At once, Lu Ming felt that the power of time in the outside world had lightened. Bubbles had made her move. Her space-time laws included time and space, and no other law could resist the power of time. The pressure on Lu Ming was lifted. He quickened his pace and continued to move forward. Not long after, he was almost halfway up the mountain. Space-time law, good. When the sage master saw this, his eyes shone with a dazzling light and a deep desire. Of course, no one saw the sage master's eyes. A few hours later, Lu Ming had picked more than 10 plants. But halfway up the mountain, he could no longer continue. Even with the help of Bubble's space-time laws, he was unable to advance any further. And NBSP, the time energy up ahead, was simply too terrifying. If they continued forward, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop it. They had no choice but to stop. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and used the power of time to hone his chaos laws. As for Bubbles, she was also carefully sensing the time power of the outside world. Lu Ming, why aren't you coming out? Someone spoke up and stared at Lu Ming, hoping that he would come out and buy some plants that could increase one's lifespan. He seems to be cultivating. Let's wait a little longer, he'll come out sooner or later. Many people had gathered at Lu Ming's side, waiting for him to come out and trade with him. More than 10 days had passed. Lu Ming and Bubbles finally could not hold on any longer. They got up and left the Time Mountain. As soon as he stepped out, Lu Ming was surrounded by a group of old men. Lu Ming, how much are the plants in the Time God Mountain? Sell me a few. We can discuss the price. I also want a few, name your price. The group of old men spoke one after another, their eyes burning with passion. I'm not selling. Lu Ming waved his hands. Treasures that could increase one's lifespan were few and far between. He wanted to keep them for when he returned to the divine wilderness continent in the future. Many people would have a use for them. His parents and some others were not talented enough and could not cultivate to the martial emperor realm. One day their lifespans would run out and these plants would come in handy. You're not selling? Immediately, some of the old men became anxious and said, Lu Ming, you're young and talented. It's a given that you'll break through to the martial supreme realm in the future. There's no point in keeping these plants that can increase your lifespan. That's right, I want two. How about you sell me two? I just want one. These old men looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. I also need to use it, so seniors, I'm sorry, please make way. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Lu Ming, you have no use for it, yet you don't sell it to these seniors. You're evil. That's right. There are so many plants here. You're going too far if you want to keep all of them for yourself. There are some seniors here whose lifespans are approaching their end, and you're just going to watch them die? Not far away, the giant wolf from the Sirius Tower, the quasi-emperors of the Wind Race, and the Golden Crow race sneered. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. These people were clearly trying to sow discord. As expected, some of the old men's eyes flickered with cold light. Lu Ming, give some up. It's too much to take it all for yourself. We have so many people here. If we use force, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect those plants. The giant wolf from the Sirius Tower and the emperor-to-be from the Wind Race sneered at this scene. If you don't sell, you'll have to make a move? Lu Ming's voice turned cold. The atmosphere at the scene became tense. Everyone, time's almost up. If you want to fight, then wait until we leave the Divine Time Island. The Sage Master said as he stepped forward and came to Lu Ming's side. At the same time, the experts of the Divine Time Island came to Lu Ming's side, seemingly wanting to protect him. This surprised Lu Ming. The Sage Master did not seem to want anything to happen to him. The old men's faces turned ugly. Lu Ming and Bubbles had joined forces and it was already extremely difficult to deal with them. Now that the people from the Divine Time Island had joined in, they were not confident even if they took action. Brother Lu Ming, I hope that you can sell me some plants after we leave this place. In the end, some old men chose not to attack and retreated from the encirclement. After that, other people also withdrew. In the end, the remaining few people knew that they couldn't do anything and could only helplessly walk to the side. This made the giant wolf from the Sky Wolf Tower and the emperor-to-be from the Wind Race look a little pale. He was looking forward to a conflict between Lu Ming and those old men. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at the giant wolf from the Sky Wolf Tower, the emperor-to-be from the Wind Race and the others. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Time's up. We can set off now. The Sage Master's eyes brightened as he spoke. However, for the time being no one stepped forward, all hoping that someone else would take the lead. The Sage Master naturally knew that everyone was worried. With a wave of his hand, some of the emperors-to-be from the Divine Time Island flew up and charged into the canyon. Those people were extremely fast. They rushed into the canyon and were indeed fine. Only then did everyone relax and rush into the canyon. Lu Ming followed the crowd and rushed into the canyon. The power of time has indeed been reduced by many times. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The group was very fast and they quickly passed through half of the canyon. However, after passing through half of it, their speed finally slowed down. Because from here on, the power of time would gradually become stronger. The group continued to move forward. After a while, some of the weaker cultivators finally couldn't hold on any longer and retreated out of the canyon. However, the power of time here was nothing to Lu Ming and Bubbles. They traveled quickly and slowly approached the end of the canyon. At the end of the canyon, there was an ancient altar. No one knew how many years it had been there for. It was ancient and weathered, and it emitted a strong time power. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full.com. Chapter 1956. The Great Battle in the Mountains. Chapter 1956. The Great Battle in the Mountains is this altar. There are 3 altars in the entire Time Mountain. As long as one of them is broken, the power of time in the mountain will be greatly reduced. If all 3 altars are broken, the mountain will be free to move. The Sage Master said, his eyes revealing a trace of fiery anticipation. Bang! Bang! The group continued to move forward. In the end, including Lu Ming and Bubbles, there were more than 10 people who came to the front of the altar. The rest could not withstand the attacks and retreated. It'll blast him to pieces. A brawny man held a giant axe and swung it at the altar. Boom! The giant axe landed on the altar, causing it to shake violently. However, a terrifying time power also rushed out and hit the burly man. The burly man's body instantly shriveled up, and some white hair appeared on his black head. Damn it, my longevity! The burly man bellowed. In that instant he felt as if he had been deprived of tens of thousands of years of life. This made him furious. This altar has such powerful time power. How do we break it? Some people glared at the Sage Master. If you want it, you have to pay a price. As long as you bombard it a little longer, you can break the altar. The Sage Master spoke. The rest of the people fell silent. If I retreat, my lifespan will be taken away. Even if I obtain a treasure that can increase my lifespan, it's useless. The gains do not make up for the losses. Some people shook their heads and retreated. The rest of the people also shook their heads. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. Under the control of Bubbles' spacetime law, he punched the altar. The altar rumbled and shook violently. A strong power of time rushed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's chaos law and the spacetime law of the bubbles successfully blocked the power of time. I blocked it. The eyes of the Sage Master and the others all lit up. Boom! Boom! Then Lu Ming's fists continued to bombard the altar with terrifying fist forces. The altar kept shaking and a strong power of time rushed out. An ordinary emperor-to-be wouldn't be able to resist it and would be turned into bones. However, they were blocked by Lu Ming and Bubbles. When Lu Ming threw dozens of punches, the altar let out a cracking sound. The Sage Master's eyes bloomed with brilliant light. After a few more punches, the entire altar exploded with a boom, sending debris flying everywhere. And NBSP at this moment, the time energy of the entire mountain of time was rapidly weakening. The power of time has weakened. Those plants are mine. Many people couldn't hold back anymore and rushed toward the Time God Mountain and the plants. And NBSP, the power of time in the Time God Mountain had weakened, so many people were able to rush out far away. Lu Ming and Pow Pow moved and rushed to the top of the canyon. The others did the same and rushed to the top of the canyon one by one. Lu Ming, destroy the other 2 altars in the other 2 directions. The Sage Master's eyes glowed with a dazzling light as he stared at Lu Ming. "We'll talk later." Lu Ming left these words and dashed towards the peak of the divine mountain. "Damn it!" the Sage Master bellowed in his heart. He then continued to shout, "Lu Ming, the other 2 altars are still intact. You won't be able to reach the peak. Go and destroy the other 2 altars first," he ordered. However, Lu Ming could not be bothered with the Sage Master. He had a faint feeling that the Sage Master had an unspeakable motive for asking them to destroy the sacrificial altar. It was very likely that it would be disadvantageous to them. It was enough to destroy one. Lu Ming would not be so foolish to destroy the other 2. "Damn it, you guys go and destroy the other 2. The Sage Master ordered the experts of the Divine Time Island. Those people's expressions changed, but they had to listen to the Sage Master's orders. They all rushed to the other 2 altars. At this moment, Lu Ming was approaching the top of the mountain. He picked the plants he encountered along the way. "Oh no, Lu Ming is reaching the top of the mountain. That divine tree of time is mine. Stop him." All of a sudden, the Emperor-to-be experts also rushed to the top of the mountain. And NBSP, however, even though the time energy of the Time God Mountain had been greatly weakened, it was still very strong near the peak. The Emperor-to-be's speed became slower and slower. They could not keep up with Lu Ming's speed at all. In the end, they could not even move an inch because the power of time had exceeded the limit of their resistance. "Well, stop him from below. Even if he has the divine tree of time, he'll have to come down." "That's right, well, wait for him down there." Several voices rang out in succession. It was the Wind Race's Quasi-Emperor, the Golden Crow Race's Xuandu, and the others. They also stopped near the top of the mountain. They had already reached their limits. These people should be killed. Lu Ming's cold gaze swept across the Wind Race's Emperor-to-be and the rest. Then he sent a voice transmission to Pao Pao. Then Lu Ming's figure suddenly stopped. He turned around abruptly and pounced toward the Wind Race's Emperor-to-be and the others. His body was shrouded in the power of space-time, and his speed was extremely shocking. Moreover, he was moving from top to bottom, so he was even faster. In an instant, Lu Ming's figure appeared next to the Wind Race's Emperor-to-be. Time acceleration. Bubbles cried out as a space-time law enveloped the Wind Race Quasi-Emperor. There was already a terrifying power of time in this place. Coupled with the Bubbles' time acceleration, the Wind Race's Quasi-Emperor felt as if his life was being taken away and his essence chi was rapidly flowing away. Kill. A combat sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he charged at the Wind Race's Emperor-to-be. "Lu Ming, you dare to kill me? The Wind Clan is an ancient clan." The Wind Race's Emperor-to-be roared, but the next moment the combat sword slashed down and the man's body was split into 2. This person was truly laughable. Previously he had targeted Lu Ming and wanted to kill him. Now in the face of Lu Ming's counterattack he even brought up the Wind Race to threaten Lu Ming. Buzz. After Lu Ming killed the Emperor-to-be of the Wind Race, he did not stop and charged at another giant wolf from the Sirius Tower. It was exactly the same as the Wind Race's Emperor-to-be. They had to resist the power of time with all their might. They were no match for Lu Ming and Bubbles. They did not have the power to fight back and were killed by Lu Ming's sword. As for their storage rings, they were naturally kept by Lu Ming. Not good retreat. And NBSP, the remaining giant wolf, the quasi-emperors of the Golden Crow race, and the Purple Extreme sect were all terrified as they madly rushed down the mountain. However, Lu Ming's speed was even faster. In a flash, he appeared in front of the Emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow race. "No!" The Golden Crow race's quasi-emperor roared, but as the sword fell, the man was also killed. Following that, Lu Ming charged toward the Emperor-to-be of the Purple Extreme sect and killed this person. After killing so many people, he had finally wasted some time. At this moment, the other giant wolf had already charged down the Time Mountain. Without the power of time, it would not be so easy to kill him. And NBSP, the giant wolf, ran down the Time God Mountain, trembling in fear. It didn't dare to stay any longer. With a furious roar, it actually shot up into the sky and left. Lu Ming continued to rush towards the peak of the Time Mountain. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. Com. Chapter 1957. Chapter 1957. Divine Tree in Hand. Chapter 1957. Chapter 1957 Divine Tree in hand. The other emperors to be looked at Lu Ming in fear. Lu Ming's attack was too ruthless. He had killed 4 emperor-to-be in an instant with a thunderous blow just now. It sent a chill down everyone's spine. This was the Time Mountain. They were no match for Lu Ming. Some of them did not even dare to move forward and retreated from the Time Mountain. Boom. Boom. On the other 2 sides, the emperors-to-be of the Divine Time Island were bombarding the other 2 ancient altars. However, they couldn't stop the power of time from the altar at all. A few quasi-emperors from the Divine Time Island had died under the power of time. The others all retreated and didn't dare to continue. Damn it! The Sage Master roared in his heart, his eyes flashing with cold, killing intent. Lu Ming did not listen to him and went to destroy the other 2 altars. If it wasn't for some special reason that he couldn't do it himself, he would have done it himself. Lu Ming and Bubbles kept going up and they were getting closer to the peak. Lu Ming could already see the Divine Tree of Time at the top of the mountain clearly. The Divine Tree of Time was only a meter tall. Its emerald green leaves glowed with a crystalline light, and 2 milky white fruits hung from its branches. I want it, Chirpy. Bubbles stared at the small tree, his eyes shining and his saliva almost drooling out. However, the closer they got to the peak, the stronger the power of time became. When they were close to the small tree, Lu Ming and Bubbles could feel a terrifying pressure. Lu Ming could feel that the essence energy in his body was slowly flowing away. His smooth skin was also slowly becoming dry and wrinkled. This proved that his lifespan was slowly decreasing. The small tree was less than 100 meters away from them. Continue. Lu Ming shouted. He circulated the chaos law to the extreme and coincided with the spacetime law of Bubbles to resist the power of time together. At the same time, Lu Ming took out the Tai Chi disc array. A Tai Chi pattern was formed and pressed down on the 2 of them. Following that, the Dian elixir furnace also appeared. It floated above the 2 of them and sprinkled down a light screen. As a result, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. They continued to move forward, and the distance between them and the small tree was getting closer and closer. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters, and NBSP very quickly he was only 50 meters away from the tree. The time energy here was shockingly powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that they had destroyed an altar, they definitely wouldn't have been able to make it here. You can't reach the peak, you can't reach the peak. The Sage Master mumbled. He really hoped that Lu Ming would not be able to reach the peak. In that case, Lu Ming had no choice but to come down and destroy one of the other 2 altars. Only then would he be able to obtain the Divine Tree of Time. But he was destined to be disappointed. And NBSP Pow Pow spat out a crystal that gave off a terrifying spacetime ripple that blocked the time energy as they continued forward. 40 meters, 30 meters. They continued to approach the small tree and finally came to the side of the time tree. Fruit. Bubbles' eyes glowed as she swallowed one of the milky white fruits in one gulp, showing a look of enjoyment. Then Bubble grabbed the tree with both hands, pulled it down and swallowed it. Detestable. The Sage Master's face darkened when he saw Lu Ming and the rest uprooting the Divine Tree of Time. Let's go. Lu Ming muttered and dashed down the mountain with the bubbles. It was difficult to go up the mountain but easy to go down the mountain. Lu Ming was as fast as lightning and he was halfway up the mountain in no time. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was the Sage Master. Lu Ming, now that you've obtained the Divine Tree of Time, you should go and destroy the other 2 altars. The Sage Master said. Since you've already obtained the Divine Tree of Time, why do you still want to destroy the other 2 altars? Isn't that unnecessary? Lu Ming asked. Destroying those 2 altars is useful to me. If you help me, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. The Sage Master's face was gloomy. No need, I'll be leaving this world soon. I'm not interested in your thanks. Move. Lu Ming shouted. He wanted to go around the Sage Master and leave this place. Today you have to agree even if you don't want to. The Sage Master bellowed. At the same time he made the first move. His body twisted violently and transformed into a combat sword, slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. This was the first time he had seen such a divine power. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and threw a punch. A phantom of the prison-suppressing steel appeared and pressed toward the Sage Master. Boom. The Sage Master was sent flying as he angrily shouted, "Damn the prison-suppressing steel." At this moment, Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing into his mind and attacking his soul, causing his soul to shake violently. Soul attack. This sage master doesn't have a physical body. Lu Ming was shocked. From the exchange of blows earlier, Lu Ming realized that the sage master was not a physical body but a spiritual body. No wonder his body could transform into a sword to attack. However, it was strange that a spirit body would not dissipate after existing for a long time. Moreover, the other party seemed to be very afraid of his prison defending monument's attack. In Lu Ming's memory, only some demonic creatures and the three-eyed god race would be afraid of the prison defending monument. Could it be that the sage master was a demonic or evil spirit? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the sage master didn't have good intentions when he asked him to destroy the remaining 2 altars. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. At this moment, the other emperors-to-be of the Divine Time Island had also arrived. They all launched attacks at Lu Ming. However, Bubbles pressed down with both hands and the void seemed to be frozen. The experts from the Divine Time Island froze for a moment. Lu Ming rushed past them and headed down the mountain. Everyone, Lu Ming has the Divine Tree of Time. Once he consumes it, his lifespan will double, and it even has the effect of breaking through bottlenecks. Are you going to let him have it just like that? The sage master roared, his voice reverberating through the entire area. Many emperor-to-be from the outside world stared at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Lu Ming, let's stop. Let's make a deal. One by one, the emperor-to-be experts charged toward Lu Ming. Their powerful auras exploded, forming a terrifying pressure. There were dozens of emperor-to-be and they were terrifying when they joined forces. Even if Lu Ming and Bubbles joined forces, they were definitely not their match. Furthermore, the other party's Saint energy was so dense that even the Bubbles' spacetime power could not pass through. Lu Ming, stay here and destroy the other 2 altars. Behind them, the Sage Master led the people from the Divine Time Island and charged over. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming stomped on the ground heavily, causing it to rumble. His body shot into the sky. Bubbles' spacetime tunnel. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Bubbles immediately opened a spacetime tunnel and Lu Ming rushed over. Not good, stop him. The Sage Master roared. Together with the experts of the Divine Time Island, they used all their strength to attack the spacetime tunnel. At the same time, the emperor-to-be from the outside world also launched an attack on Lu Ming. Dozens of terrifying attacks crushed over, causing the space to shake violently, and a hideous gap appeared. The spacetime tunnel also exploded instantly. Lu Ming and Bubbles were blasted out. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. Com. Chapter 1958. The Terrifying Creature Under the Divine Mountain. Chapter 1958. The terrifying creature under the Divine Mountain. The spacetime tunnel exploded and Lu Ming and Bubbles were blasted out. However, Lu Ming and Bubbles had escaped some distance through the spacetime tunnel and had jumped out of the encirclement of the many emperor-to-be. Let's go. Lu Ming and Bubbles sped off into the distance. He planned to head to the residence of the vast C9 nations and bring Wan Tianjiao and the rest away. Damn it, none of you can escape, none of you can escape. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to leave, the Sage Master went crazy and started shouting madly. Boom. As the Sage Master shouted, the Time God Mountain rumbled and shook violently. Break, break, break. The Sage Master roared, his entire body emitting endless black light. The Divine Time Mountain continued to explode and shatter. Then the entire Time God Mountain cracked from the middle. Clang, clang, clang. Everyone could hear the clanging of chains coming from the Time God Mountain. That's... Lu Ming's eyes suddenly focused. This was because he saw a huge and majestic figure in the crack of the Time God Mountain. This figure was in the form of an adult, but it was extremely huge. It was shrouded in a layer of black light, and its specific appearance could not be seen clearly. His 4 limbs and neck were each shackled by a huge iron chain. At this moment, the Sage Master turned into a black light and entered the huge black shadow. Break. The black shadow let out a loud roar, and his voice was actually the same as the Sage Master's. Clang, clang, clang. The chains, the God of Time Mountain, and even the entire God of Time Island were shaking. And NBSP, a terrifying time energy surged out of the massive black shadow, spreading in all directions. All. Help. Some of the absolute saints let out shrill cries as the power of time passed through them. The next moment their bodies withered and turned into skeletons. Even some emperor-to-be were the same. Not good, let's go. Run. The remaining emperor-to-be's expression changed and they fled frantically. Die, all of you must die. And Mbisu break. The massive black figure roared as it began to struggle, sending even more time energy surging outward in waves. No. Some emperors-to-be were rushed by the power of time and let out roars of unwillingness. In the midst of their roars they turned into bones. Lu Ming and Bubbles increased their speed to the maximum and charged towards Yuan Tianjiao and the rest. At that moment Lu Ming was suddenly enlightened about many things. He finally knew why the Sage Master had told him to destroy those altars. That was because the Sage Master was the massive figure of the Time God Mountain. It was the soul power that had split off from that massive figure. The giant figure was obviously sealed here and the 3 altars were the key to the seal. The Sage Master had asked Lu Ming to destroy the 3 altars so that he could free himself. As Lu Ming had destroyed an altar, the power of the seal had weakened. That was why the other party was able to destroy the divine mountain and reveal himself. However, there were still 2 more altars and the other party might not be able to come out. At this moment Lu Ming was secretly glad that he did not destroy the 2 altars. Otherwise they would be in danger when the huge figure appeared. That Sage Master really had a good scheme. It was said that the Divine Light Sacred Island was built by the Sage Master. Every 3 years he would recruit a batch of powerful geniuses to cultivate on the Divine Time Island. Lu Ming suspected that the Sage Master had established the Divine Time Island, gathered the paragons and nurtured these people. His goal was to wait for these people to become stronger so that they could destroy the altar. However, an ordinary emperor-to-be would not be able to do so. This time Lu Ming and the rest came to help the other party. Boom. Boom. The fluctuations of the Time God Mountain grew more and more violent as the terrifying power of time burst forth in all directions. The area it covered was getting wider and wider. If this continued, the entire Time God Island would probably be enveloped. Bubbles Spacetime Tunnel. Lu Ming said to Pao Pao. Bubbles nodded. With a wave of her hands, a spacetime tunnel appeared. Lu Ming entered the spacetime tunnel and in the next moment he appeared at Yuan Tianjiao and the rest's residence. At this moment the quaking of the Time God Mountain had also alarmed the other side. Many figures had gathered together and looked in the direction of the Time God Mountain in confusion. Lu Ming's sudden appearance by Yuan Tianjiao's side gave them a huge shock. Lu Ming, what's going on? Yuan Tianjiao asked subconsciously. There's no time, it'll take you guys away. Lu Ming took out the mountain and river diagram. A beam of light enveloped Yuan Tianjiao and the rest, and they were kept into the mountain and river diagram. You guys hurry up and escape. Lu Ming shouted at the others. Then he soared into the sky and rushed out of the Divine Time Island. As for the others, they couldn't care so much. Whether they could escape with their lives would depend on their luck. Those people were stunned, not knowing what had happened. I guess this person offended the Sage Master and is being hunted down. We've come to the sacred island with great difficulty. How can we leave just because of his words? The people from Xianling Kingdom snorted coldly. Lu Ming had killed so many of their experts. Why would they believe his words? The people from the other countries nodded and agreed with what the man from Mysterious Spirit Highland said. They felt that Lu Ming must have offended the Sage Master and was running for his life. But following that, the rumbling sounds from the depths of the Divine Time Island grew more and more intense. Following that, they saw streaks of light shooting out of the Divine Time Island with astonishing speed. They were all foreign emperors-to-be, and some of them had been able to escape here. Seems like something extraordinary has really happened. Some people's faces were pale. In the next moment, screams rang out from the depths of the Divine Time Island. One figure after another shot up into the sky wanting to escape. However, an invisible fluctuation spread out and those people were fixed in the air. Then their bodies shriveled up as if time had been deprived of them. The older ones directly decayed. The younger ones also aged in an instant, then rotted and turned into dry bones. Run. These people were finally scared and rushed out like crazy. However, they hadn't flown very far when the terrifying power of time swept over them. Their bodies froze in the air and then rapidly aged, turning into bones that fell to the ground. Even their bones began to rot and turn into powder. At this moment, Bubbles opened up a space-time tunnel once again. The two of them rushed out of the space-time Divine Island's boundary and flew into the distance at top speed. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the temporal island. It was filled with anger and unwillingness. Following that, Lu Ming saw a streak of rainbow light rushing out of the Divine Time Island in a panic and rapidly disappearing into the distance. There were several Emperor-to-be experts. The others who didn't escape were probably dead. Lu Ming sighed and flew to the distance to observe from afar. After that, a few more indignant roars rang out from the Divine Time Island before dying down. It seemed that the huge figure had not escaped. However, in the entire temporal Divine Island, other than those who had managed to escape, no one else had managed to escape. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full.com. Chapter 1959. Chapter 1959. Law Light. Chapter 1959. Chapter 1959 Law Light. What is that figure on the Time God Mountain? Is that terrifying? Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows tightly. The giant figure was too terrifying. Its strength was unfathomable, even more terrifying than a true emperor. Could it be that the celestial arch has suppressed them here? Lu Ming thought about it carefully and felt that it was very likely. The world here was originally suppressed by the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It only appeared when the two great sovereigns fought and the Heavenly Emperor Mountain exploded. It was very likely that he was a powerful existence suppressed by the celestial arch. Then Lu Ming shook his head, turned into a ray of light and left the place. That kind of powerful existence was not something he could interfere with, so there was no point in thinking too much. Lu Ming headed in the direction of the vast C9 nations. A few days later he brought Wan Tianjiao and the rest back to the Mingyan country. Heavenly Flood Dragon Im leaving. In the palace of Mingyan country, Wan Tianjiao's delicate body trembled slightly, and her eyes were a little complicated. Although she knew that Lu Ming would leave sooner or later because they were not from the same world, she did not expect that day to come so quickly. In the end, he's just a passerby in the Mingyan country. Wan Tianjiao sighed in his heart and collected his thoughts. He revealed a smile on his face and asked, "Where are you going? Are we going back to outer space? Do you know that there are other worlds apart from the 10,000 Sea realm?" Lu Ming shook his head. Wan Tianjiao thought for a moment. There are legends. It said that there are 9 worlds similar to the 10,000 Sea realm. They are all connected. Only Saint Emperors can travel there. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He knew that Wan Tianjiao was talking about the world of the lotus flower. In the world of the lotus, 9 petals were 9 worlds. Do you know where the passageway is? Lu Ming continued to ask. Legend has it that in the far west of the 10,000 Sea realm, there is a void passage that leads to other worlds. Yuan Tianjiao said. The far west. Lu Ming nodded. A storage ring appeared in his hand and he passed it to Wan Tianjiao. Heavenly Flood Dragon, there are some saint herbs, saint weapons, battle formations and cultivation techniques in here. Keep them. They will be helpful to the Mingyan country. Wan Tianjiao cast a complicated look at Lu Ming, then took the storage ring and said, Lu Ming, take care. Take care, we'll meet again if we're fated. Lu Ming cupped his fists, then soared into the sky and disappeared from Wan Tianjiao's sight. One wonder if we will meet again in this life after we part today. A long sigh was heard. Lu Ming was extremely fast. Like a flash of light, he flew toward the far west of the 10,000 Sea realm. The endless ocean and the islands flitted past Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current speed, if he used his full strength, it would be terrifying. He was much faster than the space-breaking flying shuttle that was 20 times faster. After a few days, the ocean became more and more desolate. There were no more islands to be seen, only the endless ocean. After 2 more days, a loud rumbling sound came from afar. Lu Ming discovered that the void in the distance was in chaos. It was as if a huge abyss had appeared out of thin air and divided the sky into 2. It was the endless void turbulence. Lu Ming approached and a powerful force hit him. It was the power of the void. If one's cultivation was not high enough, they would be crushed into pieces by the power of the void. However, to Lu Ming it did not affect him much. Chirping, Bubbles cried out. His body moved and he charged into the chaotic space currents like a fish in water. Lu Ming smiled and stepped in as well. Chi chi chi. The void turbulence was everywhere and it kept rushing towards Lu Ming, forming a terrifying cutting force. Lu Ming circulated the chaos laws throughout his body to resist the cutting power of the void. The laws of chaos trembled slightly. I'm afraid ordinary absolute saints won't be able to resist it after a long time, Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming and Bubbles continued to move forward. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a huge vortex floating in the void. The vortex was like a black hole, deep, mysterious and terrifying. Even from a distance one could feel the terrifying tearing force of the vortex. Lu Ming's expression turned grave. It seemed that the void turbulence was not completely free of danger. This kind of pitch-black vortex was very terrifying. It would be very dangerous if one were to enter by mistake. Moreover, the vortex was constantly moving. Following that, Lu Ming continued to move forward. He would discover a pitch-black vortex every once in a while. The void turbulence here was very long. After a day, Lu Ming and the rest still had not passed through. Brother Lu Ming, Bubbles is going to cultivate. Bubbles seemed to have understood something and said to Lu Ming, "You can continue your cultivation," Lu Ming said. Bubble nodded and sat cross-legged in the middle of the turbulent void. The power of the turbulent void flow acted on Bubbles' body and passed through it, as though she was not in this dimension. Lu Ming stood not far away from the bubble, shrouded in the laws of chaos. While Bubbles was cultivating, he could also make use of the power of the void turbulence to temper his chaos laws. Time passed day by day. 7 days later, Bubbles' body suddenly emitted a ray of light. The light was very faint at first, but slowly it became more and more intense and dazzling. Space-time light. Lu Ming widened his eyes and was overjoyed. Anyone who cultivated a powerful law might be able to cultivate a type of law light. For example, the stellar river had produced the eternal light. Lu Ming had a deep memory of the power of the eternal light in the galaxy. Not only did the eternal light have terrifying offensive power, but it also had powerful defensive abilities. It could be used to attack and defend, and it could greatly increase one's combat power. But to want to cultivate this kind of law light, it was extremely, extremely difficult. In theory, the 10 ultimate laws and many king path laws all had the opportunity to cultivate the light of law. However, in reality only a small number of people were able to cultivate it. The Son of Heaven who had comprehended the 10 ultimate laws had a higher chance of cultivating it, but it was not 100%. For example, Eternal Star River only managed to cultivate eternal light after reaching the Great Circle of the Absolute Saint stage. Back then, the Death Blade had not been able to cultivate the light of death. Lu Ming did not cultivate the light of chaos. As for the King Path laws, it was even more difficult to cultivate the light of laws. Only an extremely small number of king physiques could cultivate it. Once it was cultivated, one's combat strength would skyrocket and one would be able to suppress heaven's favorites of the same level. Now that Bubbles had cultivated the space-time light, Lu Ming was naturally happy. Lu Ming guessed that Bubbles had swallowed a fruit from the divine tree of time. In addition to the void turbulence here, they had combined and gained some insights before they refined the light of time and space. At this moment the space-time light was retracted. The bubble ended its cultivation and jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder. Bubbles' cultivation was still at the late-stage absolute saint realm, but her battle power was probably stronger than before. Now even if Lu Ming were to go all out, it would be difficult to defeat Bubbles. Lu Ming smiled and continued to move forward. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full.com. Chapter 1960. Chapter 1960. Intense battle in the chaotic space basin. Ellen, the void turbulence. Lu Ming would be fine as long as he avoided the black vortex. After walking for a while, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and stopped. That was because many figures had appeared in front of him. At a glance there were about a dozen of them. However, the turbulent void currents blocked his vision and Lu Ming could not see the specific appearance of the people. Obviously the other party had also discovered him. The figure of the other party paused for a moment, then continued to step forward. Not long after, the dozen or so figures in front of him became clear. Luo Pokong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Among the dozen or so people he saw Luo Pokong's figure. In addition, there was another familiar face, Wu Fengchen of the Wind Race. At the same time, Luo Pokong and Feng Wuchen also saw him. Luo Pokong was stunned at first, but his opponent Wan's eyes lit up and emitted a cold killing intent. He shouted, "Lu Ming, it's actually you. Don't let him go, surround him." Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Figures flickered around Luo Pokong and Feng Wuchen surrounding Lu Ming. Powerful auras were locked onto Lu Ming. Emperors-to-be were all experts in the Emperor-to-be realm. Obviously, only those like Luo Pokong and Feng Wuchen who had monarch weapons to protect their bodies could step into the void turbulence. They were obviously the Emperor-to-be of the Daoyuo Heaven sect and the Wind race. "Ah, Lu Ming, one didn't expect to meet you here. This void turbulence shall be your burial ground." Luo Pokong laughed arrogantly. He had been defeated by Lu Ming several times and could not wait to kill Lu Ming. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying and he had too many heaven's favorites around him. Even Luo Zhangqiong was defeated by Lu Ming. Even the Eternal Star River had failed to kill Lu Ming. He had no chance at all in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. However, there were more than a dozen Emperor-to-be experts beside him and Feng Wuchen. Lu Ming was dead for sure. Lu Ming frowned. Even if he and Bubbles joined forces, they might not be able to defeat more than 10 Emperor-to-be. Kill. Lu Ming suddenly moved. He had the upper hand by striking first. Together with Bubbles, he charged towards the right. Bubbles waved her hand and 2 transparent bubbles enveloped the 2 Emperor-to-be in front of her. Then Lu Ming pointed 2 fingers and the chaotic finger of calamity exploded, bombarding the 2 Emperor-to-be. Although the 2 Emperors-to-be tried their best to resist, they were still severely injured. Their bodies were sent flying like cannonballs and almost exploded. The 2 Emperor-to-be were blasted away and there was a hole in the encirclement. Lu Ming continued to flash forward. However, at this moment, a figure caught up with Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. His iron fist was like a mountain as it smashed toward Lu Ming. The iron fist struck out and the turbulent flow of the void was scattered, revealing a vacuum tunnel. Lu Ming's expression changed. What a terrifying punch. The prison-suppressing heaven art. At the critical moment, Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and threw a punch as well. Boom. When the 2 fists collided, Lu Ming felt an extremely terrifying force surge towards him. Lu Ming felt his arms go numb and he could not help but retreat. This person is so strong. Lu Ming's heart sank slightly as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. This brawny man's combat strength was extremely shocking, far beyond the other Emperor-to-be. This person's spiritual body is extraordinary. It's a high-grade heaven spiritual body. Lu Ming had a thought. Of course, there were strong and weak Emperor-to-be combat strength. Lu Ming was not afraid of those who broke through to the Emperor-to-be realm with their earth spiritual body. He could even defeat and kill them. However, if a heavenly spirit body broke through to the Emperor-to-be realm, his combat strength would undoubtedly be much stronger. The brawny man in front of him had broken through to the Emperor-to-be realm with a superior heavenly spirit body. Such a person was already a top talent when he was young. He was only slightly weaker than the body of a king, but his combat strength was extremely shocking. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he was no match for him. Boom. The man took another step forward and charged at Lu Ming. Ping. Bubbles waved his hands and endless void turbulence gushed towards this person. However, this person's battle prowess was indeed shocking. His fists were like mountains as he continuously punched out, breaking apart the chaotic currents in the void. Bubble, don't fight this person head-on. Go the other way. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. The 2 of them moved and rushed to the other side. At this moment, the other Emperor-to-be also launched an attack on Lu Ming and the others. More than a dozen terrifying divine abilities drove the void turbulence and drowned Lu Ming and the others. Space-time light appeared on Bubbles' body. He waved his hands and space-time turbulence rolled back towards his opponent, causing a continuous rumbling sound. Lu Ming moved and rushed to an Emperor-to-be. He pressed his hands together and 9 illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared and pressed down on the man. The man let out a long howl and tried his best to resist, but he was still forced to retreat. Following that, countless runes appeared on Lu Ming's left hand. He cast a sealing force and sealed the man while he pointed with all his might with his right hand. And NBSP, a chaos finger of tribulation, shot toward this person. Kill. At this moment, the others, including the Emperor-to-be with the superior class heavenly spirit body, also launched an attack on Lu Ming and the rest. Brother Lu Ming, leave it to me, chirpy. Bubbles rushed out and spurted out with her small mouth. More than 10 transparent bubbles appeared and covered more than 10 emperor-to-be experts. More than a dozen emperor-to-be froze at the same time. Then they burst out their strength and hit the transparent bubble. As for the brawny man, his combat strength was indeed astonishing. After a few consecutive punches, he shattered the transparent bubble. However, this delay had given Lu Ming enough time. That emperor-to-be was sealed by Lu Ming's sealing power. Then the chaotic finger of tribulation fell. The emperor-to-be screamed in pain and half of his body exploded. Buzz. However, Lu Ming did not give him any chance to react. The Tai Chi formation disc flew out from between his brows, and 2 yin-yang fish swords shot out rapidly, slashing down and killing the man. Damn it, a bunch of trash. Luo Pokong roared from afar. More than a dozen emperor-to-be surrounded Lu Ming and his companion. Lu Ming had actually killed one of them. This was a disgrace. Use the sovereign weapon to stop this little girl. Leave Lu Ming to me, he ordered. The middle-aged man shouted. I'll do it. An emperor-to-be from the winged race waved his hand and a small pagoda appeared. It then grew rapidly like a mountain and endless gales whistled. Like a cage, it enveloped the bubble. At the same time, the middle-aged brawny man charged at Lu Ming with all his might. His fist force was terrifying. Every punch caused the void to shake violently. Lu Ming pointed a few times, but the chaos finger of tribulation was also defeated after colliding with the other party. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. On the other side, Paoba was dashing left and right to avoid the giant pagoda. However, there were too many emperor-to-be on the other side. There were more than 10 of them. They locked onto all directions and kept launching attacks. They blocked Bubbles' escape route in a brutal and direct way. There were even 2 of them who took out their monarch weapons and blocked Bubbles' path of retreat. For a moment, the bubble was trapped and it was difficult for it to help Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming controlled the Tai Chi disc array and pressed it down on the middle-aged man. At the same time, the Dian elixir furnace appeared and enlarged rapidly, smashing toward the man. I have a monarch weapon too, the middle-aged man said coldly. A giant hammer appeared in his hand and he swung it at the Tai Chi formation disc and the Dian elixir furnace. Chapter 1961. Chapter 1961. Qiu Yu is seriously injured. Clang. The Tai Chi formation disc was sent flying back. Then the giant hammer hit the Dian elixir furnace. The Dian elixir furnace trembled and was also sent flying back. Men, help me kill Lu Ming. The middle-aged man shouted. 2 emperor-to-be rushed toward Lu Ming to cooperate with the middle-aged man. With the cooperation of the 2 emperor-to-be, the middle-aged man was even more unscrupulous. The giant hammer was the size of a house and it kept smashing toward Lu Ming with an amazing momentum. Thump, thump. Lu Ming blocked it with the Dian elixir furnace, which kept retreating. And NBSP hoo-hoo. At this moment, a terrifying whistling sound came from behind Lu Ming. A huge, pitch-black vortex was slowly moving toward him. Ha, Lu Ming, you're dead. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. Even the heavens wanted Lu Ming to die. At this moment, a black vortex moved over, leaving Lu Ming no room to retreat. Fing. Bubbles shouted and wanted to help, but the 3 monarch weapons had locked down 3 directions. The other quasi-sages were bombarding her. Although Bubbles' spacetime law was profound, the opponent was using a brutal method to disrupt the void. Bubbles could only protect herself and couldn't help. At that moment, a pair of cold eyes were staring at Lu Ming from behind the black vortex. This man was actually Luo Zhangqiong. In fact, Luo Zhangqiong was with Luo Pokong and the others. It was just that he had been cultivating alone in the void before, so Lu Ming did not notice him. He heard the commotion and rushed over. He did not expect to see Lu Ming. And NBSP, he hid behind the pitch-black vortex and used the law of deprivation to condense the divine imprint of deprivation, constantly draining the energy in the air. The more time passed, the more energy was stripped away, and the more powerful the power of the divine seal would be. By now, the power of the divine seal had reached a terrifying level. Even Luo Zhangqiong himself was shocked. Lu Ming, I'll use this move to send you on your way. Luo Kangqiang's eyes flashed with ferocity. When he saw an opening when Lu Ming was suppressed by the middle-aged man and the two emperor-to-be, Luo Zongqiong did not hesitate to flash out. The divine seal of deprivation flew out rapidly and pressed down on Lu Ming. Luo Zongqiong. Lu Ming's heart trembled. The power of the deprivation divine seal was too shocking. It even surpassed the middle-aged man's attack by a large margin. At this time, Lu Ming was resisting the attacks of the middle-aged man and the other two emperor-to-be with all his might. He did not expect that Luo Zongqiong would suddenly attack from behind the vortex. It was too late for him to dodge. Qiuyu had first entered Yellow Rock World. After exploring a few of the ruins of this world, she also came to the edge of Yellow Rock World and entered the Void Turbulence, wanting to head to another world to explore. She cultivated in the Void Turbulence as she walked. After walking for a few days, she suddenly heard a violent boom from ahead. Qiuyu retracted her aura and walked forward. She saw Lu Ming fighting with someone. Just as she was about to help, she saw that Luo Zongqiong had suddenly attacked Lu Ming. At this moment, Qiuyu pounced forward without any hesitation. "Young master, be careful." A crisp sound rang in Lu Ming's ears. Then he saw a white figure rushing from the side at high speed toward the divine seal of deprivation. "Qiuyu." Lu Ming's heart trembled. Then he heard a loud boom. Qiuyu's body flew towards Lu Ming. In the air, her blood was red, like a beautiful blood-colored rose. "Qiuyu." At this moment, Lu Ming roared loudly, his eyes red. Luo Kangqiang's move was too powerful. Lu Ming knew very well that Qiuyu would not be able to withstand it. Lu Ming let out a long roar and controlled the Dian elixir furnace with all his might to block the attacks of the middle-aged man and the two emperor-to-be. He moved his body and caught Qiuyu. At this moment, Qiuyu's face was as white as snow. Blood was flowing out of her mouth and she was extremely weak. It was like a weak candle that could be extinguished at any moment. "Qiuyu, it's you. How is that possible?" Luo Zongqiong roared in disbelief. Why did Qiuyu suddenly appear and block his sure-kill move? He was stunned for a moment and forgot to attack. The middle-aged man also knew that Luo Zongqiong had been pursuing Qiuyu. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but stop. "Qiuyu, why are you so stupid? Why did you block for me?" Lu Ming hugged Qiuyu, his heart trembling. With his cultivation and the strength of his body, even if he were to take a blow head-on, he would at most be heavily injured and might not die. However, it was a different story for Qiuyu. Young master. Young master, I've said before that I'll always be by your side." Qiuyu spoke, but her voice was weak. Her aura was also getting weaker. Lu Ming held Qiuyu's hand and saint energy flowed into her body continuously, protecting her heart. However, it was still useless. Qiuyu's breath became weaker and weaker and her eyes slowly closed. "Lu Ming, hand Qiuyu over to me. Even if she dies, she'll still be mine," Luo Zongqiong said coldly. Luo Zongqiong. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Luo Zongqiong with bloodshot eyes. His body was filled with an extremely cold killing intent, like a demon from the 9 netherworlds purgatory. 111 definitely kill you and 111 flatten the Daoyuo heaven sect sooner or later, Lu Ming said in a cold and emotionless voice. Luo Zongqiong felt a chill run down his spine when Lu Ming stared at him coldly. He roared, "If you still want to kill me, then I'll let you both die here today as a pair of mandarin ducks sharing the same fate." Boom. A terrifying aura burst out of Luo Kangqiang's body and a monarch weapon appeared. Luo Zongqiong was the grandson of the Great Sovereign, and the monarch weapon he had was given by the Great Sovereign. It was extremely terrifying. "Let's attack together and kill them," Luo Zongqiong roared. The sovereign weapon carried a terrifying power and charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, the middle-aged man made his move. His giant hammer broke through the air and headed for Lu Ming. "Luo Zongqiong, I will definitely kill you in the future," Lu Ming said coldly. With a single thought, the Dian elixir furnace did not protect him but blasted towards the bubble. As for himself, he recalled Qiuyu into the mountain and river diagram with a thought. At the same time, Lu Ming used the Tai Chi formation disc and the chaos gem to block in front of him. He retreated quickly and rushed toward the black vortex. Boom. Boom. The Tai Chi formation plate was sent flying back by the middle-aged man while the rock of chaos flew toward Lu Ming after being hit by Luo Kangqiang's monarch weapon. The terrifying power increased Lu Ming's speed and he flew directly into the black vortex. At once, an extremely powerful force acted on Lu Ming's body. His figure disappeared into the vortex. On the other side, the Yen elixir furnace smashed down and sent one of the monarch weapons that trapped Bubbles flying. In a flash, Bubbles charged out of the encirclement and into the pitch-black vortex. "Stop that pill furnace!" Someone shouted and wanted to stop the Great Yen elixir furnace. However, the Great Yen elixir furnace had long recognized Lu Ming as its master and was very intelligent. It blew away a few emperor-to-be and rushed into the dark vortex, disappearing. Chapter 1962. Chapter 1962. In the Void Storm, damn it. Luo Zhangqiang roared with cold-killing intent. Humph, Lu Ming is dead for sure after entering this black vortex. Luo Pokong said with a cold smile as he stepped on air. That's right, he's dead. The other emperors-to-be also smiled. There was a terrifying destructive power in the black vortex. They were all shocked. Lu Ming would definitely die if he entered. Not necessarily. Luo Kangqiang's expression was very cold. Lu Ming is very terrifying and unpredictable. Moreover, there's another person who understands the law of time and space going in with him. He might not die. These words caused the hearts of the others to tremble. Indeed, Lu Ming was very terrifying to begin with. In addition, he had a person who knew the space-time law. Even if he entered the pitch-black vortex, he might not be in any trouble. In that case, Lu Ming was the one who took the initiative to go in just now. Everyone's expression was ugly, but they had no confidence in going in to pursue. After all, the danger was unpredictable. Humph, Lu Ming, even if he doesn't die, I'll kill him sooner or later. Luo Zhangqiang snorted coldly. They did not leave but guarded the place in case Lu Ming came out. They had guessed correctly. Lu Ming had indeed entered the dark vortex on his own accord. It wasn't that he didn't dare to fight. He still had a trump card. However, he was worried about Qiu Yu's safety. Qiu Yu's injuries were too severe. She had to be treated as soon as possible or she would be in real danger. As soon as Lu Ming entered the pitch-black vortex, a terrifying destructive cutting force surged towards him from all directions. Lu Ming circulated his holy power and controlled the chaos laws at the same time, covering his entire body to resist the attack. The cutting force kept hitting Lu Ming's body, causing the chaos laws to tremble as if they were about to collapse. This cutting power is indeed amazing. Lu Ming circulated the chaos laws at full force to resist. At the same time, there was a void storm in the black vortex, pushing Lu Ming aimlessly into the distance. Whoosh. Not long after, there was a flash of light and Bubbles appeared beside Lu Ming. Bubbles controlled spacetime and had already cultivated the spacetime light. The void storm could not do anything to her. Bubbles appeared beside Lu Ming. They set up spacetime laws around them, blocking the void storm outside. Buzz. The next moment, the Dian elixir furnace flew over and was put away by Lu Ming. Qiu Yu. Lu Ming was thinking about Qiu Yu. With a thought, Qiu Yu came out of the mountain and river diagram. At this moment, Qiu Yu was unconscious and her breathing was weak. Luo Kangqiang's attack was too powerful. He had hidden at the side and used the law of deprivation to deprive the outside world of energy. He had accumulated a terrifying amount of power and had intended to kill Lu Ming in one blow. In a hurry, Qiu Yu only wanted to block that move for Lu Ming. He was too seriously injured. Damn it! Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He could not wait to crush Luo Kangqiang's bones and scatter his ashes. Chua, I won't let anything happen to you. Lu Ming muttered and took out a healing pill. He melted the pill with his holy power and fused it into Qiu Yu's body. However, Qiu Yu's injuries were still not getting better. Brother Lu Ming, try the fruit of the divine tree of time. The bubble opened its mouth and the divine tree of time appeared. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The divine tree of time originally had 2 milky white fruits. Bubble had swallowed one and there was still one left. Since the divine tree of time could double a martialist's longevity, it was actually equivalent to increasing their vitality. This meant that the fruit of the divine tree of time contained powerful vitality. This fruit might be able to save Qiu Yu. Lu Ming plucked the fruit and refined it into Qiu Yu's body with holy power. As expected, The fruit of the divine time tree contained boundless vitality that seeped into Qiu Yu's limbs and bones. The injuries on her body were rapidly recovering, and her aura had also stabilized. However, he did not wake up. Brother Lu Ming, it seems like Sister Qiu's injuries are too severe. Just a fruit of the divine tree of time is not enough to wake her up. Pao Pao sized up Qiu Yu before saying. Lu Ming circulated his saint energy throughout Qiu Yu's body. After a while he sighed. Even though Qiu Yu's life force had stabilized, it was just as Bubbles had said. It was not easy to wake her up. Lu Ming caressed Qiu Yu's face and wiped the blood off the corner of her mouth. He said softly, Qiu, no matter what, I won't let anything happen to you. I won't let go of Luo Zongqiong and the Daluo Heaven sect. At the end of his sentence, Lu Ming's voice turned cold and a cold killing intent burst forth. It had been far too dangerous this time. Fortunately, he had the fruit of the divine tree of time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. If anything happened to Qiu Yu, Lu Ming would never be at ease. Qiu Yu was still the same as before. She did not say much and did not have many requests. She only stayed by Lu Ming's side silently and was willing to give up everything for him, including her life. Lu Ming held Qiu Yu's small hand as he recalled the scenes of their childhood. After a long time, Lu Ming sent Qiu Yu back into the mountain and river diagram and placed her under the path understanding ancient tree, hoping that it would be of help to her. At this moment, Lu Ming took a look at his surroundings. They were still in the chaotic void storm. The bubble enveloped the surroundings with space-time laws and broke through the void storm. Bubble, how do we get out? Lu Ming asked. In the aspect of space, nature bubbles were more skilled. Brother Lu Ming, with my current cultivation, I can't force my way out of this space. I need to wait. I need to find a weak point in the space and rush out in one fell swoop. Bubbles explained. Lu Ming nodded. They continued to wait while observing their surroundings, looking for an opportunity. As time passed, Bubbles' power grew weaker and weaker. If this continued, they would be in danger when Bubbles' power was exhausted. I don't even know where they're floating to. Lu Ming pondered. It was very dangerous to drift in the void like this. It would be fine if he drifted to other worlds. However, if he drifted to the void of eternal nothingness, he would die without the cultivation of a martial supreme. Brother Lu Ming, I got it. Look over there. Bubbles suddenly pointed to the right. Lu Ming looked over and saw that there were some fluctuations in the void. Let's attack with all our might and break out. Chirp chirp. Bubbles cried out as he controlled the laws of time to change direction and fly towards the source of the fluctuation. Chaos finger. Lu Ming used all his strength and pointed his finger. Now, Lu Ming's chaos finger of tribulation had reached 94% completion. The power of a full force point was astonishing. At the same time, the bubbles cooperated with Lu Ming to bombard the void. Boom. The void trembled violently. Then there was a hiss and a crack appeared. Lu Ming was overjoyed and he rushed over with the bubble. As soon as he rushed through the crack, Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in a cave. Roar. A loud roar came from behind Lu Ming. The stench assailed his nostrils, and it was accompanied by a scorching aura. In front of Lu Ming, there was a burly man who looked at Lu Ming and Bubbles with a dumbfounded expression. Chapter 1963. Chapter 1963. The myriad beast realm. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the area and he saw a fiery red giant lizard behind him. It was staring at Lu Ming with wide eyes. In front of him was the middle-aged burly man. He was also looking at Lu Ming in shock. The man and the giant lizard exuded a powerful aura. They were both emperor-to-be existences. Through the traces at the scene, Lu Ming understood. The battle between the middle-aged man and the giant lizard must have caused a spatial fluctuation, causing the space to become fragile. They must have found out about it and attacked with all their might. With their cooperation, they pierced through the space and appeared here. Roar. At this moment, the giant lizard roared angrily, treating Lu Ming as the burly man's ally. It took a step forward and flames burst out of its body. It spat out a fireball at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch and the illusionary image of the prison-suppressing steel appeared, destroying the giant lizard's fireball. Bang! Bang! The giant lizard stomped on the ground and the cave rumbled as it pounced toward Lu Ming. The sharp claws tore through the air as sharp as divine blades. At the same time, It bit at Lu Ming with its fangs. "You're looking for death." Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. He was already filled with anger. The moment the giant lizard appeared, it charged at him. This made Lu Ming even angrier. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming's saint energy boiled as he threw a few punches at the giant lizard. Although the giant lizard had the combat strength of an emperor to be, it was still no match for Lu Ming in a head-on collision. It was forced to retreat by Lu Ming's attacks. Bang! Lu Ming leaped high and looked down from above. He punched the giant lizard's head, causing it to crash heavily onto the ground. Roar! The giant lizard's head hit the ground and it let out a loud roar. Its scaly tail whipped at Lu Ming like an iron whip. Lu Ming grabbed the giant lizard's tail, lifted it up, and threw it towards the entrance of the cave. Buzz! The giant lizard was thrown out of the cave by Lu Ming. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar came from outside the cave. This roar did not come from the giant lizard but from below the cave. The roar was so powerful that Lu Ming's eardrums vibrated as if there was a supreme demon there. Then Lu Ming saw the giant lizard let out a terrified roar and its body fell rapidly, as if it was attracted by some force. Roar! Roar! Then the earth-shaking roars continued to ring out. A terrifying sound wave reverberated in the area. The middle-aged burly man's expression was grave. He kept his distance from Lu Ming, not daring to go out at all. "Senior, what's that outside?" Lu Ming asked. "I don't know." The middle-aged man shook his head. "Where is this place?" Lu Ming asked again. "The Myriad Beast Realm," the middle-aged man said. He sized Lu Ming up and said, "You should be the son of Chaos of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, right?" "Oh." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that they were still in one of the 9 worlds of the world of the lotus flower. They had not gone too far. At this moment the roars outside stopped. Lu Ming was about to ask again when the middle-aged man rushed out of the cave and disappeared. Lu Ming was speechless. He followed them to the entrance of the cave and looked outside. His eyes widened involuntarily. The scene outside was extremely magnificent. The place he was in looked like the crater of a volcano or a huge cave that led underground. He was standing on one of the walls of the cave. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding walls of the cave were densely packed with caves. In the middle of the cave, there were stone bridges that were connected to each other. The cave went all the way down and it was dark down there. The roar just now had come from below. Lu Ming saw the middle-aged burly man leap onto a stone bridge and rush into a cave diagonally opposite him, disappearing. Lu Ming looked around again and realized that there were indeed figures flickering in some caves. Could it be that this place is a historical site of the Myriad Beast Realm, and many outsiders are exploring here? Lu Ming pondered. He saw some figures flickering out of some caves. They seemed to be very cautious. They landed on the stone bridges and waited cautiously for a moment. Then they jumped down to the stone bridge below. Just like that, they continued to go down and explore the caves below. Roar! At this moment, another earth-shattering roar sounded from the depths of the cave. Along with the roar, a terrifying suction force came from the depths of the cave, as if it wanted to swallow everything. Ah! A terrified scream was heard. Lu Ming saw an absolute saint powerhouse who happened to be in the air and did not land on the stone bridge. Instead, he was swallowed by the force and disappeared into the endless abyss. Lu Ming gasped. What was down there? Even an absolute saint could not resist it. The giant lizard from before was also devoured by the force. However, Lu Ming realized that those who landed on the stone bridge were fine. It was as if the stone bridge could block the devouring power. No wonder those people were so careful when they jumped on the stone bridge. This place is full of danger. Lu Ming muttered and looked around. He realized that the cave he was in had no other exit. The only way out was the cave in front of him. Let's rest here for a while, Bubble. You should recover first, Lu Ming said to Pow Pow. Previously, in the Void Storm, Bubble had circulated her spacetime laws to resist and had expended a lot of energy. This was a good opportunity for her to recuperate and rest. Okay, Brother Lu Ming, chirp chirp. Pow Pow nodded and took out a large number of origin stones and saint herbs to start recovering. Lu Ming also sat cross-legged, devouring the rough stone to regulate his breathing. Not long after, Lu Ming's condition had returned to its peak. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Stone of Chaos appeared in his hand. Previously, Lu Ming had used the Rock of Chaos to block the blow from Luo Kangqiang's sovereign weapon. At that time, Lu Ming had heard an obscure sound, which seemed to be the sound of the Rock of Chaos cracking. Lu Ming took it out and examined it. Indeed, there was a crack on the Rock of Chaos. The Rock of Chaos is indestructible, but it was actually cracked. That Luo Kangqiang's monarch weapon is really powerful. Lu Ming had a thought and then thought that since the Chaos Gem had cracked, he might as well break it open and take a look. Immediately, Lu Ming circulated all the energy in his body, grabbed the Chaos Gem and tried to break it. The Rock of Chaos produced an even louder sound and the crack became even bigger. As expected, it can be pried open. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If not for the crack that had appeared on the Rock of Chaos, it would not have been able to be opened. Lu Ming continued to exert force. A moment later, the Rock of Chaos was completely broken into two halves. Ding, 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 ding. Inside the Rock of Chaos, there were two small crystals that fell to the ground. Chaos Crystal. Lu Ming's eyes lit up at the sight of the two crystals. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.